Chapter 701. As a Qigong master, it is normal to know Kamehameha Qigong. However, what made Moria uncomfortable was because Badger knelt smoothly and silky. In addition, he was the first Vastode Hollow to surrender so readily. So, the tyrant directly gave him some power as an example. These powers made Badger mutate directly. The spiritual pressure surged, and the body became dark and hard, almost immune to all kinds of power. He also possessed the strange power to crush everything and the extremely sharp perception. High spiritual pressure, high defense, high attack, and high perception, plus Badger's original fast running speed and the vitality of a cockroach. So, Badger transformed into a hexagonal warrior in one fell swoop. He jumped directly from the bottom of the vast old Great Hollow to the top. If it weren't for the fact that the first Hollow General was too amazing, Badger would have become the strongest under the Hollow Lord. Such a transformation made Moria, who was able to witness it at the time, very uncomfortable as eating dog shit. Especially when Badger came to show off, Moria was even more angry. He fought hard but couldn't compare to the other parties kneeling. So Moria has always been unhappy with Badger. Don't call me by my name, Moria. You are only the 7th general of the virtual army. You should use a honorific and call me Lord Badger. Hehe, if you came here to say this, you can get out now. Moria was not impressed by Badger's narcissism. Forget it, let's not worry about your problem now. Beiji didn't care about Moria's offense. In his opinion, those virtual generals who saw him gritting their teeth or even spitting on him, all of them were jealous of his appreciation by the tyrant. Even though they had already joined, they still wanted to save face. If they have the ability, they should kneel down and try. Beiji always felt that being able to kneel down was not a skill, but choosing the right time to kneel down was a skill. The virtual generals who would only misunderstand him were short-sighted. If he had the ability, he would be more arrogant than anyone else and have dignity. I think the Shinigami you are facing is very difficult. I saw the Shinigami walking towards this side. The ability of that smiling guy is the shadow type. Maybe he is more suitable for you. Hehe, I don't remember you being that kind-hearted. Badger. Moria looked at Badger and didn't feel warm at all about his behavior. Although he didn't know what Badger was up to, Moria didn't refuse at the first time. Because he wanted to go to the real world, but he couldn't do anything to the Shinigami on the opposite side. He didn't forget that the other party was only the first release, and the Shinigami had the last release. As the vice-captain of the 13th Division, he didn't believe that the Shinigami in front of him didn't have the last release. So Badger's arrival also saved Moria. What are you talking about? We are from the same era and were once allies. How could I hurt you? Beiji lied with his eyes open. In his incomplete memory, there is the figure of Moria. Although his memory is so incomplete that only Moria's image is left, and he doesn't even know his name. But Badger is sure that Moria is from the same era as him. Therefore, after meeting Moria for the first time, for this big virtual who is both familiar and unfamiliar, Badger wants to recruit him. Unfortunately, Moria grows faster than him later. But in any case, they once occupied a virtual crystal mine together, which can be regarded as an alliance. Of course, for Badger, good allies are naturally used to pit. Although Badger doesn't know what trump card the silver-haired death god has that can threaten him. But it doesn't matter, just let Moria take it. That guy is not simple. Otherwise you wouldn't come. I can help you. Beauty, you have to help me defeat this death god, and I still have questions to ask him. No problem. The two communicated smoothly and reached a verbal agreement at once. Facing Moria, Badger agreed very readily. After all, he only said it, whether he was active or not in action was another matter. Now, what he wanted was to slack off. When the battle situation was uncertain, it was right to slack off. Of course, he had to show it at the beginning. Buzz buzz. The dark flash condensed in his hand, and then shot towards the Kung Fu master who was blocking Mel. Wherever it passed, Moria's shadow army blocking the flash was shattered. This was Badger's virtual flash, which had the characteristic of crushing and was a virtual flash with extremely high attack power. Facing Badger's virtual flash, the Qigong master's face changed drastically, and he dodged the virtual flash with a push-up. Boom boom. The virtual flash shot directly in front of Mel. Just as the round started once a minute. As soon as the invincible state was turned on, the virtual flash in front of Mel was hit. The flash quickly dissipated. What is this? Seeing that the Qigong master did not even take the virtual flash and fell to the ground, Moria narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt as if he had found a blind spot. In fact, this is indeed the weakness of the Qigong master. He can only bounce humanoid units. If you directly take the virtual flash, it would be like the real Qigong master taking the laser cannon, which is obviously unscientific for the Qigong master. Although it is worth complaining about, this is the attribute of the Qigong master card. It is scientific to use invisible Qigong to hit people, but if you let the Qigong master take the bullet with his hand and the laser cannon with his face, this obviously does not conform to the logic of the Qigong master. Swish, swish, swish. The black virtual bullet leaped out. The Qigong master dodged in a panic and barely avoided the attack. That's it. Moria put down his raised hand. He suddenly felt a little stupid. A large group of shadow troops surrounded and attacked, but it was not as effective as Badger's virtual flash. After a long time, it turned out that the opponent was good at close combat defense, but was a novice at long-range combat. Sure enough, how could a mere initial release be so powerful? It turned out that his thinking was not keeping up. Moria had suddenly realized it, and he felt that he was doing it again. Swish! He did not wait for the cloud to shine, and directly ignored Badger and attacked again. Intense shadow flashes shone in his palm. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The shadow troops blocking the front also sank into the shadows and dodged. This time, Moria wanted to blow up the front at once. He didn't believe that the annoying old man who blocked him could still survive. This is really too much. He actually wanted to beat the old man. Faced with Moria's move, Mel was very calm. On the panel, a card automatically flipped under the Qigong master's card. There was a blue light wave on the card, and the name Kamehapa was written below it. The cards in the upper and lower card slots began to glow and link, and the character card and skill card were linked successfully. As a Qigong master, it is normal to know Kamehameha. Kamehape Qigong. The Qigong master was full of energy, and his hands were slightly clasped on his right waist. Blue balls of light appeared in the palms of both hands and glowed violently. Yay! Chapter 702. Since ancient times, the left side of the wave has lost, and the decline and the ceiling of evil have released the crystal. Moria was surprised that the Qigong master launched the Kamehameha. But he had to shoot the arrow on the string. Boom! Both sides started to attack at the same time, and the dark hollow flash and the Qigong master's Kamehameha collided. Deafening sounds continued to be heard. A huge air wave pushed out, rolling up countless white sands and leaping out. The violent light and shadows of black and blue kept changing. Such a movement also attracted the nearby fighting big hollows and death gods. They cast their eyes over. Witness the seventh hollow General Mariah and an old man who is incompatible with both the Shinigami and the hollows are fighting. Originally, the Shinigami were a little surprised when they saw the old man. But with Mare standing behind him, some Shinigami suddenly realized. After all, the most nonsensical and incredible Zanpakuto in Soul Society is something that people have never really seen, but they have heard of it. While everyone was watching, the fight continued, and the two sides went back and forth. For a while, it was a stalemate. Ha ha ha, Mariah, you are really going backwards as you grow older. Even an old man like this can fight you, so let me help you. Hearing the ridicule from Badger, Moria's face turned red. But before he could refuse, Badger had already used a stronger black flash than before to attack. This flash directly broke the balance, the dark black swallowed the blue light, and the dazzling light dimmed. At the same time, it was accompanied by a violent and continuous explosion. Boom! The black swallowed the blue light and moved towards the direction of the Qigong master. Obviously, from the surface, the Qigong master failed to fight against the wave. Even though his face turned red and he used all his strength, he could only slow down the speed of the flash. Mower had already made arrangements for this. Another card on the panel flipped and glowed. There was a camera drawn on it. The camera screen has a picture of the left and right waves. Card name: since ancient times, the left side of the wave has lost. This is a prop card. The card is activated, and a camera prop appears out of thin air. Then the camera flies to the side. The Qigong master, Mariah, and Badger's waves are captured on the screen. From its shooting angle, the Qigong master is on the right side of the wave, while Mariah and the others are on the left. In an instant, the effect is activated. The Qigong master only feels a powerful force bursting out of his body. The Kamehameha Qigong, which was still collapsing inch by inch, suddenly seemed to have taken drugs and drunk chicken blood. The output power suddenly expanded, and the light column became larger and larger, pushing back quickly against Mariah and the other's virtual flash. Many. At this time, Badger looked at the Qigong that was quickly returning to the top, and his expression was a little stunned. His virtual flash has a crushing effect, and most of the other big virtuals also take an evasive posture when facing his virtual flash. Obviously, this guy couldn't hold on just now. It was that thing. Beiji turned his eyes to a camera on the side that was aimed at them in mid-air. It was the appearance of this thing that caused the opponent's power to surge and counterattack. Beiji, you hold on first. A shout made Beiji come back to his senses. He saw that Moria's body beside him had half sunk into the shadow. I don't know if it was Beiji's illusion, he seemed to see Moria's expression with gloating. Due to Beiji's intervention, the main force of the attack became Beiji. Now that the offensive was unfavorable, Moria stopped and withdrew to avoid the sharp edge. As for Beiji, he was tough, so let him take it. This was Moria's optimism about Beiji. The unusually hard defense made Moria very envious. Jobs like meat shields should be left to such guys. Asshole. You. Beiji watched Moria disappear into the shadow, and he didn't have time to say anything. Kamehameha had already swallowed him up against his hollow flash. So strong that old man, Lord Badger won't die. How is it possible? Lord Badger has the strongest physical defense among the Vastad hollows, how could he be defeated so easily? Some Ashoka's hollows were horrified when they saw Badger being swallowed by the light wave. The second hollow general still has a lot of value in the eyes of these hollows. After all, when the Hollow Sea recruited people, Badger has always been active in the forefront, and he can even withstand the decay and corruption of the fifth Hollow General. If such a strong Badger is defeated like this, it will be a big blow to the Hollows. Badger. On another battlefield. A human-shaped skeleton wearing a noble coat with a golden and red contrast and a crown on his head looked in the direction of Badger. He is the fifth Hollow General Wetterling, and his ability is decay. In Wetterling's vague memory, he was once a noble king. Later, the country declined in the war, and he died in the decline. Everything will eventually decline, even the noble him. But even if he died, when he came to Hueco Mundo, he was still noble. Until he met Badger. This humiliation of Vastold, who couldn't even use an Aaron car, pressed his head and forced him to surrender. That humiliation will never be forgotten by Whitlin. If there is a chance. Although the fight over there seems to be fierce, can you please? Can you show more respect to the enemy in front of you? A somewhat lazy voice interrupted the thoughts of the fifth virtual general. He turned his eyes back to the man in front of him. The man had a short black haircut, a tall figure, and a brown complexion. There was a number 3 on the back of the white haori he was wearing. It was Egil, the captain of the 3rd division of the Godii 13, and now he was at the 2nd level of spiritual power. At this time, there was a floating blue prism crystal behind Egil. This crystal is 30 centimeters high and still glows slightly, looking very transparent and exquisite. Seeing the King of Decay retract his gaze. On Agra's casual expression, his pupils began to condense slightly. The 5th virtual general, the King of Decay, Wetterling, has the ability of time-based decay, which can burst out black mist that makes everything decay and decay. With his own level of Vastad Great Hollow, this ability is almost invincible. It is precisely because the ability of the King of Decay is too dangerous. Agra would specifically choose this virtual general to fight, because his ability can slightly deal with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black mist that makes everything decay rushes towards Agra. The crystal behind him also begins to exert its power. Countless blue torrents erupt from the crystal like a whirlpool, blocking Agra in front of him. Then, the torrents are stained by the black mist and turn black. If the perspective is enlarged, you can see that the torrents are actually very tiny crystal particles. These crystal particles absorb the black mist and turn black directly, and the black mist disappears with it. As the wave of black fog of the 5th Void General disappeared. Instead, countless tiny black crystals flowed. They floated above Agra's head. This is Agra's Zanpakuta, Fengzi, which is a very special seal-type Zanpakuta. Its special feature is that the sealing effect actually depends on the inclination of the heart. Now it is Agra's solution, Fengzi Jingsheng Crystal. Chapter 703 Supernova Mode, the Death Accelerator. Agra's Zanpakuta has a great restraint on those external abilities or attacks with tricky attributes. Of course, we can also know it from the name of his Zanpakuta. The so-called evil must be the evil power that Agra believes in. This is the way to seal it. If Agra has a high degree of recognition of this power, then the effect will be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, if his enemy is evil, the seal will have a great bonus, and the more evil the greater the bonus. If the opponent is neutral, then his sealing ability will be cut in half. If the opponent is someone he thinks is righteous or kind, then the effect of the sealing ability will fall to the bottom. This is an ability that is closely related to Agle's subjective inclination. It can be said that the different enemies he fights against, the effects of his abilities can be polarized. Fortunately, the enemy this time is Vastad Great Hollow. And the performance of the fifth Hollow General is completely in line with the impression that Agra is evil. Therefore, the ability of the Zanpakuto is very stable. Even though the fifth Hollow General has amazing abilities, he still cannot break through Agra's tiny crystals and is completely sealed. Of course, Agra's abilities are powerful but also have disadvantages. That is, it is not good against physical attacks. Although it can also store impact force, the effect can only be seen by the wise. Fortunately, the fifth Hollow General relies on his abilities to make a living, and he has no idea of fighting in close combat at all. However, even after returning to the blade, his abilities did not work several times. Obviously, he needs to think of other moves. The King of Decay raised the golden scepter in his hand, which is a symbol of his command of decay. Buzz buzz buzz. Red flashes condensed and shone in front of the scepter. Boom boom. The powerful hollow flash that distorted time and space burst out directly. However, even such an amazing virtual flash was swallowed by the blue torrent and turned into bright red particles. After swallowing and sealing such a powerful virtual flash, Agle frowned slightly. The specific power of the King of Decay and the explosive power of the virtual flash, after sealing, put a lot of pressure on him. The black or red torrents that still surged after being sealed were still under his control. That's why there is a load. It's easy to solve the load problem. If you can seal, you can release, or even purify. Just like he understood the two words of release and purification. Buzz buzz buzz. The red and black torrents that sealed the power condensed in Agle's hands. Finally, two crystal guns appeared in his hands, one red and one black. There are two ways to purify, one is to target power, and the other is to target people. Targeting power is to offset the power of the seal with power. This method consumes too much. Unless the opponent still has control over the power of the seal, Agle will not take this approach. For him, releasing the load is a good choice. Swoosh! Under the surprised eyes of the King of Decay, Agra's red crystal pistol directly shot out a red light. That was his virtual flash. The King of Decay felt it was difficult at a glance. The power that could resist him could even be released again to attack him. This guy. He looked at Agra with murderous intent. While the King of Decay continued to fight Agra with murderous intent. The battlefield on the Mel side. The dusty smoke had dissipated due to the wave environment. Beiji's figure reappeared in front of everyone. His dark body became more and more dazzling. The fleshy part of his body also swelled up, looking a little exaggerated. Of course, change is part of it. He also posed a posture showing his biceps, plus he put on a cocky smile. He looked like he deserved a beating. I knew it, how could anything happen to Lord Badger? Finally appeared. The legendary supernova mode, this is the real power given by the tyrant. Some hollows who were watching the show began to praise him. The so-called supernova mode is a form that Badger developed using the power given by the tyrant. In this form, he looks strong and has a dazzling black light, so Badger named it the supernova mode. Supernova. This is a word that occupies a large proportion in Badger's memory, the most dazzling new star among pirates. He felt that this name was very consistent with his current situation in the vast old hollow, so he used it. Although he didn't have such a thing as a return to the blade, the hollows didn't have it either. This shows that the path of the Arankar is wrong. Badger felt that he should follow the footsteps of the hollows, and maybe one day he could become a hollow. Of course, the premise is that this war crisis is passed smoothly. Swoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, Badger instantly appeared in front of the camera in the air. Bang! The camera shattered. The next moment he returned to the original position, as if he had not moved just now. This was not a sound but a simple speed. This scene was also seen by Moria, who emerged from the shadow. What a conceited guy! Please give me flowers. Moria looked at Badger with some disdain. However, looking at Badger's show-off and the speed that even he could only see the after-image, he felt a little sour, this sour only a little. Moria firmly believed that only the power gained by one's own struggle was the real power. Damn old man, you just relied on that thing to show off your power. Now try it again. Facing Badger's provocation while doing bodybuilding posture, the Qigong master had no expression on his face. Tisk. Seeing that the Qigong master ignored him, the next moment Badger appeared in front of the Qigong master, and one of his forehands pressed towards the Qigong master. Facing Beiji's sudden attack, the Qigong master's pupil shrank slightly. Bang! A body the shadow flew backwards, but it was Badger. 0. 0. He landed perfectly with a graceful rotation in the air, and his face was full of doubt after landing. He had obviously used the supernova mode, but he didn't notice anything just now, and he was thrown out by the huge force. While Badger was doubtful, Moria was also a little shocked. Although Moria had a lot of opinions about Badger, but his power was real, and Moria knew it very well. He didn't expect that after Badger used such power, the old man could still blow away the approaching people like before, without even touching. Such power suddenly reminded Moria of some compulsory abilities in the world that were like rules. But even with such abilities, it is possible to ignore them with strong domineering. And Badger himself has the power to ignore various abilities. Obviously, this guy's compulsory effect is very strong. While Moria was thinking, Yunzao also came in front of him. It seems that I have to change my opponent. Looking at the Grim Reaper who came and said with a smile, Mariah could only calm down. It was just right to let Badger test the opponent first, so he would fight with this Grim Reaper first and see if he could get some information. Because Mel was a little difficult to deal with, Mariah no longer had much expectations. His target turned to other Grim Reapers instead. And the smiling Grim Reaper in front of him was his new target. When Mariah and Yunzao were preparing for a duel, 2 new cards were turned over in the upper and lower card slots on the panel of Mel's side. One was painted with a chef, and the other was painted with a big pot of chicken soup. The 2 glowed, and the linkage was successful. A death-inducing person holding chicken soup suddenly appeared. Yee! Chapter 704 Mariah, come and save me, King Gluo Enchinyan. Ha 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 ha, chicken soup is coming. Accompanied by Badger's somewhat confused eyes, a cook walked towards him with chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Drink it. Drink it. It's such a wonderful thing to taste delicious chicken soup. Looking at the man running towards him and saying this, the smile on his face made Badger feel confused. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? After asking himself 3 questions in his heart, Badger came back to his senses and grinned. He is not a fool, how could he drink the stuff provided by the enemy? Only ghosts drink your chicken soup. Die for me. In just a moment, Badger rushed to the death-inducing officer. The dark and shiny muscles in his arms were tense, and he was about to punch this inexplicable guy. Beiji didn't believe that this guy who appeared could also bounce him away like the old man before. 210 bang! As Moria looked over here from time to time while fighting, Beiji grabbed the big pot of chicken soup from the death-inducing officer. He started to drink tons of it. Finally, he put all the chicken bones in his mouth, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them all. This scene made Moria a little confused. No? An inexplicable person appeared on the opposite side and gave him chicken soup. You let the other party die in the previous second, and you drank it all in the next second? Even if you are powerful, you can't be so reckless. Moria was complaining in his heart, but he guessed that it was the work of the god of death. Otherwise, even if Badger was arrogant, he wouldn't be as stupid as a fool. In fact, Moria's guess came true. On Mel's panel, a card on the card slot was slowly dissipating. Card name, True Fragrance Law, Conditional Trigger Card. Specify a unit, and when the unit shows clear resistance to a certain food, it will be activated, and the effect is True Fragrance. It smells so good. As Badger sighed, his expression suddenly stiffened. Because the effect of the True Fragrance Law ended when he shouted True Fragrance. At this time, his heart was cold. He just couldn't control himself and drank the chicken soup. This uncontrollable behavior made Badger feel terrified. It was the work of the Grim Reaper. Although he was able to control himself again, Badger was a little discouraged. It would be better to let Moria take care of this strange ability. Since you have already drunk the chicken soup, I will tell you. I poisoned this chicken soup. While Badger was silent, the death accelerator in front of him set him on fire. Die! With a huge explosion. A large area of white sand poured towards the distance like a tsunami, and some of the great hollows and the grim reapers were also affected by this terrifying wave. Every move was like a natural disaster. The death accelerator died before he could even finish his words, leaving no ashes. As a death accelerator, he only had the power of chicken soup, and he himself was a rookie. Of course, the chicken soup made from 2 cards, plus the difficulty of getting the enemy to drink it obediently. Under such a premise, the chicken soup has a strong effect. After Badger made a blow, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. The whole Su half knelt on the ground, and drops of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Damn! This poison is so poisonous. If possible, Badger wanted to spit out the chicken soup he had eaten. However, the thing dissipated as soon as it entered his stomach, leaving him no room to control it. Moo! A cow cry attracted Badger's attention, and he looked up. He saw a strong and muscular bull shaking its tail and running towards him, with a dazzling green light spreading on its body. At a glance, Badger could feel the explosive power of the bull. If he was still in his prime, it would be fine. But now his whole body was numb, and his body was directly hit by the poison, and his recovery speed was slow. Asshole Moria! Come and save me! Badger yelled before he could finish his words. The huge shock wave drove him to fly from a half-kneeling posture. A huge voice that touched the heartstrings resounded in Badger's mind. Charge for love! The Minotaur charged for love, and the green light hit Badger's face with its sandbag-sized fist. In slow motion, Badger's face led his head to slowly deform, changing to an exaggerated degree. It was as if his head had become a rubber band and could be kneaded at will. Even though he had an indestructible body, Badger felt that his body was bursting and wailing at this moment. Especially his head, which hurt so much. Boom! A huge green light burst out, like a huge hourglass turning from a dot to a tornado and tilting horizontally to the distance. Everywhere it passed, there was a mess. So scary. At this time, outside the Pyramid Fortress, the temporary base of the God of Death, Captain of the 10th Division, Pivot, looked at the spectacular scene with a look of shock. Pivot had also been beaten by the Minotaur. That was why cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because when the Minotaur attacked him with such power, he was afraid that he would not even be able to find his head and would die on the spot. Sure enough, the teacher still loves me. After being beaten by the Minotaur, Pivot couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. With the comparison, Pivot suddenly felt that compared to the external enemy, the teacher had been much gentler to him. So powerful. Sure enough, my brother is the most powerful. The second general was easily defeated by my brother. I have to work hard too. Facing the hollows that came from around the pyramid to attack. Semifu, the captain of the 7th Division, was full of energy and began to swing her Zanpakuta. The seemingly ordinary flames spread out like a stream of water. Some hollows who dared to attack the base and had intelligence were also trembling as they looked at the flames that swept in like a tide. They had seen it before. Some Ashoka's hollows were contaminated by these flames and were directly burned to death. Only some powerful Ashoka's hollows could forcibly extinguish them with their abilities or spiritual pressure. Some even had to break off the part that was contaminated with flames to avoid death. That's right, in order not to become a victim. Some clever Ashokas have driven nearby Killian and ordinary hollows to besiege. There are quite a few of these Killian and ordinary hollows near the Hollow Sea base. When recruiting hollows, the tyrant among the hollows only focused on Vastold. Even the Ashoka's hollows it was incidental. But in reality, in the 5.7 virtual circle, those Jillians who have been growing only by devouring virtuals. They have always been one of the core forces of the Ashokas and Vastod virtuals. Simple IQ, good strength. They form a group to attack virtual flash groups with good power. And those Jillian virtuals who grow up by virtual crystals are the core of the core. So there are a large number of Jillians gathered by the Ashokas near the virtual sea station. They are not far away and are directly driven here to be cannon fodder. As for why do these Ashokas virtuals want to bite this temporary base of the God of Death? Naturally, it is because there are two virtual generals staring at this base. One is the 10th virtual general King Gluo, who has the ability to create illusions and is keen on ruling. The other is more heavyweight. The 6th virtual general Shinyan has a strong fire ability and abnormal recovery ability. Chapter 705 The most dangerous Zanpakuta in Soul Society, I am afraid. The orders of the two hollow generals could not be ignored by the Ashoka's hollows. It was just that the opponent's ability was too strong. Those seemingly ordinary flames were very scary, and it seemed that they would never stop until they were touched. The Ashoka's hollows who cherished their lives could only let the weaker Jillian hollows and ordinary hollows take over. Under their coercion, those ordinary hollows continued to fight. Those Jillians also began to gather hollows to attack in groups. The army composed of Jillians and ordinary hollows also made Semaphore work harder. Countless flames accompanied her Zanpakuta and covered the surroundings. This scene made Bivit tremble with fear. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Semaphore, you should take a rest first. Let me fight next, and you just sit by the side. You. Hearing what Bivit said, Semaphore didn't say much. But her slightly rolling eyes said it all. It's not that she looked down on Bivit, but Bivit's 28 ability simply couldn't handle this situation. Even if his Zanpakuto is known as the strongest wind-type Zanpakuto. But facing so many hollows, he was going to be defeated. After all, Pivot is still a third-class spirit. It has a good combat power due to its powerful ability, but its cruising is very poor. Even if there is no cruising problem, those more powerful Ashokas will rush forward. Pivot will be beaten and flee. Looking at the contemptuous expression of Semaphore, Pivot felt that he was hit by a critical hit. But he still reminded. Semaphore, you can't go on like this. Otherwise if you don't control your flame well, it will be too dangerous. Looking at the continuously burning flame, Pivot's face showed a worried look. The reason why Pivot was worried was very simple. After Semaphore's Zanpakuta was released, it was named the most dangerous Zanpakuta in Soul Society. Because after Semaphore's release, the flame has a terrifying burning characteristic. The flame with this characteristic is like a flame to a dead tree to a spirit particle. Therefore, for Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, which are composed of spirit particles, Shimafu's Zanpakuta poses a huge threat. If her flames are not controlled well, it may cause a huge disaster. In extreme cases, it may destroy Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. That's why Shimafu's Zanpakuta is considered the most dangerous Zanpakuta. After discussion at the captain's meeting, her Zanpakuta can only use the de-release in a special training ground. At other times, there is no lifting of the ban at the captain's meeting. She cannot use the de-release. Even if the ban is lifted, at least one captain must be watching. Stop her possible out-of-control behavior in time. It's really annoying, I'm still a long way from losing control. Shimafu said so. But she gathered the surrounding flames around the pyramid to form a huge circle. If there are too many flames, she will indeed lose control. But now this threshold is still far away. With a fire-type Zanpakuta with burning as its characteristic, Shimafu is not worried about cruising. Because she just set a fire, the flame will spread automatically, so the consumption is very low. In this way, the consumption of controlling the flame is higher. However, the consumption of controlling the flame is actually very low. That is why she is one of the death gods who is least afraid of attrition wars and sieges. As long as the opponent's strength cannot defeat her in a short time or ignore her flames, then she is sure to drag the opponent to death. Okay, you do it. Seeing that Simif listened to the advice, Bivit breathed a sigh of relief. He looked in front of him and saw a powerful Ashoka's hollow using the ability of freezing to forcibly extinguish part of the flames. Although the consumption is very high, it can eventually open up a channel for some other hollows. Obviously, there are still capable hollows in the Ashoka's hollow. The hollows in this world are all taken from the real world. There are many people who have the ability of devil fruits or special talents or racial talents before they die. In this case, many hollows also gain relatively powerful abilities. Even if it is Ashoka's level, it does not mean that it is necessarily weak. Maybe a terrifying ability will pop out. So even if Bivit has the strongest Zanpakuta of the wind type, he dare not be careless. When he fights those hollows that may break through the fire circle. There are two figures on a sand dune in the distance, looking at this side quietly. One of them is a black-haired man with a hairstyle similar to Aizen, with pale green pupils and a gentle smile on his face. He is the 10th Hollow General King Gluo, a rookie of the vast old hollow. The other is a 3-meter-tall white-haired man with wings and brown skin. The white-haired man is the 6th Hollow General Shinyan. From his characteristics, we can see the racial characteristics of his life, and this is indeed the case. He was a member of the Lunaria tribe. Not only that, he also had the ability of the devil fruit, the mythical beast phoenix. This time, Shinyan ordered the hollows to attack just to see how powerful the little guy who was once a member of the same tribe was. As for King Guo, it is different. He is just killing time. The power of that god of death is really amazing. I wonder will those flames dissipate by themselves? Looking at the fire circle in the distance, King Guo's face was full of inquiry. If we look at the inclination, King Guo is somewhat inclined to scientists. It's just that this scientist's attitude is more casual, and he is simply half-baked. Shen Yan was silent about King Guo's words. Seeing Shen Yan's silence, King Guo set his sights on the more distant sky 470. 470 THAT is the place where Aizen and the Demon Lord fought. Shen Yan, let's go together then. I want to go to the present world and see a bigger place. This time Shen Yan did not remain silent, he stared into King Guo's eyes. Is he the man you chose? No, he chose me. While they were communicating, Aizen's battlefield also suddenly changed. As Aizen cut the Demon Lord into several pieces again, this time without waiting for the Demon Lord to recover. A spherical purple light suddenly appeared and enveloped the Demon Lord. In the shock of the Demon King, his body began to split rapidly, infinitely, and finally turned into the most basic spirit particles. If it is the Tyrant King or Baijun becomes the most basic spirit particle, then he is doomed. But the Demon King is not dead, his thoughts are still echoing in this purple light space. Excellent ability, but I am afraid, fear will not die. It is really amazing that he is not dead even in this way, but we can't be happy too early. The figure of Li Hun appeared in front of the purple light sphere, and she said in amazement. It is her ability that turned the Demon King into a basic spirit particle. Her ability is essentially a word, separation. Any life is formed by the aggregation of particles, and life cannot be maintained as long as it is separated. Chapter 706 New Super Hollow and Mother, Disordered Evolution. It's just that the nature of Mo Kun's ability is very high, coupled with the special nature of the fear ability. This power has penetrated into his entire soul. Even if the body has been decomposed into the most basic spirit particles, these spirit particles still have some connection and try to reunite. However, when Li Hun attacked, he had already considered this situation. You are so lucky. My binding technique has only been perfected for a short time. Looking at the spirit particles gathering faster inside the sphere, Li Hun also pursed his lips slightly and smiled. As she smiled, a pentagram array began to emerge below the purple sphere. The crystal tablets made of spirit crystals transformed from virtual crystals appeared one by one at the nodes of the pentagram array. Li Hun's Zanpakuto ability was also revoked. Suddenly, a blue light column expanded and enveloped the Demon Lord who was still gathering. Inner Binding Technique, 5 Spirit Sealing. The pentagrams appeared and disappeared in the light column, connecting with each other. The dazzling light column also attracted the attention of many hollows and death gods. As the light column gradually dissipated, the 5 spirit tablets in the pentagram were also dyed black, and there were blue lines intertwined on the surface. Really amazing. The members of the Zero Division are really worthy of their reputation. Hearing Aizen's praise, Li Hun didn't care. Captain Aizen is still awesome. If it weren't for you, I would have been spotted by this hollow. Li Hun thought that she could succeed in the sneak attack mainly because of Aizen's ability to cover up and Moken's carelessness. This time, she also understood by watching and successfully sealing. Aizen's ability is probably not as simple as the rumors, and Bai Ming can't know his ability. How is it possible? The Demon King disappeared. Did he lose? On the other side, the hollows who witnessed the complete disappearance of the Demon King were in an uproar. Although the Demon King's strength has never been shown positively, but its position in the Hollow Sea organization is as the head of the Hollow Kings. Since it is the head of the Hollow Kings, its strength must be stronger than the Tyrant King. But the current situation makes the Hollows feel a little cold. The other 2 Hollow Kings have not yet decided the winner, and the fight over there is over. Will they be in a huge passive situation next? Boom! The huge vibration sounded again. Tyrant ignored Scarlet's repulsion and looked in the direction of Aizen. Mara. At this time, Tyrant's mood was a bit complicated. Although they were born not long ago, they were both offspring differentiated from the mother body, so they still had some feelings. However, Tyrant also knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. Mara was not dead yet. If he died, this guy would probably not die. He could still be saved. Because the mother body was finally differentiated, they would also have a new companion. Boom! when the hollows were a little discouraged. In the big valley in the center of the Hollow Sea base camp, red and dark light and shadow burst out, reaching the sky and turning into a pillar of light. The whole sky seemed to be dyed dark red, looking very depressing. That was. The hollows and the death gods stared at that direction in amazement. In the pillar of light that reached the sky, a figure similar in size to the hollows slowly emerged, and its appearance was dark red. Looking at the distorted light and shadow, the hollow and the god of death felt as if they were in purgatory. Roar! Accompanied by a huge roar, a pair of red lights pierced the sky, and that was the newly appeared super hollow opening its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, Lihun ran away with 5 demon-suppressing spirit tablets. Leaving only a sentence, "I'll go find support," he left Aizen behind. As a researcher, Lihun always felt that fighting and killing did not suit her character. Unless she was sure of a sure kill, she would not bother to take action. This newly appeared hollow was very fierce at first glance, and it was not the only one. There was another one, as if it had poked the nest of the super hollow. Lihun felt that he should take it easy and let Qunyi take the beating. Really a surprise. Aizen ignored Lihun's running away, but instead set his sights behind the hollow covered with flames of destruction. There, another hollow also emerged silently. The body of this hollow is like a rough fish shape made up of messy black lines. People who see it will only feel an extremely contradictory and chaotic feeling, as if it is chaos. Only Aizen knows it is not chaos, but evolution, disordered evolution. If Aizen's evolution belongs to orderly evolution, then this hollow is disordered evolution. Disordered body, disordered soul, disordered will, disordered mind. Everything is disordered. That is why it fits disordered evolution perfectly. As long as it is needed, it can evolve, exploring the greatest possibility with disorder. This extreme is even breaking the upper limit of its evolutionary ability. Such a brilliant power is exactly what Aizen lacks and what he desires. However, it is so powerful because of its purity. So much so that Aizen alone is not sure to deal with it. And now, it is obviously in a weak state after giving birth to a new offspring. Aizen feels that this is the best time. As long as someone holds its offspring and does not disturb him. On the other side, the soul left came to the pyramid base, dropped a few demon sealing spirit tablets and ran away again. These demon sealing spiritual tablets cannot be placed in the spirit subspace ring due to the power of the demon lord. So, they can only be placed in the base temporarily. She only left a warning and ignored the death gods in the base, and ran directly to Qunyi. "Qunyi, it's your turn. That big virtual is an attacking type at first glance, you should go over quickly. Let me take this virtual general." Looking at Lihun's expression of "go and send it quickly," Qunyi felt a little unhappy. But, she still went over honestly. This time, Lihun solved the demon lord, so she also had to make some achievements. Swoosh! As Qunyi performed the wind instant coax, her figure disappeared. Watching Qunyi leave, Lihun set his sights on the girl in front of him. "Then come on." The first virtual general Aiyan. Hearing Lihun's words, Aiyan, who had always been expressionless, had her pupils shrink slightly. Because she had never told other virtuals her name, and she rarely spoke, let alone told others her name. No one else tried to find out her name, and they always called her Suze. She was the only one who knew her name. "Just call yourself Aiyan. Zhao zhao zhao. Don't worry, I'll watch you." The first hazy memory had that illusory and blurred figure. "You." She spoke hesitantly. She was very emotional, but she seemed very calm when she spoke. I think I accidentally let it slip." Lihun rarely stuck out his tongue mischievously, and said a little embarrassedly. "Well, just pretend you didn't hear it just now, I'll start over again. First virtual general, then let's fight." This time, Aiyan responded lightly. His expression was calm, but his strength was soaring rapidly. Aiyan didn't have any return blade, and she didn't need to separate her spirit core to grow her strength steadily. Her ability was so strong that she only needed to stay in place to automatically devour the spirit particles of the Hueco Mundo to achieve the limit of the Vastode Hollow. And this was not her limit. "Oh! This is trouble." Looking at Aiyan, who was emitting a terrifying sense of oppression, Lihun's mouth corners slightly raised. Jin. Chapter 707 The Reason for the Birth of the Hollow Lords, the Elegy of Immortality. On the other side, Kyunyi had already arrived in front of the super hollow emitting dark red flames. And the hollows in other positions saw two new super hollows that looked terrifying at first glance appearing in their base camp. They were re-excited all of a sudden. It turned out that they still had a trump card. The super hollow emitting dark red flames looked terrifying at first glance, although the hollow behind it didn't have much momentum. But as long as you look over and feel the chaos and weirdness, you will know that this is not good either. Now they don't have to worry too much. It seems that their Hueco Mundo still has something. Some big hollows even complained in their hearts. If they had a trump card, they should have used it earlier. Now it's too late to come out after the Demon Lord is gone. However, as weaklings, these big hollows only complained in their hearts. In the end, they stared at the battlefield in the distance. As for the battle with the God of Death, it is obvious that they will try to draw a line. Some even went to command the Jillian-level big hollows and ordinary hollows, and just watched. What a group of smart hollows, it feels not much different from humans. Yun Zhao focused his eyes on the battlefield in the distance. His opponent Moria ran away, and before running away, he also picked up the second virtual general Xiaobijin who was struggling on the ground. The opponent had no more. This time, Yun 940 Zhao did not go to find virtual general 940 again, but came to the third seat of the fifth team, Xinyu. Now seeing the two super virtuals appear, Yun Zhao began to explain the aftermath to Xinyu. After all, Xinyu felt puzzled when listening to Yun Zhao's words, and even wondered if Yun Zhao was sick. Even if two terrifying super virtuals appeared in the virtual sea, there is no need to give up treatment so quickly. Maybe he will die before Yun Zhao. Looking at Xinyu's ghost look, Yun Zhao smiled and did not explain anything. The eye-catching sky. Qian Yi directly confronted the new super virtual. Knew after the newborn super hollow had a little understanding of the current situation, it was ready to attack Aizen. After all, the mission inherited from the mother body must be the priority. Needless to say, the chaotic and disordered mother body was against Aizen from the beginning. The mother body of the super hollows was born based on disordered evolution. It can carry out targeted evolution or adaptive evolution according to the opponent and environment. However, since it is disordered, it has no concept of enemies at all. However, its birth was promoted by the root consciousness. That's right, even if everything is reorganized every time it evolves. But it still has one thing that remains unchanged, that is, a continuous mission. It is this mission that pulls it. The continuous system nutrients in the world are transmitted to it through this connection. This super hollow began to evolve rapidly according to these system nutrients. Evolved the form of the corresponding system in an adaptive way. As this form evolved to almost the top, it was differentiated and inherited in the form of offspring. That's right. The first super hollow tyrant was born, the second white lord, the third demon lord, and now the fourth super hollow. If the first three super hollows were evolved based on the haki of the present world, the system of Everfrost Island, and the flourishing demons and magic patterns, then the fourth super hollow is different. There is no environment in the present world where such power prevails. The reason why this power can become the nutrient provided by the root consciousness. It is entirely due to the divine battle between Dio and Iora Yagami not long ago. Dio reproduced the dark red sun of the past, although it was quickly sealed by Iora Yagami. But this power appeared so clearly and conspicuously, and Dio did not take any measures to prevent leakage. As a result, this power was reflected by the root consciousness and became the nutrient of the Hueco Mundo mother body. Now, this brilliant power is mastered by the newly born super hollow. Its combat power is very amazing. At least, it was just one blow. The dark red flame turned into a pillar of heaven. Kyunyi, who was blocking it from supporting the mother body, was completely wiped out on the spot. But before this hollow could go to support the mother body, it discovered. The figure that was originally destroyed reappeared, and burst out with a more terrifying spiritual pressure than before. So powerful occupied 8 trials at once. At this time, Kyunyi held a red blade in her hand. 12 red crosses were suspended behind her, and there was a blood bead in the center of each cross. Now 8 blood beads were lit up, emitting a faint blood light. This is Kyunyi's solution, the elegy of immortality. Immortality is the essence of Kyunyi's ability. Her first release of the death song, on the surface, is an ability to kill with one blow. The actual ability is to scratch the opponent. Use a higher level of immortality to suppress the opponent's immortality factor, causing the opponent's body to collapse and die. So the essence of her ability is immortality. The solution has 12 immortality trials. Light up the immortality trial according to the death factor, and then revive and gain immunity to the upper limit of the death factor. Generally speaking, the stronger the death factor is, the more immortal trials will be lit. Once, Kyunyi faced Cerulean's 15 million degree high temperature attack, and only 5 immortal trials were lit. But now, facing this super hollow, 8 were lit at once. The temperature is not too high, but the strong destructive power inside makes even her immortal ability feel scared. Kyunyi feels her spiritual pressure that exceeds the death god dimension. This spiritual pressure increase is not due to her Zanpakuta ability, but the ring on her left hand. This silver ring given by her father has the function of turning the death factor into power, which is very suitable for her ability. If there is no ring, Kyunyi would not dare to adopt this standing and fighting method, otherwise there is a real risk of being beaten to death. Even if she has the immortal ability. But the ability of the hollow in front of her is not to be underestimated, and the spiritual pressure is far greater than her. With the original spiritual pressure, even the immortal ability can't hold her. She didn't die. The newly appeared super hollow looked at Kyunyi with some doubts. He clearly felt the other party's breath dissipated just now. However, the newly born hollow did not think too much. If he could not die once, he could just try again. Boom! The huge dark red light column enveloped Kyunyi again. Swish! The knife light flashed, and the entire light column broke into two. In the twisted light column, Kyunyi's figure slowly emerged, without any damage. Is that all? Kyunyi looked at the hollow in front of her quietly. Now she is immune to the attack of that level just now, and her spiritual pressure has also risen to a higher level. These two factors combined, if this hollow does not use a stronger attack, then even the wound cannot hurt her. Hey! The flaming hollow was a little confused. He had just separated from the chaotic mother body and his thoughts were still quite chaotic. He could not think coherently. However, he was so powerful that he could fly away. If he didn't think coherently, he would not think. The next moment, the huge dark red fireball swallowed Kyunyi. Then it began to collapse rapidly, and the endless flames seemed to turn into a point. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of tearing. The space-time structure of this area was directly destroyed. The entire Hueco Mundo was shaken by the destruction of this part of the space-time structure, as if the entire Hueco Mundo was shaking. Boom! The hollows and death gods in the distance looked at the huge black hole opened by the flames in shock. Buzz! As Hueco Mundo began to repair itself, the terrifying attack came to an end. Chapter 708 The Demise of the Fallen Hollows, Make Me Successful. As the broken black hole began to repair, Kyunyi's figure was also restored in the hazy blood. With the same death factor and my spiritual pressure level just now, 2 more trials were lit up. After the recovery, Kyunyi felt the spiritual pressure that surged again, and was also shocked. If someone else wanted to deal with her, then they would generally use different attribute factors to cause her death and try to consume the undead trials. But the hollow in front of him did not have this awareness and directly used the flames. But even so, the second flaming attack was terrifyingly powerful. Even though she was immune to a lot of damage, it still consumed 2 of her undead trials. If she hadn't increased her spiritual pressure before, I'm afraid all 12 undead trials would have been lit up. It's my turn. At this time, Kyunyi's spiritual pressure rose again with the help of the ring chain. Her spiritual pressure was close to that of the hollow in front of her, and she had a stronger resistance to the flames of this flame hollow. So, Kyunyi didn't want to continue standing still. Swoosh! It was just a moment. Her figure appeared in front of the super hollow, and a flash of blood passed by. A wound appeared directly on the super hollow's body. Blood like magma slowly flowed out. The dripping blood stained the white sand below. Stimulated by the stinging pain, the flame hollow's somewhat confused thoughts began to quickly become clear. Then he took the initiative to stimulate his body functions. The area around the wound began to wriggle, trying to repair the body. It was just that it couldn't be repaired anyway, so it could only be tightened by physical compression to stop the bleeding. This scene also frightened Kyunyi secretly. As long as her Zanpakuta cut the enemy's wound, the immortal power would suppress all the opponent's immortal factors through the wound. In this case, it created a one-hit kill effect. However, the hollow in front of her was hit by her, and the wound could not heal normally. There was no sign of serious injury, let alone death. In fact, Kyunyi still underestimated this flaming hollow. Although it didn't heal for a while. But the immortal power that invaded through the wound was being quickly destroyed by some abstract flames in its body. It can be said that in a short while, the wound of the flaming hollow will heal itself. The ability has reached this level, and it has already had regular characteristics. In this case, it is really not an easy thing to want to die. Boom! The flaming hollow, whose mind began to clear, did not use flame attacks again. He looked at the 12 immortal trials behind Kyunyi thoughtfully. Then he swam out directly, and his whale-like huge head crashed towards Kyunyi like a cone. A huge dark red enveloped Kyunyi's vision, as if a meteorite was coming in an instant. Boom! The huge explosive force generated by the flames as the driving force set off a terrible and scorching shock wave. The shock wave swept across the sky, forming a huge dark red flame circle. Whoosh! The wind was surging, and circles of air waves blocked the head of the flaming hollow. Kyunyi was seen holding her Zanpakuta horizontally, and waves of air swirled around her limbs like whirlpools. This was her Shunhong. Using Shunhong while using her Zanpakuta's release and ring chain was also a challenge for Kyunyi. Fortunately, her Zanpakuta was largely passive, and so was her ring chain. So the mental energy consumption was not too serious. Now with the blessing of Shunhong, her combat power has been improved again. Even the hollow in front of her could hardly do anything to her. What a tenacious fellow! Looking at the little fellow in front of her who was forcing against its cone head, the fiery hollow also felt the tenacity of the other party. It was obviously very weak at the beginning. Buzz buzz buzz! The dark red light was condensing, and a huge hollow flash condensed above the head of the fiery hollow. Kyunyi's pupils shrank slightly, but she did not hesitate and acted quickly. When Kyunyi was fighting with the fiery hollow, Aizen and the Hollow Lord's mother body were fighting fiercely. The mother body kept transforming in the battle with Aizen. Sometimes it turned into a dark appearance similar to Tyrant Kun to resist Aizen's slash. Sometimes it turned into a very special spiritual hollow against Aizen's Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and maxed out its resistance to mental types. Sometimes it turned into a hollow that stopped time in light form against Aizen. After discovering that Aizen used his evolutionary ability to counter the time stop. Please give me flowers 00. Finally, it finally freezes into a special form, which can degenerate the opponent into a fallen form. Please give me flowers 00. This ability is aimed at the evolution of Aizen, to knock down his power. It's just no matter how the mother body changes. It has no real soul, emotion, will, only coldness and machinery. The reason for this it is because once the will and emotion evolve to form the self will no longer choose disordered evolution in order to maintain itself. Only disordered souls can fit disordered evolution. Obviously, self is not needed for this ability. But that's exactly the case. Aizen has no fear of the hollow in front of him. In his eyes, this hollow without intelligence is like a grain of sand, a flower, or a delicacy. Although it is powerful, there is nothing worth mentioning. Really a pitiful posture. When the mother body showed the fallen form, Aizen's face seemed to be filled with pity. The fallen mother body has a huge crystal embedded in its forehead. This crystal can emit a degenerate light, causing Aizen's ability to degenerate. But facing the fallen hollow, Aizen was indifferent, but walked towards the fallen hollow step by step. A ray of light formed above Aizen's head. A phantom jade bead loomed in the light. As soon as this phantom gem appeared, it was intertwined with the crystal on the forehead of the fallen hollow. For a moment, the fallen hollow could not move. It's just an accessory after all. In that case, Aizen came to the forehead of the fallen hollow. Crack! Crack! Let me help you end this disorderly sorrow, and then make me successful. Bang! The huge crystal shattered, and a small gem was pinched on the finger of Aizen. The gem was attracted by Aizen's ability and began to emit its legal principles. It complemented Aizen's collapsing jade ability, like stardust flowing to Aizen. As for the fallen hollow, as the gem was taken away by Aizen, its body slowly drifted away, like flying catkins. 00. Chapter 709 Collapse 6, I will stand in the sky. Mother body. The movement here also made all the super hollows riot. Even Soraline and the others could not stop these super hollows, in fact, they did not stop them. Because Aizen took out the dazzling gem from the super hollow, they felt that something was wrong. Although the source of the birth of the Hollow King that seemed to be destroyed. It was just that the strange power that kept fluctuating in Aizen reminded them. Things seemed to be sliding in another not-so-good direction. Boom! As the 3 super hollows came quickly, they surrounded Aizen. Crack! Crack! Bang! Under the angry eyes of the super hollows, the gem held in Aizen's fingers was completely shattered and dissipated. At the moment when Aizen's gem was shattered, as someone upgraded Aizen on the panel, 920 a great force also began to descend on Aizen. The integration period of Aizen's Hujieku ability, which was still being integrated, was skipped and a complete new ability was instantly achieved. It was still Hujieku ability. It was just a complete evolution of disorder and order, and the effect was earth-shaking. Boom! As the new ability was integrated and upgraded, Aizen's spiritual pressure automatically soared. In terms of common basic attributes, the spiritual attribute linked to spiritual pressure directly entered SS and from the limit of the SS range. From the perspective of Hujieku, it belongs to the Hallyu form. This explanation would be more popular. It is just the beginning now. Someone's system has added a huge foundation to the upgrade of the new Hujieku ability. The huge foundation can allow Aizen to climb rapidly in a short period of time. Especially the Hujieku ability is still evolving. Therefore, the so-called Hallyu is just the beginning. Mission. So that's it, it's really interesting. The powerful force filled Aizen's body, but he didn't care too much. Instead, he was thinking about the message emitted from the broken Hujieku. It was this message that made him understand the reason why this super hollow filled with disorder was abnormal. You killed the mother body. Looking at the 3 super hollows surrounding him, Aizen showed a sympathetic attitude. It's pathetic, I'll help you cut off the so-called mission. The 3 super hollows felt that their bodies began to be unable to move. After all, they were hollows differentiated from the fallen hollows, not just offspring. The super hollows born under such circumstances, they themselves will be subject to the fallen hollows. After digesting the Hujieku of the fallen hollows, Aizen also grasped this connection. This time, Aizen drove this connection in the power of their essence in the form of burning. In a short period of time, the 3 super hollows were already unable to move. It was just that they were bound by burning. After this time, the restraints revealed in their essence were exhausted. The super hollows will no longer be controlled by him. But obviously, Aizen doesn't care. For him, these hollows may be the spice of his future life. If they are just puppets, it will be quite boring. Tear. The knife flashed, and a certain mission connected to the restraint was followed by Aizen. The abstract connection was severed. With the severance of this mission, the 3 super hollows also felt a lot more relaxed. However, even without the mission. But the hatred of killing their mother was enough to make them continue to be hostile to Aizen. Welcome to revenge, with your own will, I am looking forward to it. But before that, Aizen adjusted his reflective glasses and smiled gently. Please stay here quietly. You don't need to participate in the feast that follows. Aizen said, turning around slowly. The next moment, his figure came to the battlefield between the gods of death and the hollows. Captain Aizen is so powerful. You can actually escape from the siege of the 3 super hollows. Some newborn spirit gods of death who were confused about the situation were still worshipping Aizen, while most of the inherited gods of death showed solemn expressions. In addition to the gods of death, the hollows showed fearful eyes. From the attitudes of the hollow lords, we can understand how special the last super hollow is. Now he was defeated by the Shinigami in front of him. And the rhythm of this battle has always been controlled by the Shinigami. Such a situation naturally made the hollows feel uneasy. When the hollows were uneasy, many Shinigami stopped fighting and gathered around. Yunzhao, Qingluo, it's time to leave. With Aizen's call, the 5th Division Vice Captain Yunzhao and the 10th Hollow of the Hollow Sea Qingluo came behind him instantly. This scene made many Shinigami more solemn. Some optimistic Shinigami also noticed something was wrong. As for the hollows, they looked at the 10th Hollow in shock. A Vastode Hollow actually ran to the Shinigami camp, and the hollows were also surprised. However, there was some shock, but not too much. After all, the Shinigami and hollows had only been rising for a short time. There was no hatred between hollows and Shinigami at all, it was just a natural opposition. Crack! Crack! With the sound of glass breaking, the void above Aizen's head shattered, tearing a huge hole. A huge tree that covered the sky and the sun loomed in it. Then, a golden light turned into a beam of light and fell from the hole. It enveloped Aizen and the two men behind him, and they slowly floated. What is this? Anti-membrane. Solarin's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time she had seen the hollows move to save its own kind. Because the current Hueco Mundo is closed, Solarin had only seen this move in the hollows information. At this time, watching Aizen slowly float, Captain Solarin reacted and asked sharply. Captain Aizen, what are you going to do? Are you going to rebel against Soul Society? Hearing Solarin's questioning and the gazes of many death gods, Aizen smiled faintly. Rebellion? Maybe. But it's more appropriate to call it quits. 0.0. He said as he looked around. Everyone in Soul Society, thank you for taking care of me during this time. However, ordinary days are always short. After all, Soul Society is too small. If possible, I still hope that the world has more possibilities. But this wish, Soul Society can't accommodate it. Fortunately, choices have always been only for the weak. Aizen took off his glasses. Everything will be different. From now on, the sky will add a new throne, and I will also stand in the sky. Snap! Snap! With Aizen's declaration, the glasses broke. The hairspray hand also made him change his hairstyle. Seeing his gentle temperament change drastically, becoming fierce and domineering, many Shinigami felt heavy-hearted. Chapter 710 Shinsuke cried to death, Li Guang Mangsing. Looking at the heavy atmosphere, Cerulean also stood up. As the current captain, she naturally couldn't just watch Aizen go. After all, the incident was not clear, and the origin of the super hollows might have a huge connection with Aizen. Before figuring out these things, Aizen couldn't leave like this. Captain Aizen, your withdrawal needs to be approved by the captain's meeting. So you can't leave like this. The Zanpakuta in Cerulean's hand fell. She held the strongest fire-type Zanpakuta, with extraordinary power. Her ice-type Zanpakuta was also the strongest, with the power to freeze time and space, mixed with some time and space laws. The combination of the two can even interfere with time and space. It is not impossible to break the anti-membrane. Captain, I advise you not to act rashly. This anti-membrane is connected to somewhere in the real world. If you break it at will, it may cause casualties. Seeing that Cerulean was about to take action, Yun Zhao behind Aizen also reminded her with a smile. Yun Zhao's reminder made Cerulean frown slightly. Captain Yun Zhao, why do you want to betray too? After Yun Zhao spoke, Xinyu mustered up the courage to speak. Although Aizen usually had a good relationship with him, compared to Aizen, Xinyu was obviously Yu and Yun Zhao are more familiar with each other. They were fine before, how come they suddenly betrayed? In Xinyu's eyes, no matter how nicely they say it, the behavior of Aizen and Yun Zhao is indeed an act of betrayal. The Soul Society trained them and treated them well, and they also have the noble position of guarding the Soul King Palace and maintaining the balance of life and death in the Soul Society. Now they have taken all the benefits, but they haven't done much. The only time they were given a difficult mission, they just ran away like this. Now they are just ungrateful, aren't they? Sorry, Xinyu. I also want to pursue a wider sky. So this is the only way. I believe you can do a good job in the affairs of the 5th Division. Hearing Yun Zhao's words, Xinyu almost cried. He wanted to complain directly. It was obvious that he was doing all the affairs, and most of the other people in the team were like old-fashioned people who didn't do anything, especially Yun Zhao. Now they seemed to be encouraging him, and he almost cried to death. When Xinyu didn't know what to say for a while, the anti-membrane also came to an end. Then goodbye, everyone. Next, you will witness a new era. As Aizen left the last unclear words, the huge hole also accepted them. The golden light also disappeared. Seeing Aizen and his men disappear, many Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief. After all, from the performance, Aizen's strength is unfathomable, and he has deep scheming. This time, they don't know what the things that Aizen took from the last Super Hollow are, and what they do, but it is likely to improve their strength. Even if they can really stop Aizen and fight, I'm afraid the outcome is unpredictable. And this is still Hueco Mundo, and the Super Hollows are still eyeing them. Boom! Boom! With two huge explosions, the Tyrant and the Flame Hollow are already able to move. At this time, the moment they can move, they attack a fleeing Shinigami. That Shinigami is Li Hun. That's right, when Aizen was about to leave. Lihun didn't listen to what he said at all. She was keenly aware of the 3 super hollows standing still. So, after a little verification, she immediately began to make arrangements. After a quick operation, Bai Jun was barely sealed. This time, after finally getting out of the Soul King Palace, Lihun planned to go to the Everfrost Canyon in the real world to see Bai Bing. It's just that the other party was still a Lolita when they met last time. This is the second time they met. There is a big difference between a girl and a Lolita, and the gifts they like must be different. Lihun thought of trying to build a relationship in a different way. So she set her sights on Bai Jun. Such a powerful hollow, and its strength is very suitable for Everfrost Island, is simply the first choice for a mount. It is beautiful and powerful, and it is arrogant and cool to ride out. Seeing this gift, even the cold-faced Bai Bing will definitely love her sister to death. That's what Lihun thought. As for how Bai Bing would tame this hollow, it was not within Lihun's consideration. However, her behavior was obviously stroking the tiger whiskers of the other 2 super hollows. The mother was dead. The 2 companions who seemed to be blood relatives were sealed by Lihun. This time, Lihun was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Fortunately, Kunyi blocked the fiery hollow in time. As for Tyrant, Lihun was not afraid. Although this hollow was also very tricky, it was much worse than the fiery hollow. Facing Tyrant's relentless pursuit, Lihun did not call for help. After all, in order to hold back this hollow, Scarlet was still a little injured. Lihun was embarrassed to let Scarlet continue to carry it. However, it was not easy for her to perform while holding a huge cross that sealed Bai Jun. If Tyrant was not also worried that the cross would have a negative impact on Bai Jun, he would have attacked recklessly. Bang! Scarlet stood in front of Tyrant. At this time, her injuries had healed and the spiritual power consumed by her body had been replenished. Someone felt that it was too troublesome to return the door, so a hot kiss easily replenished her status, commonly known as replenishing magic. Although she was blocking Tyrant's eyes, Scarlet's face was still full of blush. 467. Seeing the blush on Scarlet's face and the state of recovery, Lihun also understood something and couldn't help but curl his lips. The faint purple light in her pupils also lit up. Suddenly, Tyrant felt that the power consumption in a certain part of his body increased dramatically. I saw a group of purple light spots flying above a certain area of his body, like a purple firefly. This is Lihun's Shikai, Firefly Dance. After Shikai, the Zanpakuto turned into a group of purple light spots, which could scatter light and decompose everything. The Dekai is Li Guang Mangsing, separating everything. A Kohun's Zanpakuta is usually in the state of Shikai. The glow will linger in her pupils waiting to be activated. The reason why Tyrant feels a huge consumption. It is the purple light scattered from this light spot that covers Tyrant's skin. His power is decomposing rapidly. It's just that Tyrant himself has a strong defense evolved from the present world's armament Haki. This most fundamental system of domineering in the world, its enhanced version is fully reflected in Tyrant. Physical defense is off the charts, and it is very resistant to various abilities. It is difficult for Lihun to do anything to him with just his initial release. It just makes Tyrant's defense consumption increase dramatically. Sure enough, none of these super hollows are simple. Seeing that his initial release did not even break the opponent's defense, Lihun was not discouraged. Chapter 711 The Fear and Mission that Moro Needs. When Lihun was about to continue to support Scarlet, Solarin came to stop the battle. That's it. It's meaningless to continue fighting. Even if we continue, both sides will suffer. Seeing Solarin's falling lightsaber, Tyrant also understood that the so-called loss of both sides just sounds good. Now the remaining combat power is probably not enough to really lose both sides. Rationally, Tyrant should stop. It was indeed too disadvantageous for them to continue fighting, but... You can stop, but you Shinigami must release the sealed Moro and Bingley. In that case, let's continue. The conditions that Tyrant said were just too much of a slap in the face in Cerulean's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Flame Hollow was too destructive. If the other party turned their target to attack other Shinigami, the casualties would be very heavy. Plus, Aizen might make trouble, so she needed to arrange people to follow up quickly. That's why Cerulean wanted to keep things quiet. But keeping things quiet didn't mean Cerulean was really scared. If the situation got out of control, she could still find a teacher, but that would make her look useless. Seeing Cerulean's attitude, Tyrant's huge Kun face also looked ugly. But he soon agreed. Because a voice sounded in his ears. Since Tyrant chose to stop fighting, the Flame Hollow soon followed suit. Although the Flame Hollow is the strongest, Tyrant is the eldest brother among brothers. Although Hollows don't care about these things, speaking out early still has weight. With the truce of the Super Hollows, the Hollows, who were in a tense atmosphere with the Shinigami because of the Super Hollows, also breathed a sigh of relief. Soon the Shinigami began to evacuate in an orderly manner. For the Shinigami, the goal of this expedition was also achieved in part. The root cause of the successive appearance of Super Hollows in Hueco Mundo is obvious, that is, the last Hollow. And that Hollow is dead. It seems that Super Hollows will not be born so frequently in the future. In addition, they also sealed 2 Super Hollows. Although there were casualties, they were not large. This result is already very good in the eyes of many Shinigami. However, Aizen's defection cast a shadow on the Shinigami after all. Looking at Aizen's growth, he grew up at an unimaginable speed and solved the technical problems of virtual crystal transformation. He was the initiator of this expedition, but he took away the crystal of the Super Hollow in the end, and his strength expanded to a point that even the 13th Division could not underestimate. In such a short time, Aizen grew to such a terrifying state. It put a lot of pressure on the Shinigami. Of course, the Shinigami were under pressure, but there was still support. After the Shinigami withdrew, 2 Super Hollows faced each other in the air. A wisp of black mist slowly floated out from Tyrant and then gathered. Soon, Demon Lord, who was only a few centimeters in size and wrapped in black mist, appeared. Mara, you are really weak now. Bajin, this is already good. If I hadn't acted decisively when I was sealed, you would really not be able to see me. Mara seemed very calm in the face of Tyrant's teasing. When he was sealed, he took advantage of the moment when the purple light sphere was withdrawn. He used all his strength to throw out such a wisp of power. In order not to be noticed, the soul containing this power will be dispersed when it is cast. Until the mother body dies. This power will quickly gather the scattered souls to form consciousness. As soon as he came out, he saw Aizen making a declaration in the anti-membrane. Aizen's betrayal is a good thing for him. Compared to the God of Death, the mission is more important to Moro, and he will not hesitate to use the power of the God of Death. What's your situation now? Although it's a joke, the Tyrant is still very concerned about Moro's current state. Don't worry, although my power soul is almost sealed. But with this power, I can grow up again, and then I will take back the sealed power soul from the hands of the God of Death. When the two are combined, I will become stronger. I need fear in this process. Seeing Moro say this, the Tyrant was not too worried. Although he also understood that it would not be so easy for Moro, who only had this pitiful power, to grow up again. I'm afraid fear is the key. This question is not difficult, just go to the living world or the underworld. Although Tyrant has been in Hueco Mundo, he also knows the concept of the living world and the 4 realms after death. This is the general information that the Hollow will naturally know when it is born. Well, I'll see how to solve your problem later. Now. The Tyrant set his sights on the flame void. My companion. Give yourself a name first. Name? Yuri. Just call me Yuri. The flame void thought about a lot of knowledge and legends about power in his mind. Among them, Yuri was directly used by him. Yuri? Then you will be the 4th Void Lord of the Void Sea, Yuri Lord. And you will be the head of the Void Lords in the future. All along, the Tyrant believed that the strongest companion should be the leader. This way, there will be no disputes. Of course, the Tyrant is usually in charge, and Beijun does not. The Demon Lord wants to take charge, after all, the fear of the voids is also very interesting to him, but he had to guard the mother body before. Now he is weak and can't take charge. My name is Bajin, his name is Mo Luo, and there is another companion named Bingley. When Bajin talked about Bingley, his mood dropped a little. Don't worry about Bingley, she is just sealed now, and she can be rescued in the future. The most important thing for us is to complete the mission. After hearing Moro say this, Bajin and Yuri's pupils paused slightly. Both sides looked at each other. Although the mission they once inherited was cut off by Aizen, Bajin and Yuri still remembered the content of the mission. It's just that the mission no longer has the highest priority and compulsion. They remember the mission and have no intention of giving up the mission. After all, the reason why the chaotic mother gave birth to them is because of this mission. It can be said that without the mission, their lives cannot be borne. Based on this alone, even if there is no compulsion, they still want to practice that mission. Mission in memory. However, seeing that Moro seemed to put the mission first, the emotions of the two hollows were somewhat complicated. Before they could say anything, Kun's face changed drastically and he looked shocked. Boom! Everything around them seemed to be vibrating. Super hollows didn't care about vibrations of this magnitude. What shocked them was the essence behind the vibrations. Not just the super hollows. The same was true for the Vastad hollows below. As for the Ashoka's hollows, only a few could feel the essence of it. The other hollows just felt the waves of vibrations around them and felt confused. Chapter 712 The Collapse of the Hueco Mundo, Fighting Alone. Time moves forward. The present world. The Holy Land of Marijoa. Boom! A black beam of light with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly burst out and went straight to the sky. Crack! Crack! The space in the sky was broken and scattered like a lens. The beam of light fell into it. The originally clear weather suddenly dimmed. It's an earthquake. No. What is that? At this time, the guards and nobles of the Holy Land Marijoa were all looking at the very conspicuous huge pillar of light in panic. In the daytime, the dark giant pillar that swallowed the light was so conspicuous. The 5 elders of the Holy Land Pangu city were also alarmed. They felt the violent vibrations around them, and although they were nervous, they were not too panicked. After all, the Navy headquarters is not far from the Holy Land. Unless there is a war between gods, the Holy Land should be worry-free. No matter how distant the Navy and the Holy Land are, at least the Holy Land will protect them. What happened? Several 5 elders looked at the pillar of light through the doors and windows. They could even see a towering giant tree looming in the pillar of light. That direction. 957. One of the 5 elders 957 had his pupils flickering slightly and thought for a while. It's Aizen's residence. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Without much hesitation, the 5 elders began to set off. Aizen's current position in the world government is worthy of the 5 elders. Besides, the scene in front of him looked very depressing and felt a little ominous. There was also the looming giant tree, which felt very much like the gluttony tree, but it was different. They had to go there in person to confirm the situation. When the 5 elders set off. On the other side, the Holy Land where Aizen usually lived. This place has been flattened. The dark light column enveloped this place, and the black and white intertwined towering giant tree swayed in it. Its roots also went deep into the ground and took root in countless magic ore crystals. Under the Holy Land, in the belly of the Red Earth continent, there is a large gluttony magic mine. If you want to say which place in the world is most likely to be gluttony, then the nobles of the Holy Land have the most say. Therefore, it is a reasonable thing that the Holy Land attracts the gluttonous magic power that drifts in the world to gather into the gluttonous magic mine. Because this gluttonous magic mine is located in the Red Earth continent, so the number of magic beasts, monsters, and pure magic in it is very rare. In addition, the Holy Land discovered this gluttonous magic mine very early in the magic pattern era. So all along, there has been a lot of manpower mining under the Holy Land, providing a lot of wealth and resources for the world government. Swish, swish, swish. The pitch-black light column that reaches the sky begins to spread countless black fog rapidly. The overwhelming black fog quickly advances to cover the entire Holy Land on the Red Earth continent. The people in the covered Holy Land have not figured out what situation. The group, mainly composed of nobles, was changing rapidly. White bone-like things were rapidly creeping and growing on their bodies. In addition, black mist was also spreading from their bodies. This made these mutated people look like bone monsters covered with black mist. Ah! What happened? The nobles turned into monsters. Voices came one after another from various locations in the Holy Land. For a while, the entire Holy Land began to be in chaos. It's about to start. Yun Zhao stood not far from the light column, feeling the surrounding vibrations getting stronger and stronger. He looked at the towering trees in the light column with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of heaviness in his eyes. Beside him, Qing Luo was more emotional. Qing Luo looked at Aizen in the front with admiration on his face. Even as a half-baked researcher, Qing Luo knew how incredible what Aizen was doing now was. Click! Click! As more than 100,000 people in the Holy Land turned into monsters. Countless black mist-like magic and spirit particles were rapidly infiltrating the ground. Buildings began to collapse one after another. Pieces of white sand began to appear, and there was black stone soil in the white sand. The space seemed to be shaking. Radiating outward from the Holy Land, half of the planet's surface experienced varying degrees of vibration, like a slight earthquake. Until this time, the 5 elders came to the light column with a look of shock and anger. As soon as they arrived, they saw Aizen, whose image had changed drastically on the white sand. The surrounding buildings had dissipated and turned into white sand or black stone. Aizen, what on earth are you doing? Satan, the curly-haired 5 elders, shouted with a look of shock and anger. Looking at the drastically changed environment of the Holy Land and the countless nobles and guards turned into monsters, he had to be angry. Even though he hadn't done anything, the Holy Land was about to be gone. Even the Den Mushi he carried died suddenly, and there was no hope of contacting the navy for support. In such a tragic situation around them, the 5 elders had no choice but to send 2 people to organize the remaining guards to assist in evacuation. Their top priority is of course the safety of Lord Im and the celestial dragons. Are you here? Just right, just be a witness. Aizen glanced at him with a calm expression. Seeing Aizen's unusual indifference, the 3 elders felt a chill in their hearts. Without waiting for them to refuse, a terrifying pressure fell directly on their bodies, causing them to half-kneel heavily on the ground. The 5 elders looked horrified and looked up with difficulty. The sense of pressure did not come from Aizen, but from the black and white towering tree in the black pillar. How could it be possible? What is this tree? Originally, the 5 elders guessed that this tree was the former gluttony tree. But when this sense of pressure came out, they felt as if they had met a god, and their whole souls were trembling. Here it comes. Aizen raised his lips, and then he stepped towards the center of the light column. He opened his hands, as if to welcome something. From his vision, he could see that it was Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo fell, and he resisted alone. Boom! A terrible roar that shook the soul suddenly came. Even though he couldn't hear anything in reality, he could sense some terrible changes with the keen senses of the soul. While the 5 elders were stunned, Aizen seemed to have suffered a terrible blow, and his whole body was cracking like broken porcelain. Finally, he disappeared without a trace. Aizen committed suicide? Such a scene made the minds of several 5 elders unable to turn around. At the same time, the super hollows of Hueco Mundo also felt the sudden cessation of the vibration of Hueco Mundo. But they understood. Hueco Mundo has shifted from its original position. Hwa-la-la-la. Like a siphon, countless spirit particles in the Hueco Mundo are raging in a certain direction, forming a spirit particle storm. This scene made the pupils of the Great Hollows tremble, and then they all went to that location. Chapter 713 Mary Gosa is gone, Collapse 7. The present world, the Holy Land of Mary Gosa. At this time, several 5 elders kneeling on the ground could feel the dark place where the sky was broken. There was a strange force blowing like a storm. Even the white sand formed around was flying quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom. In the conspicuous black column of the Holy Land, the hollow demon tree was expanding violently. 200 meters, 500 meters, thousands of meters, the height was getting higher and higher. The bare branches even grew many half-black and half-white tree leaves. The lush tree canopy covered the sky, as if covering the entire Holy Land like a giant tree supporting the sky. Its breath became more and more terrifying. As it grew, the cracked black hole in the sky began to repair. Until the end. The sky recovered and the light column dissipated. Everything returned to calm, if it weren't for the giant tree blocking all vision. The 5 elders who were still there thought they were dreaming. However, the giant tree was just a wisp of breath that escaped. A wisp of breath made the soul and body tremble. The 5 elders understood. This everything is true. Things seem to be getting serious. What on earth is Aizen doing? At this time, Saint Satan couldn't help but ask in shock. It's normal for the insects in the real world not to know what Lord Aizen is thinking. Let me tell you. Looking at the questions of the 5 elders, King Gluo also came out to explain on the spot. After all, showing superiority is not only for humans, but also for hollows. Lord Aizen has permanently connected Hueco Mundo with the real world. In the future, creatures in the real world may gain new power from this. What a great act! And the newly created Hollow Demon Clan. Hearing King Gluo's babble, the 5 elders were still a little confused. However, they only had a vague understanding, but King Gluo was very excited. Because at present, Lord Aizen has accomplished this great deed, connecting Hueco Mundo with the real world. This kind of thing sounds like a fantasy, but Lord Aizen has a very feasible plan. Condition 1, with the gluttony mine in the present world and the power of Lord Aizen, the entire Holy Land will be transformed into a land of demons where magic and spiritual power are connected. Condition 2, create a new race of virtual demons, combining virtual demons with gluttony pure demons to form 100,000 virtual demons. Condition 3, with the land of demons and 100,000 virtual demons as the main body, create a large ritual technology that connects Hueco Mundo and the present world. Condition 4, create a stable core that connects the present world and Hueco Mundo, and this core is the gluttonous virtual demon tree in front of us. With multiple conditions superimposed, this plan was finally fully implemented. From now on, this place has become a land of demons, and the virtual demons will guard the gluttonous virtual demon tree. The world will change because of this. The 5 elders didn't understand Qing Luo's other words very well. But they understood this sentence, which meant that the Holy Land Marijoa was gone. The base of the world government for 800 years. Even after the invasion of the demon god, they still stood firm. Now they are gone, without even a little bit of defense, and without even a decent fight. Just gone, what a shame. Although it was a shame, the 5 elders did not shout and fight back. They kept the shame in their hearts and waited for support. The black light column and the earthquake just now were so obvious, and there was also such a huge virtual demon tree. The Navy headquarters not far from them must have seen it. Even if the Navy can't see it, King can definitely see it. As long as King arrives, these guys will all die. In fact, when the 5 elders silently waited for King to come, King was actually standing in the void. But besides him, there was another figure, the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. Before performing this ceremony, Aizen had already gone to the demon god island and talked with Ryomen Sukuna for a while. Ryomen Sukuna was naturally interested in Aizen's performance. Especially now that Aizen's ability and growth rate are in the spotlight, Ryomen Sukuna is delighted. Among all the people of his kind, only 3 can get his attention. The first one is naturally King, the second one is Altria, and the third one is Chaos Goddess Kata. As for the others, they are not good enough in Ryomen Sukuna's eyes. Among the 3 people he pays attention to, Altria has the strongest defense, with protection as the core, and Ryomen Sukuna is completely helpless in fighting. Chaos Goddess Kata is very lazy, and only said "How dare you hit a woman?" Then she ran to someone's arms and hid. This made Ryomen Sukuna a little uncomfortable. So, Ryomen Sukuna could only catch King and play with him. In the subspace battlefield, King was afraid of playing with him. Originally, Ryomen Sukuna frequently looked for someone to fight. It's just that the frequency of looking for someone is too high, and someone warned him with a maid outfit. So in the end, only King suffered. Now, Aizen's ability and courage allow Ryomen Sukuna to see new possibilities. King was a little helpless when he saw Ryomen Sukuna staring at him. Please give me 0. The weaklings who were not completely killed in the Holy Land could only be transferred to the square of the Navy headquarters. Please give me 0. The more they could be saved, the better. As for attacking Aizen, there was no other way. If he attacked, Ryomen Sukuna would follow. Then there would be more people who would die. Of course, King himself did not have any psychological burden if he could not attack. Although people on the sea and newspapers praised him as a savior. But for King, he felt that doing good things was enough. Psychologically, he was not aiming for the savior at all. Moreover, he still wanted to be a salted fish who would eat and wait for death. As for saving the world, he will help as much as he can. If there is no other way, he will not waste time. If there is time to waste time, isn't it nice to play games? That's why. At present, King felt that life was quite comfortable, except that Ryomen Sukuna was a bit annoying. Clang! On the crown of the gluttony tree, countless branches and leaves swirled, interweaving into a twisted black and white throne. On the throne, countless purple particles slowly rotated into a vortex and condensed. Finally, Aizen's figure appeared again. He sat on the throne. His right elbow rested on the armrest of the throne, his fist slightly against his side face, and his posture looked very cool. At this time, Aizen had already achieved Collapse 7. In terms of the spiritual attribute linked to spiritual pressure, it is equivalent to going from the beginning of SS and to the limit of SS+. As for the Gluttony Hollow Demon Tree under him, its power scale has reached the level of Collapse 6. After Aizen suffered a heavy blow from the Hueco Mundo and his whole body was shattered, he briefly merged into the Gluttony Hollow Demon Tree. At the cost of all his spirit particles and the remaining Gluttony Demon ore under the roots of the Gluttony Hollow Demon Tree. With the help of the ability of the Hogyaku, the Gluttonous Hollow Demon Tree evolved violently. This is how the Gluttonous Hollow Demon Tree is formed. After all, the Gluttonous Hollow Demon Tree will serve as a link between the real world and the Hueco Mundo in the future. If it is too weak and is easily taken down by others, Aizen will feel a little troubled. Of course, the new Gluttonous Hollow Demon Tree is strong. The price is due to excessive evolution. The original soul consciousness of the Gluttonous Hollow Demon Tree exploded directly, and the new consciousness crawled out of the old consciousness. Although the original loyal consciousness died, Aizen didn't care. The new consciousness is equally loyal. Da-da-da. You are here. Looking at the figure walking slowly in front of him, Aizen smiled faintly and stood up from the throne. 4-4. Chapter 714 One Move, Hohachi. In front of him, there was a smiling woman. It was Anohanaretsu, the former captain of Soul Society and the current captain of the 4th Division. Well, I'm here. Captain Aizen actually led Hueco Mundo down. That's really too much. This kind of thing that affects the balance of the world and breaks the gap between life and death. Day. Anohanaretsu stopped 10 steps away from Aizen and began to put his right hand on the hilt of the knife. But it's very dangerous. Swish. When Anohanaretsu arrived, Yun Zhao and Qing Luo also came to the top of this huge tree canopy. Even Qing Luo didn't just come up by himself. He also brought up 5 elders who were paralyzed because of soul trembling. At this time, the 5 elders were still horrified. Because they were digesting the news from Yun Zhao. When seeing Yun Zhao's face, the 5 elders August 10th looked very familiar. But because the current situation was too serious, they had no time to care. Besides, there are people who look similar in the world. In addition, that incident has been decades ago. Even if that man hadn't died at that time, he would have died of old age. But they never expected that the Yun Zhao in front of them was actually that man, even with the same name. The world after death, Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, Huangchuan, Hades. Just a few words made the 5 elders' worldview somewhat shattered. If Huangchuan and the others were still sure, then they were completely at a loss about Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. However, the current miserable state of the Holy Land and the arrival of the Age of Gods. It seems that nothing is impossible in the world. Aizen is not dead after all, fortunately the God of Sword is here. Satan, the God of Science Defense, who was lifted to the treetops, was somewhat relieved. Although the situation was very serious, fortunately, a god took action after all. Although Satan could no longer understand how powerful Aizen was. But he knew that during the martial arts tournament, Aizen was killed instantly by the newly promoted god of martial arts. How long has it been since the martial arts tournament? No matter how terrifying Aizen is, he can't become a god all of a sudden. Should? At this time, Satan Saint looked at Aizen and was a little bit afraid to guarantee it. Because the current Aizen was too unfamiliar to him. Let alone other things, just look at the terrifying giant tree below. Just that kind of breath, Satan Saint felt like he was facing the world. He only knew that it was strong, but he couldn't feel how strong it was. The perception was not enough, he could only perceive a corner, just like a blind man touching an elephant, how could he tell clearly? So Satan Saint could only guess according to logic. Aizen didn't care about the thoughts of Satan Saint and the other 5 elders at all. At this time, his attention was on Anohanaretsu in front of him. Captain Anohana, do people like you also care about the balance of the world? Although they had only met a few times, Aizen felt that Captain Anohana was not as gentle as she looked. Hearing Aizen's address, several 5 elders looked at each other. That's really too much. I still care about the balance of the world. After all, this is my duty as the leader of Squad 0. In fact, Anohanaretsu feels that maintaining the balance of the world is something that can be done by Artoria. But, who asked Deer to let her be the leader of Squad 0? Since it involves the entire Hueco Mundo, Anohanaretsu will naturally not ignore it. The leader of Squad 0. Aizen murmured and repeated this position. Aizen didn't know that Anohanaretsu had such an identity. But it's not surprising when you think about it. The most important thing is that the captain of Anohana in front of him doesn't intend to keep quiet. This is what Aizen desires. The god of Kendo now he wants to learn from him, with his current strength. Don't worry. I only make one move, as long as you catch it, I will turn around and leave. Anohana Retsu said with a smile. With Aizen's ability, as long as he can withstand her full strength move, then it will be useless for her to make more moves. I feel underestimated. Your spiritual pressure is only better than mine. Clang. Before Aizen finished speaking, a crisp knife sounded. Crack. Crack. A bloodline appeared in the direction of Aizen's vertical forehead. A dazzling red light burst out from the neat vertical cuts on his body. Above the sky, two super hollows and Moro who came quietly stared at Aizen in amazement. Tear. Tear. The red light dissipated, and blood began to spurt out. Is this the slash of Captain Anohana? As expected of the god of swordsmanship. Although Aizen was bleeding, he still spoke elegantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body turned into two balls of blood and fell to the ground. Aizen is dead. Watching Anohana Retsu sheathing the sword, the 3-5 elders still felt a little dreamy. After all, Aizen's pomp was really enough, and being killed so cleanly and neatly was still a bit beyond the 5 elders' expectations. Sure enough, God is God. Although the 5 elders felt a little fortunate, they were also very heavy. Because Aizen's strength was already beyond imagination. He should be even more powerful now because he could defeat the apostles. But he didn't even cause any waves when facing the gods. Really? Why are you guys acting like Captain Aizen is doomed? If that man is so easy to die. Yun Zhao also found the expressions of the 5 elders funny. He didn't think that Aizen would end up in such a ridiculous way after doing such a great deed. If Aizen really died so easily, he would be quite happy. He would just happily go back to Soul Society and surrender. It seems that Yun Zhao has great confidence in me. Before the 5 elders could refute, Aizen's voice had already sounded. Countless purple light particles began to float from Aizen's melted blood on the ground. The light particles slowly gathered and intertwined, and finally Aizen's figure appeared again in its entirety. He didn't just appear. The power in his body was also growing explosively. 0.4. Now he has reached the 0.4 level of Collapse 8. One step further from the SS end limit, and he is only one step away from SSS. How is it possible? This guy. The 5 elders were shocked to see Aizen appear again. Before, Aizen's suicide was too bizarre, so they were mentally prepared. Now, he took a move from the god of sword and turned into blood, but he was able to come back to life. Is this guy truly immortal? The 5 elders still have some say in immortality. It's just that once, when they briefly faced the demon apostles, the effect of immortality was very unsatisfactory. At that time, they understood that the so-called immortality depends on who the opponent is. There is no doubt. Aizen, who was chopped into blood by the gods, can still live. In the eyes of the 5 elders, this immortality is too valuable. Chapter 715 The Birth of a New God, the power to travel between life and death. After Aizen was resurrected, he felt his new power. He looked at Anohana Retsu again. With his ability, he could naturally feel Anohana Retsu's spiritual pressure, and now it is similar to his. It can be said that he has already caught up with the opponent in terms of spiritual pressure. But from the perspective of combat power, he is probably still not strong enough at present. Outsiders may not see the significance of the previous slash. But Aizen can clearly feel the power of it. If it is described as a common physical attack, I am afraid that a row of planets will be cut off side by side. But such power is not the most shocking for Aizen, after all, when he absorbed the fallen hollow. He also controls the power it once had. With the power of King like Purgatory plus his current power scale, it is not difficult to explode a star. What Aizen values more about the fierceness of the flower of the sky is the metaphysical power contained in the slash. The power that interweaves like rules is what Aizen fears. 28 if his evolution was not strong enough, he almost couldn't get through the previous blow. Captain of the flower of the sky is really unworthy. Crack. Crack. Aizen's polite words were not finished yet. A vertical bloodline appeared again from the center of his forehead. 28. This is it. Feeling the signs of his body falling apart, Aizen was surprised. Then he quickly gathered his strength to stabilize his body. It seems that my strength it's not enough. It was just a breath of time. Aizen's mouth curled up again. Although the bloodline still existed, he still maintained his cool on the surface. He had noticed the problem. That power had not been completely eliminated. It was as if the rule power of killing was destroying, and the rule power of immortality was suppressing his immortality. The perfect combination of the two powers derived from blood caused the lethality to be too fierce. Plus he evolved several times in a short period of time, and his body was mostly in a disordered state. The balance of ability was broken. He needed to stabilize in a short period of time. He needed to be more proficient in controlling this new Houaiu ability. Aizen he was not discouraged. Now he still has a lot of room for evolution. Wait until the scale of power is fully raised, and then evolve horizontally to quickly adapt to and control the power of other systems. Combining multiple powers. At that time, his combat power will expand to a terrifying level. Just like now. Although the slashing power of Anohanaretsu remains, it is a good thing for Aizen. Wait until he balances his abilities. The killing and immortality contained in this power will be mostly adapted and controlled by his evolution. At that time, his combat power will be even more terrifying. Since Captain Aizen has taken my move, I will retreat. Just. Anohanaretsu said with a smile without paying attention to the remaining wounds of Aizen. I hope Captain Aizen will not make things difficult for me in the future. She turned and left after saying that. She even ignored Yun Zhao, the traitor in plain sight. This scene made the five elders feel cold. You can leave. But take them with you. The curly-haired five elders, Satan Sheng, opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Anohanaretsu disappeared. Aizen ignored the five elders. Instead, he looked up at the sky, and then sat back on the black and white throne. Go. Go tell the world. The gap between life and death is broken, how will people choose? As the voice floated in the wind. The turmoil that was about to shock the sea also came to an end. The next day. Countless newsbirds flew in all directions of the sea. When people got the newspaper again. Just looking at the headline, they all gasped. Super big news. The disappearance of the Holy Land Marijoa, the birth of a new god again. So, people quickly read the newspaper. After reading it, many people were horrified. The Holy Land Marijoa is really gone, replaced by a white sand and black stone land called the Land of Demons. And the new god. The man with the title of the virtual god and the virtual demon god. They are also very familiar with Mizukage Aizen, who has always been the most powerful among the demigods. Until he was in Wu he was defeated by Iora Yagami in the tournament. But now, in the eyes of the public, it was indeed an act. According to the newspaper. Now, Aizen has tied with the god of sword. Even the god of evil admits that the virtual god is no less powerful than him. People still have more trust in Morgan's newspapers about gods. Because Morgan's is the only legendary journalist who is qualified to contact gods. When it comes to issues related to gods, he can sometimes meet with the god of evil for verification. So, this kind of news. People believe that Morgan's will not and dare not write too far from reality. However, the birth of the new god, the destruction of the Holy Land Marijoa, and the heavy losses of the celestial dragons are indeed shocking. But a piece of news in the news made people even more shocked. Shocked. From the newspapers. According to the insider, Yun Zhao, a senior executive of the Fighting Association. In the future, Hueco Mundo will be connected to the real world, and some monsters that eat human souls may appear in the real world. If you encounter them, don't worry, the death gods of Soul Society should come to save you in time. If you are unfortunately killed, don't panic. If your consciousness is strong enough, you may have a chance to turn the tables. It is not impossible to become a great hollow of Ashokas and restore your memory in the future. I really can't report my name, but don't blame me if you are eaten. At first, people looked a little confused, what Hueco Mundo, Hollow 110, Soul Society 110 and so on. Until the small notes at the back explained the meaning of these terms. People began to falling into an uproar. The world after death, Hueco Mundo, is connected to the present world? If only Yunzao said so, people would still be skeptical. But with Morgan's evidence, and saying that the superior of the fantasy beast island, the Phantom King Hades dragon, can go to the world after death. At this time, people on the sea were boiling. The world after death really appeared and was made public. The impact of such news on people can be imagined. After all, this is the ultimate question about the fate of everyone's death. Naturally, it became the primary concern of people. However, Yunzao shut up after revealing part of the news. Only half of the words made people hate it. But King Gluo next to Yunzao had a sentence recorded. If someone can climb to the top of the virtual demon tree in the demon spirit land, as a reward, the virtual demon tree will give him the power to travel between the world of life and death. It was just a light sentence. Even the authenticity was not confirmed. Many people who read this in the newspapers began to set off. They were going to the place of extinction of the holy land of Marijoase, to get the power to travel between the realms of life and death. Whether it was a rumor or true, they were willing to give it a try. The whole sea was also in turmoil. Chapter 716 Void God Cult, Honorary President. Nearly 3 weeks later, the sea was still boiling because of the big event in the holy land of Marijoase. During this period, many people did report that there were monsters wearing masks attacking. Ordinary people can't even see these monsters. Only people with very sharp senses or those with observation haki and magic pattern users can see these monsters. This situation also caused panic among many people. Fortunately, those monsters called virtual are also weak and strong, not all powerful. People who are strong enough can even kill virtual with armed haki, and magic pattern users can use magic attacks to work. That's why ordinary people are more dependent on big forces. There are also many more tasks issued to the Hunter Association and the Magic Pattern Association to protect towns or villages. In this environment, some people directly founded a new church, the Void God Church. It is rumored that as long as you join this church, you will not be attacked by the Hollows, and even if you are attacked by the Hollows, you can be reborn as the God of Death. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Miracles promptly refuted the rumor. However, the Void God Church did not decline, but began to grow stronger. Because the remnant of a super-large hollow in the Hueco Mundo entered this church. Therefore, the newly born Void God Church began to transform directly and was about to become a terrorist in the church, but people have not yet noticed this. Anyway, the existence of the hollows has confirmed that more people have gone out to the sea to the land of demons to chase the power that can travel back and forth between the realm of life and death. In addition to those who are in a boiling state because of the hollows. There is another hot topic during this period, that is, the martial arts void realm. The martial arts void realm is related to people's lifespan and has also been very popular. People now know a lot about the martial arts void realm. Once each martial arts virtual realm is opened, the time virtual realm gem is fixed in place and cannot move. At this time, it is very easy to obtain the medium of the time virtual realm. As long as the owner of the time virtual realm gem has no restrictions. Then you can automatically obtain the qualification by touching the time virtual realm gem with your hand for more than 1 minute. Of course, if you want to let the owner of the time virtual realm gem directly grant it, it will be faster. The reason why the demon spirit land is so popular, in addition to the power of traveling between the realms of life and death, is too tempting. A big factor is that the time virtual realm gem that Aizen once obtained has opened up the martial arts virtual realm in the Holy Land. It is for this reason that Aizen has a very high status in the Holy Land of Marijoa. It's just that this martial arts virtual realm has only been opened for a few days. Now Marijoa is gone. Many people also think it's good that Marijoa is gone. After all, the celestial dragons are still not likable, and there are many nobles living in the Holy Land. In their eyes, one by one, they are all vampires. Their death is simply a contribution to the world. For example, the martial arts virtual realm in the Holy Land was originally not open to the public. Now it has become the land of demons. The martial arts virtual realm that still exists there has suddenly become a hot commodity. As long as you find that location and touch the gem for 1 minute, you may be able to get the martial arts virtual realm for free. Some people have a very beautiful idea. First, go to the martial arts virtual realm in the land of demons to live for a few decades, and then use 10 years of life to materialize the power. Then climb directly to the top of the virtual demon tree, gain the power to travel back and forth between the realm of life and death, and then directly reach the peak of life. The calculations are crackling. There are many people who make such calculations. But many people who come here hit a wall. Because the land of demons is not a good place. Although the virtual demon tree will not actively attack people. But under its canopy that almost covers the entire Holy Land. There are more than 100,000 gluttonous virtual demons coming and going. These virtual demons with the characteristics of virtual and pure demons are generally very cruel. In a sense, they are more cruel than normal virtual and gluttonous pure demons. Because the hollow itself has the characteristic of devouring, and the gluttonous pure demon has the characteristic of gluttony. When the two are combined, a chemical reaction will occur directly. Gluttonous hollow demons will instinctively hunt those who are not of the same kind. If it were not for the restraint of the hollow demon tree, they would even kill each other. However, they will also grow to a rational state beyond the beast, and become stronger. Of course, they will be even more unfriendly to the people who come here. After all, they have reason and know that they have the martial arts hollow realm. The benefits will hardly be passed on to outsiders. When the land of demons is still in an endless stream. In the new world, an island full of beautiful forests. Chase it. Don't let it run away. Be quick, haven't you eaten yet? In the lush ancient forest, a group of ferocious pirates are chasing a blue butterfly with black stripes. To be precise, they are not chasing it, but a gold medal under its little claws. A butterfly grabbed the golden seal with its tiny claws and flew away. This scene is still very rare. However, the scene was strange, and the pirates chasing behind were furious, not only angry but also anxious. They couldn't help but be anxious. The butterfly caught the legendary Wuji Zhang. Now there is a legend about the Wuji Zhang in the sea. It is said that whoever gets and holds the Wuji Zhang can become the next Wuji. And as long as he becomes Wuji, he can become the honorary president of the Martial Arts Association as long as he wants. Although he only has a position but no real power, he still belongs to the top of the Martial Arts Association on the surface. And more than that. As the masterpiece of the God of Time, the Wuji Zhang itself has incredible power. Someone got the Wuji Zhang before and his strength increased a lot in a short period of time, but he was betrayed by his subordinates and was directly chopped. After that, after many twists and turns, someone finally got the Wuji Zhang and wanted to live in seclusion first. Wait until he becomes stronger with the help of the Wuji Zhang and then be arrogant. Unfortunately, the news leaked out, and the place of seclusion was found directly by someone. You can say. Nowadays, there are many pirates, hunters, and even magic rune users who come to this island to look for the rumors. During the fierce battle, Wuji Zhang was captured by a butterfly that came from nowhere. The first pirate group to grab Wuji Zhang was immediately furious. It was obviously just a butterfly. It didn't fly very fast, but it just couldn't be caught. Found it, it seems that we came in time. Seeing three people coming from the side, the captain of the pirate group chasing in the front turned pale. The leader of the 8 Illusionary Alliance, Golden Emperor Tizero, and the Golden Flash Ray. Oh no! The captain understood as soon as he saw the two people in the front. Wuji Zhang was afraid that he would slip away from his hands. A-level magic rune users were not something he could mess with. Asshole! I'm here too! A dark-skinned man wearing a vest next to Tizero and Lei Yu looked annoyed. He was Beishan from the 8 Illusions Alliance. He was a little angry at this time. After all, the other side said all the two people next to him in one sentence, but left him out. Is this looking down on him? Yun Yun. After all, he is also one of the founders of the 8 Illusions Alliance. In name, he and the two guys next to him are equal. Chapter 717 Demon Sword Bakasas, The Game of Hiding. You don't have to chase, we took the Wuji chapter. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. At this time, Beishan didn't care about the red face on the other side, and directly issued an ultimatum. If he was alone, he would not be so arrogant. But the two people next to him were his confidants. Beishan looked down on the newcomers and turned his attention to the butterfly that stopped running for some reason not far away. When he was about to step forward to get the Wuji Zhang, Tizalo raised his hand to stop him, and he looked at the direction where the butterfly had flown before with a serious face. It's really Wuji Zhang. It seems that our luck is not bad. Only a few sparse conversations were heard. A group of people walked out from behind a huge rock that blocked the view in front. Red-haired Shanks, it's the red-haired pirates. Seeing the new group of people, some people who were chasing them also identified their identities. Compared to the 8 Fantasy Alliance, it is obvious that the red-haired pirates are more famous. Although the 8 Fantasy Alliance has gathered thousands of official magic runes and has a huge influence, it can be said that there are more people and more power, and this advantage is unmatched by the red-haired pirates. But in terms of high-end combat power, the red-haired pirates are superior. Much better than the 8 Fantasy Alliance. After all, the 8 Fantasy Alliance only has 2 A-level magic rune users. And the red-hair pirates are almost all A-level magic rune users. Their captain, Red-Hair Shanks, has even been confirmed to be an S-level magic rune user. There is no comparison at all. This butterfly. Beckman from the Red Hair Pirates ignored everyone's surprise. He set his sights on the butterfly, a butterfly with light blue and black stripes. Then he and Shanks exchanged a glance. However, Shanks did not say anything, but instead set his sights on another to one side. Perhaps because he saw Shanks looking over there. A figure began to slowly emerge there. It was a long-eared man sitting in the air. Lightning flashed on his bare upper body, and black lines were outlined on his body. Lightning King Enel. Enel's appearance made some people discuss in a low voice. The eyes looking at Enel were also strange and fearful. Because Enel was very dangerous, he was a pirate supernova. Afterwards, for some reason, he suddenly became a demonized magic pattern user. Once a magic pattern user is demonized, the magic pattern on his body will remain. This is a symbol of demonization, which means that the body is directly inhuman. Not only the body, but also the mind of the demonized magic pattern user is distorted. It is no longer the original consciousness, and is generally very cruel. If divided by population, the demonized magic pattern user is equivalent to the demon species. It is just a monster belonging to humans. That is why everyone is afraid of Enelu. Because he is not only demonized, his magic power level has reached the high stage of A level according to the latest tracking of the Magic Pattern Association. Even the bounty given to him by the Navy has soared to 230 million Baileys. You can imagine how cruel this guy is. What a narrow road for enemies. This guy keeps chasing us. He won't join us, what an annoying guy. Loki, who was still chewing chicken legs, looked disgusted when he saw Enel appear. But his pupils were solemn. It's because you're so mean. Hearing what Loki said, Hongo couldn't help but complain. After the martial arts competition, they ran into the Reiko pirates not long after they set sail. Later, Loki was so mean that he asked Enel to join them. As a result, the two sides fought. As expected, Enel was defeated miserably and was beaten to the ground. At this time, Loki started to taunt again. Never expected it. The other party took out a strange thundercloud fusion, and then transformed directly. Although he still couldn't beat them, he ran away. Then he chased them like a ghost. You can't blame me for this. Who made him look like he deserves a beating? I was just saying it casually at the time. Loki felt innocent after being told this by Hongo. He just said it casually at the time. Who made this guy so vindictive that he even ignored his own pirate group and chased them alone? Okay, stop arguing. What's next may not be that simple. Beckman stopped the two from arguing. He stared at the strange butterfly, and he didn't look away even when Enel appeared. If he was not mistaken, this should be. Master, everyone is here. When Beckman looked serious, a voice suddenly came out. Everyone looked in the direction of the butterfly. The butterfly spoke. How is it possible? Some people who heard the voice were shocked. Even animals talking would not surprise them, but butterflies are different. After all, the perception completely eliminates this possibility, just as outrageous as a stone talking. But before they came back to discuss, they suddenly felt the surrounding scene begin to change shape, and finally they came to a completely unfamiliar place. This is lucky humans, welcome to the realm of the magic sword Bakassas. Before everyone figured out the situation, a cute six-tailed fox suddenly appeared and floated in the air to explain. Next, you will complete your role-playing. One side is the Devil King, and the other side is the hero and adventurer. Wu Zhizhong will seal up the treasure of the Devil King. Is it the Devil King who can protect his treasure or the hero adventurer who defeats the Devil King to obtain the treasure? Let's start this exciting adventure. The little fox finished the words very quickly as if reciting a line, and then disappeared directly, without caring about the shocked expressions of others. Soon, before everyone had time to communicate, people from all parties were directly teleported to different areas. Devil King's castle. At this time, the Red Hair Pirates and others all came here. All of them changed their outfits. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Sure enough, this operation was not so smooth. The butterfly just now plus the six-tailed fox. The one who attacked was Kamikakushi Yakumo Yukari. Hearing Beckman say so, red-haired Shanks also nodded and said, "It seems that we are trapped in the game of Kamikakushi." Yakumo Yukari, a mysterious figure who appeared in the sea. The appearance and body shape are unknown, and the race is unknown. Only the name she calls herself and the gender she hears from her voice are female. The characteristics of her usual appearance are a butterfly and a six-tailed fox. Often appearing in places where there are fights, and then acting as a referee. The competition needs to be conducted in her way. For example, rock paper scissors, aerial marathon, two-finger mountain climbing, food intake competition, underwater breath-holding radio gymnastics, boat carrying push UPS, etc. Not to mention all kinds of strange competition methods. The winner is not the winner after the competition, but it depends on her mood. There are naturally people who are not convinced by this process, but no one has defeated her yet. The highest record is that a demon king of the demon clan and other forces competed for the ownership of a medium-sized demon mine. The demon king who was dissatisfied was the first to be shot, and was put in solitary confinement and admitted his defeat. The others also accepted it. Sometimes she was in the Grand Line the moment before, and appeared in the Four Seas the next moment. It seemed that the whole world could appear and disappear at will. Therefore, she was given the title, Shinayan Yakumo Yukari, and also the title of judge. The game hosted by Shinayan Yakumo Yukari is also called Shinayan Game. Chapter 718 This is Heaven. The Witch of Knowledge. At this time, the atmosphere was more solemn. Hongo's eyes were shining, with fanaticism in his eyes. So awesome! Is this Shinayan Yakumo Yukari? It's so awesome! Looking at Hongo's admiring look, Loki felt that Hongo might have taken the wrong medicine. What's awesome? We are being forced to compete, and you are still awesome. Crack, crack. Loki finished chewing the chicken leg in his hand and swallowed it. Then he wiped the unfamiliar clothes on his body with his greasy hands. This unfamiliar clothes made him feel a little uncomfortable. Idiot! What do you know? We are in the Demon Sword Bakasas now. The Demon Sword Bakasas. Look at the clothes we are wearing, and then look at the boss's clothes. We are entering the comics to become the Devil King. This ability, is really too enviable. Hongo said a lot, his eyes seemed to be shining. Now, the World Economic newspaper has opened a World Comics publishing house. This publishing house binds the comic stories that were previously serialized in the comics into comics. Then sell them again. This move directly made the World Economic newspaper earn a lot of Baileys again. Among the many comics, the Demon Sword Bakasas is the latest and most outstanding one. It tells the story of a brave team who went through hardships and obtained the Demon Sword Bakasas. The story of defeating the devil, obtaining the devil's treasure, reaching the pinnacle of life and restoring peace to the world. Hongo is usually a fan of comics. Now he has become a fan of comics like this. In his opinion, the ability shown by Yakumo Yukari is what he has always dreamed of. Are you so envious? This should be similar to the guy with the book ability in the Big Mom Pirates. Is it possible that we are in an illusion now? Lackey was a little worried when he said this. He pulled hard on his clothes, a black robe, and felt very strange. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Hongo heard Lackey's words, he grabbed a 20-centimeter one-eyed creature floating next to him. Look, the big eyes of this one-eyed elder are so bright and charming. Look at the purple eyelids, they feel a little wet and cold, and the touch is so real. And these cute little tentacles are soft and tough. This is the one-eyed elder. This is the first time I have seen a living one-eyed elder. Looking at Hongo's excited face and even staring at the one-eyed monster with a strange look in his eyes. Loki looked disgusted. After all, his interest is mostly in studying how to eat, and he has no idea why Hongo is so excited. Commander, please don't mention me like this. It feels very uncomfortable. Hearing the small mouth under the one-eyed monster's eyes open, Hongo was even more excited. Just now he felt that the one-eyed elder's eyes looked like wisdom. Now seeing that he can speak and respond, he is even more excited. There is wisdom, can speak, and can communicate. This is heaven. Looking at Hongo's tearful face, Loki was speechless until Hongo said something. This world can eat all kinds of delicacies that cannot be tasted in reality. Later, Loki also had tears on his face. This is heaven. Seeing the two hugging each other and cheering, everyone else was speechless. Okay, stop making trouble. Hongo, tell me the important information of this comic. In the end, it was Beckman who interrupted the two people's cheering and began to ask Hongo for some information. After a while, Hongo calmed down and began to pick out some information he thought was important. Magic Sword Bakasas, just by listening to the name, you can know that this comic is a story centered on magic sword Bokasses. The creation of this comic itself is to promote the magic weapon of the magic sword Bokasses series. Hongo said with emotion. And all this originated from the technology of magic resonance. It is said that the Witch of Knowledge of Chasing Light has developed the technique of magic resonance, which allows A-level magic rune users to use magic rune abilities without opening the magic rune form. Now the second version has been developed, which can enable B-level magic rune users to do the same. Hearing Hongo's words, Shanks also said, I know this. Based on this magic resonance technique, she also developed a method to guide magic ore with magic rune resonance to form a magic rune-like ability. Please give flowers 0. And she directly published a small guidebook guide to guiding resonance in forging magic Oregon. Please give flowers 0. I think this is the opportunity for the birth of the magic sword Bokasses. The research and development ability of that witch is really. The Witch of Knowledge, one of the trump cards of Chasing Light, is the owner of greedy magic. It is rumored that her ability is knowledge, and many works of magic pattern users are her work. Well-known works of magic pattern users such as Analysis of Magic Pattern Meditation, Essentials of Magic Power and Physical Balance, Magic Power Perception Improvement Manual, and On the Commonality of Magic Patterns are all dominated by her. The magic pattern era has only appeared for a few years. She has contributed more than 200 works alone, which makes many magic pattern users call it terrifying. The Witch of Knowledge is the treasure of the Magic Pattern Association. It can be said that she alone has contributed a great deal to the rapid maturity of the magic pattern system. Witch of Knowledge. When Beckman heard the two mention the Witch of Knowledge, he was also a little emotional. That is indeed a very powerful magic pattern user. He himself is a person with a very high IQ. He also has his own understanding of magic patterns, and even published 3 books on ice and snow abilities in his spare time. But this is nothing compared to the Witch of Knowledge. This time based on the magic resonance technique. The Witch's new Magic Mind Forging Resonance Guidance Guide once again shocked the magic pattern world. The original Magic Mind forged weapons. Basically, they were used by magic pattern users as weapons to increase their own abilities and reduce their own magic consumption. But now it is different. The weapons forged through the Magic Mind Forging Resonance Guidance Guide have their own abilities. You can use good combat power without opening the magic pattern form. The blessing of combat power after opening the magic pattern form is even more powerful. And such magic tools have another very important feature, that is, magic tools are no longer simple consumables. It can absorb the magic power of magic tools through the magic patterns inside to extend its service life. In short, magic tools have changed from consumables to rechargeable continuous products. Theoretically, the life of new magic tools can be dozens of times longer than that of old magic tools. Of course, the price of new magic tools is 10 times that of the original. The value of magic ore resources has also increased explosively because of this technology. However, the sensation caused by these magic tools in the magic tool world is more than that. KK. Chapter 719 The Background of the Magic Sword Bokasses, The Darkness of Shanks. This technology is considered by the magic tool world to be a pioneering technology for magic tool reform. The reason why the Guide to Resonance Guidance for Forging Magic Minerals is so important is mainly because of its prospects. Because in addition to a large number of C-level magic tools in the magic tool world, there are actually a larger number of D-level reserve magic tools that have not awakened magic tools. D-level reserve magic tools have magic power but no ability. In each magic pattern guild, the official members are all C-level magic pattern users with magic pattern abilities. The reserve magic pattern users don't even have magic patterns. It can be said that before awakening magic patterns, reserve magic pattern users have no say in the magic pattern world. This is a group that has not grown up. Even if there are magic potions, it is not suitable for the group that has not grown up. But if they can hold magic weapons with magic pattern-like abilities, they will have considerable combat power. This kind of magic weapon, which provides magic power 863 and only requires a small amount of magic power to be used by the magic pattern, has very little damage to the body. That's right, the Witch of Knowledge is very powerful, and her new technology has caused a great shock in the magic pattern world. You also know that the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce has a very strong ability to act. Hong Xiang looked at everyone. Although they haven't mass-produced it yet, they have a clue about the mass production technology of B-class magic weapons, and it may even be used in C-class magic weapons. And they directly released the magic sword Bokasses for publicity in order to warm up. Speaking of this, Hongo was very proud. The magic sword Bokusus was personally created by Master Dekos. It took 2 days to produce the manuscript, and 2 days to revise and review the manuscript. It only took 4 days for the magic sword Bokusus to be completed. Then the first edition of the commemorative edition of the magic sword Bokusus was quickly produced, with 10,000 copies sold at a price of 1 million baileys each. This is the magic sword Bokusus that will be out of print in the future. I took a lot of effort to get it. Wait. Lakey interrupted Hongo's chattering and looked at him in shock. 1 million baileys. You actually used 1 million baileys to buy a crappy comic. How many chicken legs can I buy with this? Hearing Lakey's words, the originally enthusiastic Hongo's face turned pale, which made Lockie feel a little frightened. Who ate more than half of a small banquet worth tens of millions of baileys? Who ate more than half of a banquet worth tens of millions of baileys? Hongo's soul-searching question made Lockie speechless. So is there a problem with me spending 1 million to buy comics? Seeing Hongo staring at him, Lockie hurriedly smiled. No problem, goodbye. Since this comic is out of print, it will definitely be worth collecting in the future, ah ha ha ha. Lockie's fake smile made the other red-haired members laugh. You really? After being interrupted by Lockie, Hongo lost his interest. He started to introduce the background of the magic sword Bokusus. There is a night-hidden continent above the sea. There is a country called Bokusus that spans half of the continent. It has always been a place with simple folk customs and constant gunfights. Wait a minute, why do people say that they are simple when there are constant gun battles? After listening to Hongo's introduction, Lockie couldn't help but complain. What do you know? The author is catering to the ecology of the South China Sea. After all, the Night Eye's Chamber of Commerce is behind the dark curtain. Hongo answered as if it was a matter of course. Anyway, don't interrupt. Oh. The Yin continent is ruled by the kingdom of Bokusus, and the people here live a very peaceful life. However, at some point, countless demons came across the sea. They are very cruel and treat humans like cattle and horses. With Bokusus as the countries led by the kingdom of Si rose up to resist, but they were no match for the 5 terrifying demon kings who came here. The combined army was defeated step by step. Then, at the suggestion of the wise sage of the kingdom of Bokusus, the kingdom of Bokusus pretended to surrender. For several years, they endured humiliation and learned the power of the demons, while provoking the relationship between the 5 first-generation demon kings. Finally, the first-generation demon kings killed each other, and only one was victorious. And the wise sage also brought the first-generation warriors to encircle and suppress the victorious demon king. The demon king died in the battle. The power core condensed after the death of the 5 demon kings was collected by the wise sage. After 10 years, the power of the kingdom of Bokusus was mobilized. 5 national magic swords were forged. This is the origin of the magic sword Bokusus. The 5 magic swords are all named Bokusus, but there are still differences. There are 5 suffixes, namely Xinggai, Yanyu, Fengbao, Dalong, and Zhaidang. They each have different attributes, corresponding to the 5 attributes of water, fire, wind, earth, and darkness. Each magic sword has the power to destroy the world. It made a great contribution to expelling the remaining demons, and the remaining demons hid underground, so the night-hidden continent was peaceful. More than 200 years later, the demons came back from underground, and the 2 demon kings came together, but were defeated by the brave team holding magic swords. In order to prevent humans from taking their power crystals, the 2 demon kings chose to self-destruct, and 3 of the 5 heroes died directly. After that, the kingdom of Bokusus rose and fell. Due to the jealousy of the high-level officials of other countries in the night-hidden continent towards the kingdom of Bokusus. So that the situation was undercurrent, leading to a series of events. Because of these events, except for the magic sword Bokusus Yan, all other magic swords were lost. The story of the magic sword Bokusus also unfolded in this background. Listening to the background told by Hongxiang, Shanks said with interest. So, the focus now is on these magic swords Bokusus. That's right. This is the story of the brave team defeating the Demon King by collecting the magic sword Bokusus. And you, my boss. Hongo walked around the red-haired man excitedly, his eyes staring at his waist with a faint heat. You are the Demon King now. The 3rd-generation Demon King Leikai has the magic sword Bokusus, the darkest. He is a Demon King with dark attributes, and he also has the darkest. The combination of the 2 makes the protagonists miserable. The darkest. You mean this? Shanks pulled out a 3.2 type cool sword from his waist. He noticed it before 3.2. In addition to his own sword, he also had a cool-looking sword on his waist. It's just that he didn't have any impression just now. It wasn't until Hongo finished talking about the background that Shanks knew that this was the magic sword Bakasas. After all, Hongo's eyes have been staring at the magic sword, his eyes are burning. The magic sword Bakasas is the darkest. Seeing Shanks pull out the magic sword, Hongo immediately came up to him and touched the magic sword with excitement. It is rumored that the Night Eye Chamber of Commerce has contacted S-level magic pattern users with corresponding attributes, preparing to use magic or essence to create a magic sword close to the comics. By then, the S-level magic weapon, the magic sword Bakasas, will be displayed as a non-sale item. I didn't expect that the real magic sword has not been fully created. But we can get started directly. Chapter 720 This is stable, the magic flame dragon nest. Boss, try it quickly, let me see the power of the magic sword Bakasas dark. Looking at Hongo's anxious look, Shanks teased. If you want to try it, just go and try it directly. Hongo shook his head when he heard it. The magic sword can only be used by certain people. It has a mechanism to recognize its master. If it recognizes its master, it will be no different from a firewood stick for other people to hold. When he was touching it just now, Shanks had already handed the sword to him. During this process, Hongo realized that the magic sword had no reaction to him at all. Is that so? Shanks raised the magic sword and swung it casually according to his feeling. Tear. A black sword wave surged out, directly cutting a huge gap of tens of meters in the Demon King's castle. From the gap, the sky outside was full of black clouds. What a strong power! It can actually be used. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other, and their faces became serious. What's wrong, boss? Seeing Shanks, who was originally relaxed, change his face slightly, Hongo was a little confused. This magic sword is almost not consumed. Just one sentence made Beckman understand the urgency of the situation. 01JUST Now he was shocked by Yakumo Yukari's ability, and now he was worried about their situation. If the magic sword does not consume the user, this means that other weaklings can fully exert the power of the four magic swords. As the Demon King camp, they were originally the target of public criticism. If the other four magic swords work together, they will not be so stable in the fight. If he dies here, Kamen dare not bet whether he will really die. The most urgent task is to quickly collect the magic swords and pass the game of hidden spirits. Hongo, tell me about the other magic swords. We need to collect them as soon as possible to prevent others from using them against us. Hongo looked at Beckman's solemn expression and smiled. There is no need to look for it for now. There is one in the treasure house of the Demon King's castle, the magic sword Bakasas Zingai. No one in the demon clan can use it, and it has been collecting dust in the treasure house. Later, the brave team took it away with a trick. But we can go and get it now, maybe I can use that magic sword. As he said this, Hongo summoned the One-Eyed Elder with expectation. One-Eyed Elder, come on, take us to the treasure house for a tour. Yes. The One-Eyed Elder didn't care about the red-hair pirate's abnormality that didn't match that of the Demon King. In his intelligence, the Demon King and the Demon King's leader are neurotic, and it's not strange for them to go crazy at any time. All he needs to do is shout "Long live the Demon King!" It can only be said that there is intelligence, but not much. Soon, the red-hair pirates came to the treasury where all kinds of treasures were piled up. In the center, a cylindrical white platform was floating with the Wuji Zhang. When Hongxiang saw the Wuji Zhang, he didn't care about the magic sword, and walked over to reach out to grab it. The result was that it passed through like a phantom. It was the same after several attempts. Bang bang! Don't waste your energy. It would be strange if it was so easy to get it. Seeing Beckman slowly coming over and patting his shoulder, Hongo no longer wasted his efforts. Then, they came directly to an antique wooden shelf. There was a black exquisite bar box on it. Click! Click! Hongo turned the rotary code on the box a few times with ease. Day! With a light sound, the box was unlocked and opened. A black and blue magic sword came into their eyes. Reading comics also helps. Of course. In response to Loki's whisper, Hongo raised his head. Let me try it first. Hongo picked up the magic sword with excitement. After a while, his face was pale. because he could not understand the strange feeling that Shanks said. I told you that you can't do it. I have to do it again. Loki wiped his greasy hands and was eager to try. If you can do it, I will go back and wash my hair upside down for a week. You said. After a while, Hongo pushed Loki away and took the magic sword from his hand. Then he looked at Loki with disdain. No, no, you look like you are constipated. Ha ha ha. Hongo's venomous tongue made everyone laugh. The laughter made Loki's face pale. But he soon continued to eat heartlessly, and he didn't eat chicken legs. But he ate the meat of an unknown monster that he took out from the kitchen when he passed by. He ate it with great relish. Soon, the red-haired group took turns trying. In the end, only Shanks and Beckman didn't try. But the magic sword will not serve the same master, so only Beckman has hope. Rib. When Beckman tried, the magic sword reacted directly, and blue light particles wrapped around Beckman. What is this? The magic sword recognized its master. Great, Beckman. We now have 2 of the 5 magic swords, plus our own strength, this time it's stable. As Hongo set the flag, Red Hair and his group also began to return to the Demon King's Hall to familiarize themselves with the power of the Demon King's city and make the 610 plan. While Red Hair and his group were making plans, other people who came to the realm of the Demon Sword Bikasas were also taking action. Some had read the comics and knew the general idea. Those who had not read the comics could only ask the local NPCs for various information. Time passed slowly in these hurried actions. One day later, Red Hair and his group were no longer in the Demon King's city, but came directly to a huge canyon shrouded in black fog. This place is called the Demon Flame Dragon's Nest. That's it. It feels completely different to see it in the comics and from a real perspective. At this time, Hongo looked at the canyon in front of him with emotion. I'm so tired. Let's finish the work quickly. I only slept for an hour at night and was called to hurry up. I'm almost exhausted. Seeing Loki complaining about being tired, Hongo was speechless. It's good to have some rest time. Hurry up, you've already slept on the golden demon pig. Hearing Hongo urging, Loki was still wailing. You're still talking? That pig is walking like it's dancing. Sleeping on it is like not sleeping at all. Shut up, I guess if the heroes are diligent, they're probably rushing here. I don't know which of those guys have become heroes and which have become adventurers. Hongo curled his lips. Chapter 721 Level, is it maxed out? The capital where the kingdom of Bikasas is located. Although there is only one magic sword, Bikasas Inferno, on the surface. In fact, there is also a magic sword, Bikasas Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was hidden by a minister living in the capital. Because his family's great-grandfather was actually a spy secretly sent in by other countries. The loss of the magic sword in the kingdom of Bikasas has a lot to do with the great-grandfather of this minister. However, the magic sword did not go to other countries in the end. The reason was that the spy finally fell in love with the family here and the intervention of the demons at that time made him feel guilty. In the end, the magic sword was passed down by this family. One of the brave team is the eldest son of this family. In the future, he will really pick up the magic sword collected by the family and join the protagonist group. But, Hong Xiang knows. Because of the intrusion of other people, the situation may be very different. If the other party knows the plot, then the efficiency will be quickly promoted. And it is much closer to here than the Demon King's castle. If the other party is fast enough and efficient, he will rush over after taking the 2 magic swords. It is not impossible for them to collide with each other at that time. Or, in this game of Shinayan, with the mysterious ability of Shinayan, such a situation is more likely to happen. After all, watching a play is definitely more interesting when you watch the conflict. Raki, that's enough. Got it. When Beckman said that, Raki immediately became serious. Now Raki likes to create a funny and relaxed atmosphere. Sometimes he will deliberately create a laugh even if there is no laugh. The reason for this is that after becoming a magic pattern user, the mental state of the magic pattern user is too dark. If you don't adjust your emotions and mentality properly at this time, there will definitely be problems in the long run. After all, the red hair pirates became magic pattern users, they can still maintain a cheerful atmosphere. It is also the tacit maintenance of this atmosphere by all members. Let's go. With Shank's call, everyone set off quickly. In addition to them, they were followed by some demon generals in the Demon King's castle. Although the Demon King and Demon Commander of the Demon King's castle were replaced by Red Hair and others. But there are still some powerful demons below, more than 20 of them. These demons belong to Fan Tao, a B-level magic pattern user according to their strength. Among the humans in this world, he is also a top-level warrior, known as a hero. Beckman will naturally not leave such a fighting force alone. After all, as the Demon King camp, I don't know how much power the other side will unite to deal with them next. The more power, the more power. After a while, the red-haired group and the demons entered the valley surrounded by the rugged black stone mountain. Here, there is the magic sword Bakasa's Storm. This magic sword is collected by the owner of this place, the Demon Flame Dragon. We are here. That cave is the usual residence of the Demon Flame Dragon. I didn't think so when I read the comics, but now I feel that this place is really not for human habitation. It's unbelievable that the Demon Dragon can live here for decades. Hearing Hongo's complaints, Loki also complained. It's not a human being, and I think you are taking the comics seriously, which makes me even more unbelievable. Get out! In response to Loki's complaints, Hongo slapped him directly, smiling and spewing sweet words. Roar! A huge vibration resounded through the sky, and the black fog spreading in the valley was directly shaken and spread. Even the dark clouds in the sky broke a big hole directly. It found us. Wait, this strength is not right. Hong Xiang felt the power of the magic flame dragon and was shocked. He grabbed the one-eyed elder next to him. Quick, one-eyed elder, show me the level of the magic flame dragon. Yes, Commander. The one-eyed elder felt a little helpless when he was picked up, but he was still very responsible. Level 130. Hey? How much? Level 130. Being stared at by Hong Xiang, the one-eyed elder repeated weakly. Level 130. After confirming the fact, Hong Xiang couldn't help but exclaimed. Damn it, isn't this the maximum level? When was the Demon Flame Dragon the maximum level? Wasn't it level 120? Even the strongest darkness of the first generation Demon King was only level 129. This is too ridiculous. In the background of the Demon Sword Bakasa's, the maximum level is 130. Levels 1 to 30 are more common, divided into ordinary, excellent, and elite levels. Levels 31 to 60 are experts, masters, and grandmasters. As for levels 61 to 90, they are collectively called heroes, and only a few humans in this world can reach them. Levels 91 to 120 are legends. As for Fan Tao, who belongs to the Demon King above level 120, he is called epic, and no one has ever really reached it among the revealed human strongmen. After all, this comic is to warm up the demon sword. If humans are too strong, there will be no demon sword. Bang! Beckman patted Hongo's shoulder, looking solemnly ahead while comforting him. Calm down, Hongo, this is not the real demon sword Bakasa's. Looking at the dragon with wings spread flying over, he said lightly. It seems that the god of hidden doesn't want us to be too relaxed. Hearing Beckman's words, Hongo still felt a little uncomfortable. Such an ability is too ridiculous. It can actually increase the level of a character out of thin air. Don't let a 9 Demon King or even a Demon Apostle come down after we win the battle. Although the maximum level is set to be level 130. But now that some people can modify the level, wouldn't it be normal to increase the upper limit of the level? It's not like kites coming. Ho ho! Accompanied by a huge roar. Rumble. The overwhelming flame dragon breath spurted out from the mouth of the demonic flame dragon in midair, pouring towards the red-haired group. Facing the dragon's breath that filled his eyes, Beckman had already drawn his magic sword and walked across the sea. Wow! Countless ocean currents emerged around Hungfa and the others, rushing up with roars. Hiss! Hiss! The flames and sea currents intertwined to make the sound of water evaporating. The two sides were in a stalemate with no outcome in sight. Click! Click! A strange sound began to sound, and then the sea current that fought against the dragon's breath turned directly into ice. Suddenly the defense was as solid as a rock. Phew! Beckman let out a breath of cold air. Success! Looking at the huge ice layer blocking the front like a chasm. At this moment, Beckman couldn't help but feel happy, because he felt that the magic sword in his hand was particularly smooth. You can use such a powerful move at no cost. With the addition of his ice, his combat power skyrocketed. To be honest, he couldn't help but be attracted to this magic sword. Maybe I can buy a low-end one in reality in the future. Beckman thought so. Chapter 722, Give Us a Face, the Gold Content of the Flame Brave. Rumble. After realizing that the sea current in front of me turned into a large ice block that was difficult to break, the demonic flame dragon's breath immediately increased in intensity. The flames like magma erupted violently. Hiss! Hiss! The ice cubes evaporate directly and quickly, and at the same time, the impact force causes cracks in the ice cubes. Click! Click! Pang! The huge ice block like a fortress was overwhelmed, and before it had time to melt, the impact exploded into ice crystals. What a powerful force! Looking at the flames surging again, Beckman was also shocked. According to his guess, levels 121 to 130 in this world are actually equivalent to Fan Tao, the lower level demon king of the demon clan. It's just that in reality, the demon kings of the demon clan are very powerful. Especially when the 9 demon kings of the Fear demon clan were still lower level demon kings, they all reached the 3-star gem level established by the Hunter Association. And he is still the best among them. As for the demon king in this world, he shouldn't be that strong. However, the combat power and oppressive feeling of the demonic flame dragon in front of him broke his thoughts. It feels like there is no difference between it and the real demon king. Phew! The dark and red slashes flashed upward. Cut off the blazing dragon's breath and slash it towards the demon flame dragon face gate. Suddenly, the demonic flame dragon's charging posture with its fangs and claws spread out restrained 613. It no longer breathed out dragon breath, and its thick dragon claws covered with dark red scales faced forward. Dragon Claw of Fire. The glowing red dragon claw struck hard at the oncoming slash of the demonic flame dragon. Rumble. Zera. Zera. There was a huge roar with a continuous sound of electricity. The surrounding water mist suddenly burst out, hitting the surrounding valley walls and flowing up quickly. So, the entire Blackstone Canyon seemed to have a huge halo of water mist. Click! Click! Pang! As the dragon's claws closed, the black and red slashes were crushed. Streams of light like black and red stardust slowly fell down. With the light chips falling, no one in the field attacked again. The two sides confront each other. The atmosphere was silent for a while. A few moments. Navigator Snake used his ability, and a strong wind roared. Everyone's clothes were rustling, and their momentum became even more fierce. This scene made Shanks feel a little funny. However, he also knew that now was not the time for teasing. Shanks looked at the demonic flame dragon with solemn eyes. Although there was little hope, he still tried to reason with the NPC. Devil Flame Dragon Harwin, we came here this time to get the demon sword Bacchus's. If you can, give us a face. Poof. A mouthful of thick phlegm hit the red-haired man. Laikai. Get out of here. Even if I can't use the magic sword, I won't give it to you in the dirt. Well. Looking at the demonic flame dragon's hateful eyes, Shanks was a little embarrassed. He really wanted to say that you had the wrong person. However, now that he has inherited the identity of the Demon King, he cannot deny his identity. Because the creatures in this world are brainless. Want to fight? Beckman's eyes looked at Shanks, waiting for him to make a decision. In the plot of the original comic book, the demonic flame dragon is free by nature and has always lived in this black stone nest. Sometimes it goes to the human kingdom to live freely. Only, after the demon king Rakai grew up, he fell in love with the fighting power of the demon flame dragon. However, the demonic flame dragon refused to yield, so one of its horns was cut off. Although I did not kill it out of consideration for my fellow humans. But the flame dragon obviously won't be grateful for this. After the protagonist of the original novel came here, he made a bet with it, and the protagonist won the bet. Successfully obtained the magic swords it collected and obtained its assistance. In the original novel, the protagonist used this assistance to let it contain 2 demon leaders and contribute to defeating the Demon King. Beckman's original plan was to obtain the magic sword through the bet according to the original method. And let the original protagonist's fighting force gather to their camp. However, now the strength of the flame dragon is directly 130. If this guy enters the protagonist's camp again, they will be in trouble. Of course, with the current strength of the flame dragon, it is not easy for the protagonist group to win. In this case, Shanks said coldly. The flame dragon stared at Shanks with a dragon face. Because it understands that even if its strength increases greatly, there are now two magic swords on the opposite side. The Demon King and the magic sword are soaring in strength. The other demon leader is also quite powerful and can bring out the power of the magic sword. Plus the various abilities that other demon leaders may have. It can't stand alone if a fight really breaks out, so it is also very afraid. Ha 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 ha. Red hair, you guys are really fast. Crack. The sound of mechanical couplings rang out. A huge spider-like robot stepped on its 8 long legs and moved swiftly on the rugged black stone. Then it jumped down from the top of the valley edge. Boom. Several thin legs made of alloy pierced directly into the ground, causing the ground to crack and splash countless smoke and dust. A 20-meter-high spider appeared directly on the side of Red Hair and the demon flame dragon. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and the huge mechanical spider was clearly visible. You're here at this time. This is trouble. Beckman looked at the strange mechanical spider with a serious expression. This big spider is the transportation tool of the original protagonists, and it is also the crystallization of the technology of the Kingdom of Bakassaz. There are only 3 in the entire Kingdom of Bakassaz. One was directly given to the protagonists, except that it cannot fly. It can change its form even in the water. Now that it appears so arrogantly, it also means that the guys have a certain degree of confidence. Add to this unstable factor next to it. Bang bang bang. Soon, a group of people dressed in various strange costumes and even non-humans jumped down from the platform on the back of the spider. Red-haired Shanks, I almost let you get ahead. But now we are here, the magic sword will definitely not fall into your hands. You should just surrender in this game. In the crowd, Bashan stood in the front. He looked at Red Hair and others and spoke nonsense. Originally, they saw the aftermath of the outbreak here and were worried about the next step. But after arriving here, they found that the magic flame dragon was confronting Red Hair and his group. Of course, this was not what surprised Bashan the most. The most surprising thing was the level of the demon flame dragon. Although he didn't know why the level of the demon flame dragon was raised, the demon flame dragon and the demon king must have a grudge. Because he fully realized the benefits of this kind of causal inheritance. Son! Come on, let these guys see the value of the flame warrior. Chapter 723 Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs. Seeing Bashan rushing around, Tizero, who was traveling with him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He stretched out his arm to block the attack of a black-haired young man. It's not that he didn't take action, but he needed to pull the combat power in front of him to the camp before taking action. A level 130 demon flame dragon is more powerful than the demon sword. Mr. Mo Yanlong, let's join forces. As long as we join forces to keep the demon king, the 2 magic swords will belong to you after the matter is accomplished. And your revenge can be avenged. Tizero stared at Mo Yanlong's eyes and tried. Bang la la la. Impossible. I will not cooperate with humans. If you want to roll around, fight far away and don't disturb my sleep. Without waiting for everyone to react, Mo Yanlong flew directly back to the cave in the valley. Although Mo Yanlong hates the Demon King, it usually doesn't help humans deal with demons. Especially now that its level is full. With such strength, even if it is surrounded and beaten, at least it has the confidence to run away. The ability to run away has a certain confidence. So, at this time, Mo Yanlong is ready to be a bystander. Seeing Mo Yanlong fly away directly, Bashan suddenly felt a little dumbfounded. You guy, we are here to help you. Bang bang bang. Tizero patted Bashan's shoulder. Don't shout, things are not going to go smoothly. But... He put his hands on the magic sword at his waist. In this hidden game, we have gained a great advantage. Magic sword Bakassaz Earth Dragon. The minister's eldest son in the brave team obtained the magic sword he used from his family. And Tizero directly replaced the identity of the minister's eldest son. At the beginning, he used his own strength to physically persuade the family to obtain the magic sword. With the fighting force that can be gathered in the capital later. It is worth mentioning that the 3 members of the 8 Fantasy Alliance who came here, Tizero, Lei Yu, and Bashan, have all read the comic book Magic Sword Bakassaz. Tizero read it because of the economic trend it represents. Lei Yu read it because he heard that the protagonists of this comic book include fishmen. As for Bashan, he was interested in this comic book because he saw something during the promotion of the comic book. Let's try it first. Clang. Pulling out the magic sword from the sheath, Teizero swung his right hand violently. The black stone on the ground began to rise directly from the ground, turning into several huge and sharp stone cones and stabbed over. Boom! The black and red intertwined knife light passed by. The tip of the stone cone was broken immediately, cutting a cut in the sealed stone cone. At the same time, the slashing continued, rushing in front of Teizero. Looking at the slashing bursting in, Teizero did not block it. Because a figure blocked his eyes. The flame rushed up like a dragon, destroying the remaining slashes. The brave Zama, the owner of the Hell of Fire, one of the protagonists, is called the Hero of Fire, and is level 90. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my son. Seeing Zama's performance, Beishan began to praise loudly. Although Zama is just a cheap son here, Beishan is still familiar with this protagonist. Plus Zama's attitude is very good and obedient, and he is even stronger after possessing the magic sword. Beishan has already imagined that his future children will be like this. Hearing Beishan's praise, the black-haired young man touched his head embarrassedly. It's not over yet. Hwa la la la. Countless sea currents rolled up out of thin air, and millions of tons of sea water rushed into the black stone gap that was cut open. Facing the scouring of sea water, the Hero of Fire was not willing to be outdone. The fire current rushed to the sky, competing with the sea current. Hiss! Hiss! A huge amount of water was evaporated. Crack! Crack! As the two sides fought, the sea current froze quickly. Faced with this situation, the brave Zama could only increase his output. The violent fire flow formed a huge vortex, which circulated and crushed the ice and evaporated. The affected black stones also broke and turned into magma and flowed down. Boom! When the ice in front was crushed and evaporated, a compressed water blade leaped out and opened a gap in the flame vortex. In this gap, the red-haired figure followed the water blade and slashed. He rushed to the front of the brave Zama in an instant. God avoid! The terrible domineering aura wrapped around the magic sword and swung towards Zama. Zama's face changed drastically. Although the mental shock brought by the domineering aura was resisted by the magic power wrapped around him by the magic sword. But he had just released a powerful move. There was not enough time to release enough power again to block the red-haired attack. At this time, the lack of experience and the weakness of the hero were magnified into a huge disadvantage. 0 flowers. If he was hit with his small body, he would be seriously injured even with the magic power of the magic sword. Don't even think about it. Teizero behind Zama took action in time. He jumped from top to bottom and attacked. It was no longer the control of soil and rocks, but the invisible gravity wrapped around the magic sword. Unparalleled wave sword. The twisted gravity rushed out and collided directly with the red-haired god's avoidance. Boom! The collision erupted with a huge wave impact. Lightning kept jumping in the collision, and the atmosphere was flowing like a stream of water. The two of them were in a stalemate. While the two were in a stalemate, the motionless thunder ray moved instantly. Swoosh! A flash of golden light, his figure came against the shock wave of catharsis. The trident like a dagger swung at the red-haired head. 9 dragons flashing light. 9 dragons of light surged forward. Before the dragons of light attacked red hair, Loki appeared directly. Blue light appeared on his body and blocked the shock wave to come here. A blue light spread and blocked the side of red hair, blocking the 9 dragons of light surging out. Although Loki was usually funny in the pirate group, due to his swallowing ability, his magic power grew very fast. In this world, his level was 113, only 2 levels lower than the Vice-Captain Beckman. In other words, he and Beckman were the only high-level magic pattern users on the ship, and they were a good energy meat shield. I can't let you attack our boss so easily. Loki, who blocked the 9 dragons, said with a cool face. At the same time, Beckman's figure also arrived. But he was blocked by the flame hero who reacted. Other members of Red Hair followed up, but the shock waves of Red Hair and Teizero were very large. They didn't get too close. Seeing them coming, Beishan, who had been slowly pushing back since the beginning of the battle, suddenly felt that he had done it. You still want to launch a sneak attack? Look at my Gatling gun. A burst of white smoke exploded, and a huge gun suddenly appeared in Beishan's hand. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure depleted uranium bombs, 1 breath 3600 turns, great compassion and great mercy to save the world. He roared and chanted the mantra, and countless blue lights flashed. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ha 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 ha. All of you die. People. Chapter 724 Buddhas have mercy, eat Lao Zi's mighty dragon. When Beishan took out his Gatling gun, Hung Xiang's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Beishan to get this thing. Ben Zi, use the mudslide to block it, use the flowing one. Hearing Hung Xiang's words, Ben Zi was very obedient and used a thick mudslide shield. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Countless steel torrents penetrated directly into the mudslide. The mudslide was smashed to boiling. But bullets are hard but not soft. This very thick mudslide that was still flowing in the vortex directly eliminated the kinetic energy of these bullets. But this was not the end. The bullets that stagnated in the mudslide exploded directly. Like a bunch of explosives, the mudslide was shaken. Fortunately, Ben Zi's mudslide viscosity combined with his own control made this thick shield still strong. However, even so, Hong Xiang did not take it lightly. Because the Gatling gun in Beishan was not an ordinary Gatling gun, it was called Nemo Gatling. It was the weapon used by the Blue Cat in the original protagonist group. It is said that his ancestor was a very powerful legendary orc who became a monk at the age of 20. After 10 years, he realized the true meaning of physical control. So he made a special enchanted Gatling gun and changed his Dharma name to Nemo. At that time, the demons made a comeback, so he went into the battlefield and killed a lot of people, and got the reputation of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Even in the kingdom of Bikasas, there was a Gatling craze, and Gatling Buddhism rose with it. Hong Xiang still remembers the famous saying of Gatling Bodhisattva very clearly. The Buddhas are merciful, and give me the Bodhi Buddha light to save all living beings, good and good. When Hong Xiang was watching it, he was still living in Bengbu. You just use Gatling to save all living beings? Snake, go and stop that golden flash. Loki, come and help. That Gatling has more than one form. Hearing Hongo's command, Snake listened to the advice and used his wind ability to eliminate the oncoming shock wave. He came directly to the golden flash. Loki also came to Hongo, but he was still mumbling. That fish man is very fierce, Snake probably can't stand it. Don't talk nonsense, if Lime Jones is here, I will let that guy go. Hongo interrupted Loki's chatter. This time they also left combat forces on the ship. And because of the existence of Enel, there are more than 1 or 2 combat forces left. Now they only have 7 people coming out. The captain and the deputy captain, he and Lakey, Punch and his partner Mengs Hita, and Snake. In terms of number, it just matches the number of the Demon King and the Demon Leader. However, whether they can catch up in performance will have to pass this battle test. You are so stubborn, do you think I haven't read comics? Facing the solid defense of Punch, Beishan looked disdainful. Turn on the Bodhi Buddha light mode. Through Beishan's voice, the exaggerated Gatling gun in his hand changed its form. Click! Click! As if the machine was turning, blue light circles revolved around the Gatling gun. Bodhi Buddha light mode conversion successful. A mechanical sound came from the Gatling gun. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the cool shape of gold and blue, Beishan laughed with satisfaction. If you have the ability, bring out a space ability user. Eat my Bodhi Buddha light. In the original work, the blue cat of the protagonist group encountered the demon leader who used water ability at the beginning. Although he was defeated directly, after turning on the Bodhi Buddha light, he instantly severely injured the demon leader. However, he was finally saved by the strongest demon leader. The demon leader has spatial ability. The space circle defends against the Buddha's light, can teleport and use the space blade to cut off the Gatling gun directly. This caused Blue Cat to lose his ancestral gun, and later he regretted that there was a trick he had not used. Although the original book was like this, Beishan believed that he would not fall into the same situation as Blue Cat. Because the difficult demon leader was gone. As for the red hair pirates, he had never heard of any spatial ability. Swish! The Buddha's light appeared, and a huge light column several tens of centimeters thick exploded directly towards Hongo and others. This scene. Lackey, who had deployed defense in advance because of Hongo's reminder, had his eyes popped out. Damn it! Can your Gatling gun fire a light cannon? Boom boom! The huge fluctuations made Shanks and Tesoro, who were fighting on the other side, retreat. They all looked here. What a powerful force! But I can still withstand it. At this time, a blue shield condensed in front of Loki, and he concentrated his attention and pressed both hands on it. His ability can block kinetic attacks, but he is best at this type of energy attack. A magic pattern allows high-level players to cooperate with such abilities. Let Loki feel that he can block a Demon King in a short period of time. Well, as long as this Demon King is not a physical type. Bold monster, why don't you quickly kill him? At this time, Bashan was like the blue cat in the original book, speaking the blue cat's lines. He blew his beard and stared at Loki, who stubbornly blocked his attack. Feeling that many people were looking forward to this side, Bashan, who was very good at showing his face, decided to open the eyes of the guys around him. He used a trick that was not used in the original book. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, Pruchna Buddhas, world-honored Kasadagarbha, Pruchna Ba Mahong. Everyone around was stunned. Gatling quickly reassembled into a mechanical cassock and put it on Bashan. Then he took him into the air quickly. Flying dragon in the sky. A golden dragon circled around him. Feeling the huge golden dragons surrounding him and the shocked eyes of everyone, Bashan was in high spirits. This is why he dared to be so reckless. Ha 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 ha. Eat the 1.5 Sun great and mighty heavenly dragon. The huge golden dragon roared and bared its fangs and claws and bombarded Loki and the others. The powerful energy fluctuations made the red-haired man solemn. Bang! He burst out, and the ground was directly cracked. Then he came in front of Loki. The power of the magic sword in his hand was stimulated by him on a large scale, combined with his own power. Swoosh! In an instant, the black and red streams of light intertwined and turned into a huge crescent moon with black and red interweaving. Boom! The crescent moon and the mighty dragon suddenly collided. The terrifying shock wave swept everything in the valley, black stones flew, and large areas of the ground cracked and were then blown away by the shock wave. In the air, the black, red, and gold lights blended together, emitting a violent light. It seemed that there were only these three colors between heaven and earth. Chapter 725. It's so cool to travel around the world, Anilu appears. So strong and handsome. The trick that the blue cat in the comic said is so powerful. At this time, Hongo, who was hiding behind the Loki shield, looked at the blended colors in the sky with stars in his eyes. He was shocked and excited at the same time. At that time, Hongo, who was reading the comics, regretted not seeing the trick of Nanmuo Gatling. I didn't expect to be able to witness it with my own eyes. That transformation, that line, the power of that move. At this moment, Hongo had only one thought in his heart. Too cool. Someone directly shouted out Hongo's thoughts. That was the human warrior brought by Tizero and his team. A black-haired young man with half-long hair, wearing black and white checkered clothes, with an excited expression. He is one of the few heroes in this world. Hongo was still impressed by this character. Because this guy is a strong man among the adventurers in this world, of course this is not important. What is important is that he has walked through the plot with the protagonist group. He often plays the role of shocking passers-by in the plot. A sentence of too cool. Can go around the world and liven up the plot. At least Hongo was impressed by 01, and sometimes he would use his line. Boom! Bang! With a huge explosion that shook the earth. The last shock wave cracked the black stone wall in the valley slightly, forming a huge smoke ring that swept up. Under such a shock wave, everyone in the valley stopped fighting. Both sides quickly defended themselves under the terrible shock wave. After a while, whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind, the smoke was directly washed away. The red-haired man representing the demon clan and the Tazero man representing the protagonist group stood opposite each other. At this time, Bashan was wearing a mechanical cassock. Although he looked arrogant, he was actually scared. Because he had just fired a powerful dragon. The first time he used it, he found that this trick was indeed a trick, and the consumption was off the charts. Just one move, this Gatling gun turned into a cassock directly consumed more than one-third of its energy. In addition to the consumption he used before and the need to prevent others from directly attacking him, he had to save energy. So, he could only use one more trick now. After using up his fighting power, he can only maintain the magic pattern user with this cassock. Bashan was unwilling to accept such a result. But he also understood that this was normal. Otherwise, if the Gatling gun was too powerful, wouldn't the role of the magic sword be taken away? Fortunately, the opponent should not know his true situation, so he can continue to be arrogant. Ha ha ha, see, this is the power of my great power dragon. Be sensible, hand over all the magic swords and surrender. Otherwise, be careful of my great power dragon. Hearing Bashan's nonsense, As a senior fan of the magic sword, Hongo immediately exposed Baishan's fig leaf. Although the great power dragon is powerful, the consumption must be not small. Can you use it again? Blue Cat's Gatling gun has an energy core, and Hongo always remembers this setting. Even if the great power dragon was very handsome just now, he liked it very much. But he would not brag without thinking. No matter how powerful Gatling is, it can't overshadow the magic sword in this comic promoting the magic sword. So, it must have flaws. For example, it can only use a special move once or consumes a lot of energy. Humph. I have plenty of energy, why don't you try it? Looking at Baishan's redneck retort, Hong Xiang immediately understood that he was right. So, he set his sights on the red-haired boss, we. At this time, Hongo was waiting for his boss's decision, whether to fight or retreat. If it was the original Demon King lineup, Hongo would definitely fight. In the original book, the Demon King Leikai is level 126, with the ability of darkness, and the darkest demon sword in his hand. The highest level plus the ability is compatible with the demon sword. The two can not only exert the strongest combat power, but also complement each other in the essence of darkness, making his combat power explode. In the final battle, even if the protagonist group has 3 protagonists holding the demon sword to fight against the Demon King together, they are almost dragged down by the Demon King Leikai. After all, the protagonists' levels, experience, skills, and compatibility with the demon sword, etc., have defects in many aspects. Even if they cooperate closely with each other, they are almost killed by the Demon King. If 2 of the 3 heroes in the end had not taken super magic potions to upgrade to the legendary level, they would have died. Now, his boss has the demon sword. Although the boss is only level 122, and his ability is not so compatible with the magic sword. But Hongo naturally trusts the boss unconditionally. After sailing on the sea for so many times and going through so many hardships, the boss will not be worse than the Demon King in the original work. Plus, Beckman also has the magic sword, so they will definitely have the advantage in a fight. Looking at Hongo's question, Shanks turned his eyes to Beckman. The current situation needs to be judged, and Shanks believes that Beckman can give him a reminder. When it comes to the safety of his companions, Shanks will still be more cautious. Beckman saw the look Shanks cast over him. The brain is also brainstorming rapidly. In the current situation, the last magic sword is in the hands of the magic flame dragon. If they retreat, it is hard to guarantee that Dezoro will not find a way to obtain the magic sword or even let the magic flame dragon help them. Beckman will not underestimate the promising young man like Dezoro who has developed a force at such a young age. And 683 Enelu is not here now, and I don't know what he will do. Add to that the attitude of the Shinayan. If he is Shinayan, he definitely doesn't want to be one-sided if he wants to watch the show. So, at the moment, they are stronger than the other party, which may be the best opportunity. Even if they can't defeat the other party, they must weaken the other party and make the variables in the future as much as possible. While Beckman was thinking quickly, Tizero was also thinking. He didn't worry about his own safety. In the original work, the protagonists dared to fight the Demon King with only 2 magic swords at the beginning. Although they were defeated miserably, they ran away with the help of the Earth Dragon of the minister's eldest son. Now he is a magic pattern user and has been promoted to the middle stage. With his ability and the magic sword, he wants to lead everyone to run away, and he is sure to have no worries about his life. Red hair, let's fight. When both sides were silent, an arrogant voice broke the silence. The figure of Enel appeared from the side. When Hongo saw Enel appear, he widened his eyes in shock. He was not shocked by Enel's appearance, but by the white mark on his forehead. That mark represents the ultimate weapon used by the original protagonist Blue Cat. Chapter 726 I will attack in the form of Gundam, a man should drive a Gundam. There are 5 heroes in the brave team. Except for the 4 heroes who all have magic swords in the final battle. There is another alien who does not have a magic sword, that is Blue Cat. Although he does not have a magic sword, his ultimate weapon is very cool. In the original story, his Nenmu Gatling was cut off by the strongest commander of the demon clan and then he got the golden finger again. However, there are few clues about that thing in the comics. Only a few clues were revealed, and then it was only said that Blue Cat went to find it. When Blue Cat appeared again, the ultimate weapon was already in hand. In other words, if you are not very familiar with the comic magic sword and have a little brains, It is very difficult to find. But Enel found it. Enel. You long-eared man, it's fine if you eat and drink on our ship. You even peeked at my comics. Hongo looked at Enel in disbelief. No wonder his comics were placed in different places a few times. He thought it was another companion who looked at them. Never expected it. It was Enel who was peeking at the comics. This guy who had a stern face as if others owed him hundreds of millions when they met, actually read comics? This really made Hongo unable to do it. It's your honor to read your comics. Enel said impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. It's all over. This time, I'll welcome your defeat. Red hair. Without waiting for everyone to react, Enel's figure turned into lightning and flew all the way to the air. Gundam summon. As the white lines on his forehead flashed, a huge humanoid slowly emerged around Enelu. Although, a huge white humanoid Gundam quickly condensed and took shape. Enelu's figure was also wrapped in it and disappeared. Boom, white light particles were ejected from the two engine ports behind the Gundam, stirring up countless light particles, making the Gundam look like a dream. I will attack in the form of Gundam. Inside the Gundam, Enelu arrogantly shouted the unique lines after summoning the Gundam. So handsome. My Gundam. Looking at the white mecha as big as a giant floating in the air, Bashan couldn't help but wail. He read this comic because he saw this thing in the promotion of the magic sword Bakasas. The words that a man should drive a Gundam after the blue cat appeared in the original work made him take it as a criterion. Originally, he was thinking about getting the Gundam after this battle. But he didn't expect that the long-eared guy got there first. Don't you say that the fallen magic pattern makes people forget their relatives and have low IQ? Why can that guy still find the Gundam? Too cool. Get lost. Hearing the NPC next to him shouting too cool again, Bashan felt upset. However, although Bashan felt uncomfortable, Tizero understood that the opportunity had come. Next. As long as that Enelu could entangle the red-haired man, then. On the other side, although Hongo looked at the Gundam with stars in his eyes, he couldn't stop worrying afterwards. Gundam, as the golden finger of the protagonist group's blue cat after Nenmo Gatlin. Its origin is naturally not simple. It was created by Bokasus after the magic sword was forged. It was the highest crystallization of magic pattern technology created by Bokasus at his peak and combined with magic patterns. When the two second-generation demon kings led the demons to make a comeback from underground. This highest crystallization of magic pattern technology was also dispatched and sent to the frontline battlefield to test combat power. Just this one test, the Gundam was directly destroyed. The two second-generation demon kings, one is a soul power user, and the other is a space power user. Therefore, the soul of the pilot in the Gundam was annihilated on the spot. The Gundam was also sealed into a different dimension by the space power user. Even the 5 demon sword warriors present at the time were unable to stop this incident. Although the highest technological crystal of the magic pattern was lost, it also contributed to the defeat of the 2 demon kings. It made it impossible for the space demon king with a different dimension to escape in time. And the future Gundam will also be revitalized by the blue cat. The descendants of the space demon king who killed the demon clan leader and killed the demon clan leader added a dramatic touch to this story. When Hongo watched it, he felt very high. However, now it is his own pirate group's turn to become the demon king. He felt that he was not feeling well, and he could not help but resonate with the demon clan in the original work. 3 generations of demon kings in a row, full of loyal martyrs, this is too tragic. It seems that there is no way this time. Beckman, try to protect everyone. Shanks looked at the Gundam and he also went forward directly. Boss, that Gundam needs to consume a lot of energy. Its energy core is almost scrapped. That guy Enel must have used his own power, he definitely won't last long. Seeing Shanks coming forward, Hongo also hurriedly told him. In the original work, the energy core of the Gundam itself was close to being scrapped in the alien space. But Blue Cat himself is a research maniac. He dismantled the energy core of Nenmu Gatlin and modified it on the Gundam. However, Hongo didn't believe that Enel had this ability. After all, Nenmu Gatlin was still in Bashan. However, the Gundam itself also has a system for the driver to provide energy, but it only requires specific abilities, and the effects of other abilities are greatly reduced. It's just that in this world, human hero-level magic pattern users are very rare, not to mention legendary ones, or legendary magic pattern users with specific abilities. Therefore, the Gundam that needs a huge amount of energy naturally has only the energy core as an option. Yet, red hair. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Today it can finally be over. Enlil was also very excited when he saw the red hair coming in front of him. After forcing him to use the gift from the apostle, he wanted to make a conclusion with the red hair pirates. However, the red hair pirates are numerous and powerful. In addition, red hair itself is very strong, and he can't beat it after several fights. But now it's different. With his strength combined with this Gundam that can best play his ability, he will definitely be able to bury red hair here. Enlil, you are such a troublesome guy. Looking at the Gundam in front of him, Shanks also looked like he had a headache. Let's make a bet. If you lose, you will become my companion. When Enlil was chasing them, he didn't fail to notice that red hair was eating and drinking on the ship. It was just about the same as usual, he didn't want to fight with this guy for a small matter. After all, it was his ship that would suffer in the fight. Of course, the main reason was that red hair still admired Enlil. If he could recruit this guy, he would also welcome it. Who wants to be your companion? Defeat my Gundam first, then talk big, Sien. As Enlil roared, the Gundam directly drew out a lightning sword. With just one swing, a huge column of lightning blasted towards the red-haired man. Chapter 727, Mel's pen name, 3 Realms. Swoosh. The red and black crescent slash was unleashed by red. It collided directly with the oncoming thick column of lightning. Boom. Zilla. Zilla. It was just a stalemate. The column of lightning was cut off, breaking into a mess of electric currents climbing around. Zilla. Zilla. Thunder over the horizon. The huge Gundam was covered with lightning, and it quickly flashed past the crescent slash of the red-haired man and rushed straight towards the red-haired man. It was a huge steel body, but it moved very quickly. Lightning beam. The thunder giant sword swung towards Shanks. The huge lightning condensed into a beam and slashed towards Shanks. Facing this move, Shanks did not take it head-on, but his body flashed red light. A high-speed jump directly stepped on the hand holding the sword of the Gundam. Boom. Zilla. Zilla. The concentrated lightning beams followed the lightning sword and crossed the large area of ground behind the red-haired man. A deep crack appeared on the black stone ground. The electric current was still jumping back and forth between the cracks, making a sound of zilazilla. Swish. Shanks stepped on the fist of the Gundam. When the forearm and upper arm of the Gundam swung, the sword formed a straight line. In an instant, his body was glowing red and rushed up along the right arm of the Gundam like a demon. The target was the neck of the Gundam. Dare to step on the Gundam. Die for me. 297. Lightning ball. Enlil inside the Gundam laughed loudly with a majestic face. The terrifying lightning spread throughout the body of the Gundam, forming a sphere wrapped in lightning. The violent blue light penetrated the sky and the earth. For a moment, it seemed to be the only light between heaven and earth. Completely different skills from the original. Is this the other half of Gundam's ability? Just. At this time, Hongo, who was pierced by the dazzling lightning and couldn't help but stretch out his arm to block the strong light, was very confused. In the original work, Gundam's skills are completely different from those of Enlil's current Gundam, mainly light attribute skills. In the setting, Gundam's original energy core is composed of 4 power cores of demon leaders. 2 of them are light attribute and 2 are lightning attribute. Each power core has a specific magic pattern transformation to guide and match each other. Then a spherical device is embedded to form a whole spherical energy core. This energy core matches the magic pattern engraved on Gundam itself. In the original work, Blue Cat's Nanmu Gatling core is exactly the core of a demon leader, and it is also light attribute. In other words, the complete Gundam has 2 sets of skills. From a point of view, Enlil's performance is fine. It's just that the author didn't draw the other set of skills at all. This world actually has it. In addition to the fabrication of Kamikakushi, there is another possibility. They really traveled to the real world of the magic sword Bakasas. At this time, Hongo's mind suddenly opened up. Although it is absurd, Hongo is willing to believe this possibility. When Hongo's mind was wavering, in the real world, on an ancient tree, a cute 6-tailed fox was lying on the branch, and there was a comic book in front of it that was automatically turning pages. The little fox wanted to doze off. It's just that it is not reading the comic, but a cute person on its furry head is reading it. She is Yakumo Yukari. It's really funny. That guy's imagination is quite interesting. At this time, Yakumo Yukari happened to see the description of Hongo's mind in the comic, and couldn't help but feel funny. The reason why the Gundam that appeared in the magic sword that Hongo traveled through can have another set of lightning skills is not fabricated by Yakumo Yukari. Because she directly asked the author of the magic sword for a more detailed setting set. Dekos, the original author of the magic sword, is no one else but the pen name of Mel in the comics and manga circles. At the beginning, Mel occasionally drew some interesting comics. These comics contain some jokes from his previous life. It was interesting to see these jokes being used by people in the pirate world. Moreover, people in this world quickly followed or borrowed from his comics. Some were even more imaginative and drew more bizarre plots. Unconsciously, Mare's pen name has also become a master figure respected in the comics and comics circles today. This is also an interesting daily seasoning for Mel. Yakumo Yukari also accidentally learned that Mel was doing comics, and went to read his comics and manga. She became a loyal reader of Mel who could urge him to update offline. Under her cute and charming persistence, Mel would naturally not refuse a setting collection. Although the idea is interesting, it is impossible for him to verify it. Yakumo Yukari was lying on the little fox's head, holding her chin with her palm. The cute little face looked lazy and charming. It looked a bit contradictory, but it was harmonious with her eyes that could speak. She stared at the comics, watched the battle continue, and continued to concentrate on reading the comics. No matter what the people in the comics think, they are difficult to verify. Yakumo Yukari's ability is very convenient, so she went back to stay with Mel not long after she went out. Being with Mel, her ability was also greatly developed. Among them, there are the realm constraints for people who fall into comics and want to verify the authenticity of the comic world. The realm of memory and forgetfulness, the realm of wisdom and stupidity, the realm of knowledge and ignorance. It's just 3 realms of control. Even smart people find it difficult to extricate themselves when they enter comics. Of course, Yakumo Yukari can't use these 3 realms at the same time at present. After all, it takes effort to make part of the comic world move and control some other realms. So in this part, she only added the realms of memory and forgetfulness and wisdom and stupidity. In the comic world, if you want to verify the authenticity of a world, the simplest way is to find knowledge. Simply put, it is to read a lot of books. The most basic knowledge of a real world is that the knowledge of books will be very vast. From this aspect, it is very easy to find loopholes in a false comic world. However, Yakumo Yukari added the realm of memory and forgetfulness. Then, in the process of reading, people will forget the process of reading, and will think what they want to see. He thinks his memory has it, but in fact he just feels that it has it. If he really wants to write it down, he can't write it down. This realm can also be applied to details of life, etc. And the realm of wisdom and stupidity will make this person accept the result with peace of mind. His wisdom will only be reflected in the plot. If he wants to go beyond the comics and dig deep into the essence of the world, he will inevitably be entangled by stupidity. With this, smart people with keen intuition cannot go beyond Yakumo Yukari's comics, because his intuition and wisdom have been entangled by stupidity. As for the final pursuit of knowledge and ignorance, when should we seek knowledge and when should we be ignorant? This pursuit of knowledge and ignorance will be shrouded in the comic world like fate. If Yakumo Yukari adds this realm of pursuit of knowledge and ignorance to the comics, then almost all the characters will be like puppets. Even Hongo's sudden idea. It will also be up to Yakumo Yukari's instinctive tendency to decide whether to appear or not. However, for Yakumo Yukari, that world is too boring. She still wants to see a plot with unexpected events. Chapter 728 The Great Labyrinth of Chaos, Rebellion of the Balance. The realm of the demon sword Bakasas. The devil flame dragon's nest, with the violent lightning ball dissipated. The dazzling light faded. Everyone looked, and Shank's figure appeared in front of the Gundam. It doesn't look like anything. But this is quite normal. He has the magic power of the Demon King level, combined with the version answer magic sword in his hand. If he was easily injured by the Gundam, then Shanks would not have to mess around. Swoosh! Zilla! Zilla! The red light flashed, and Shanks acted quickly again. And Enelu also opened the Thunder Crossing level to attack Shanks. Although he is not as flexible as Shanks due to his huge size. However, Gundam is not only equipped with a sword as a weapon, but also equipped with other weapons that can attack at the same time. And it also has the skills to deal with flexible opponents. So for a while, the two sides fought fiercely. During the battle, a layer of dark clouds quickly filled the sky. When Shanks and Enel were fighting. On the other side, others also began to act. Now that Enel has arrived, Golden Emperor Teezero will naturally not give up. With Enel holding red hair back, the next opportunity may be to defeat the Demon King. He took the initiative to step forward, and then inserted the magic sword in his hand directly into the ground. The great labyrinth of chaos. Boom! The earth was moving, and the huge roar shook people's hearts. Like a dragon turning over, the black stone ground in the valley began to rise from the ground. Strips of black stone surged up, like a dragon starting to swim at will. The red-haired group of the Demon King and the high-ranking demons they brought were attacked by the black stones that rose from the ground. Some were forced to separate, and the floating boulders separated them into layers of black stone. The whole valley looked like a disordered maze from above. Zama, you go to stop the demon leader with the magic sword. Lei Yu, you go to assassinate those demons at a fast speed, and the golden arrowheads emerging from the black stone will guide you. Beishan, you are responsible for attacking the other members of the Red Hair. I will cooperate with you, and you should not use the last trick, and keep it for my instructions. After isolating some of the Demon King's people, Teezero quickly arranged the personnel. The brave party also acted quickly according to his instructions. On the other side, Beckman and his companions did not separate. It's just that Beckman did not plan to fight with his companions. Teezero had his strategy, but Beckman also had his own ideas. Next, it depends on whose means are more clever. Soon, the roar of the battle continued. The black stone walls throughout the valley were constantly destroyed, but they would regenerate when they were destroyed. However, the battle between Enel's Gundam and Shanks was too grand, and the surrounding black stones were directly broken. Teezero did not repair them. As for the battle between Beckman and the Hero of Flame, it was also too grand. Therefore, Teezero did not repair them too much. While he controlled the black stones in the maze to help Beishan and others, he focused on the Hero of Flame. In the fierce battle, the roar continued, and the two sides began to use some props from this world. In addition to the magic sword and Gundam. In the original work, there are also some props with good effects. When these props are within reach, the Red Hair group and Teezero's side will naturally not let go. In this way, the battle becomes more and more intense. Time is slowly passing. I don't know how long it has been. In a broken black stone passage in the maze. Swish, 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 swish. Beishan is wearing the Nemo cassock and casually rolls up the mechanical cassock. Countless light bullets fly directly towards Punch. In the mechanical cassock mode, in addition to being able to use the ultimate move, the Great Power Dragon, you can also use light bullets, which is equivalent to a normal attack. Compared with the Great Power Dragon, it is naturally much worse, even worse than the Bodhi Buddha Light. However, Beishan did not use the Great Dragon according to Teezero's request. He did not switch to the Bodhi Buddha Light mode. Because now the opponent's attention is on him, if he dares to switch, the opponent will dare to rush up to fight him. Of course, there is still a chance to fight. It's just that Beishan was too excited before. Now that he is no longer excited, he is much calmer and feels safer in the form of the cassock. After all, Hongo of the Red Hair Pirates is still intimidating to him. Beishan will not underestimate the man with such a reputation as Poison Mist Hongo. The cassock form can defend against all kinds of strange forces. Now he just needs to keep steady, and the rest depends on others. Anyway, he has a big move, so he just needs to feel safe. Boom! A series of mud and rock shields flowed and overlapped in front of Punch. The light bullet sank in, and the shield fluctuated like a fish fry, and many mud and rock were directly exploded and splashed. However, the splashing mudslide is also a mudslide, and it will soon gather again. Bingzi, who uses this ability, is very difficult to deal with opponents who cannot break through his mudslide. Boom! Around Bingzi, black stone walls like earth dragons bombarded him. This is a remote-controlled attack by Teezero. It looks spectacular when the black stone rushes over like a locomotive. However, Bingzi didn't pay much attention to it. He was mostly paying attention to the shield in front of him. Bang! The sound of boulders breaking rhythmically sounded. You can see Bingzi's usual partner, Meng's Hita. The monkey jumped up and down and smashed all the black stone strip walls that hit Bingzi. Its fists glowed red, which means its ability is violent. Violently crushing everything is Menshida's ability. When Bingzi and Meng's Hida cooperated with each other. On the other side, Hongo also released poison in the air, and wisps of purple mist spread towards Beishan and some adventurers he brought. However, the effect was not particularly good. Except for the two who were knocked down. One of them directly used some limited time props to block it. Next to Hongo, Snake was using wind blades to attack while keeping his eyes on Beishan. And Loki, while breaking the black stone that rushed over, also focused on Beishan. After all, they were still very afraid of Beishan's mighty dragon. No one knew if he could release it again. Except for the captain and the vice-captain, the red-haired group who came to this world gathered together. They were not worried that their demon generals would be slaughtered by the other side. After all, the demon generals of the demon clan still had some brushes. Especially, Hongo gave one of the demon generals a prop called the reverse scale. That prop can, within a certain limit, swap the strength of two people of different strengths for a quarter of an hour, excluding equipment. When Hongxiang gave the props, he could already imagine that someone would be in big trouble. If someone on the other side really killed the demon general with his own strength. If he met that demon general, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Because he also gave the props of another demon king's treasure house. In fact, on the other side, Lei Yu was indeed in an unfavorable situation. Chapter 729 Who Dares to Kill Me? The brave man died. Lei Yu was facing a demon general who was constantly fleeing. In the process of hunting the demon general, he killed 4 demon generals in a short period of time. Then he entangled with 2 demon generals who were quite powerful and gathered together for a long time. In the end, he killed them with minor injuries. However, the next demon general, that is, the current demon general, is not easy to deal with. He has the rebellious balance, and Lei Yu, who has read the comics, naturally knows this prop. However, when the other party took out this prop, he was too late to stop it. The strength of both sides was reversed by the balance. Of course, a reversal of strength does not mean a reversal of ability. In common sense, as long as the opponent's ability is not too special or fast. Even if the light-attributed Thunder Ray cannot defeat the opponent, it will not be too difficult to retreat. However, that demon general has more than just the scales. There is another item, the Entangled Death Battle. This item will release a grey mist to entangle the two parties. When the two parties move forward towards each other, the speed increases, and when they retreat, the speed decreases. And the maximum distance between the two parties cannot exceed 20 meters. This grey mist, the fog, was like a chain and a magnetic field that attracted each other. It made it impossible for Lei Yu to get away from him. Don't run. Let me chop you to death. The fat demon general held 2 machetes and chased Lei Yu. The existence of the grey fog chain made Lei Yu unable to avoid him. The dazzling machetes were very sharp. With Lei Yu's current strength, he would be seriously injured if he was hit. Fortunately, the surrounding black stones blocked it in time. It gave Lei Yu time to dodge or even counterattack. These black stones were helped by T0 in the distance, otherwise Lei Yu would be easily chopped to death in his current situation. Chopping melon knife technique. The black stone, like a locomotive, was directly broken into 2 pieces, and the demon general easily split the black stone like splitting a watermelon in half. This scene made Lei Yu slightly alert. There was still a lot to know about the demon general Lei Yu in front of him. Among the many demon generals, this fat demon general is still a character with a lot of drama. Compared to other demon generals, he has a background story. He used to be an ordinary melon farmer in the underground demon tribe. Then one day, an arrogant demon came to his watermelon stall, not only chopped his melons but also stabbed his stomach. After that, he survived tenaciously and worked hard to improve himself, practiced the melon chopping knife technique, and chopped the demon who chopped his melons to death. Then he gradually grew into a demon general. Now, this demon general has a characteristic: he likes to chop people's heads as if they were watermelons. Before the battle, he would say, "My head is here, do you dare to chop it?" After killing the opponent, he would say, "Who dares to chop my melon?" It is a demon with unique characteristics in the comics. Of course, no matter how unique it is, the original Lei Yu can make his head fall to the ground with just a knife. Because he is the weakest among the demon generals. Unfortunately, now that the power is reversed, it is difficult for Thunder Ray to even run away. Swish! While the demon will continue to chase Thunder Ray and chop it. Somewhere in the maze, T0, who had the magic sword stuck in the ground, also had a gloomy face. Due to the sudden emergency on the Thunder Ray's side, the power he could put into other places was reduced a lot. However, he couldn't just sit and watch Thunder Ray being killed. Recalling that the effect of the reversal of the balance lasted for a quarter of an hour, Chizuru decided to hold on for this period of time. While Chizuru made the decision, Beckman had already started his plan. After fighting with the hero of flame, he took out a strange purple eye from his body. This eye was very large, like the size of a peach. One-time prop, cursed death pupil. Buzz. The eye in Beckman's hand stared at the hero of flame, and then dissipated directly. When the item was used, a violent purple mist spread directly from the body of the flame hero. This scene made Chizuru, who was watching the whole situation through the earth dragon from a distance, shrink his pupils. Did he take this item? The cursed death eye, the item of the one-eyed elder. The background of this item is that a rare mutant of the one-eyed monster clan became a demon lord, nicknamed the cursed death eye. A special eye that condensed after death in a battle with humans. In theory, this item can only be used by the one-eyed elder. Because this mutant one-eyed monster is the descendant of the one-eyed elder. The demon clan has many breeding modes, natural birth is one, and the one-eyed monster is a kind of asexual reproduction. They divide their own power source and place it in a suitable breeding place. There is a certain probability of the birth of a one-eyed monster. And the cursed death eye is the direct descendant of the one-eyed elder, who was cultivated by the one-eyed elder in the self-explosion site of the second-generation Demon King, the Dead Soul Demon King, and has great potential. It is said that he can grow into the second Dead Soul Demon King, but he was killed by humans before he fully grew up. In the original work, the one-eyed elder took out the item of cursed death eye and cursed a hero. This item targets the main body, and the hero himself is not strong. Even because of the power of the magic sword, he can only survive for a short time. Later, it was because of that item that he got rid of the death curse. Fortunately, I gave that item to Zama. At this time, Chizuru was a little relieved. In the original work, it was the minister's eldest son who was hit by this trick. And the item that can remove this trick is very rare and is a treasure of the Bakasau's royal family. At that time, the Bakasau's royal family had already noticed the secret relationship between the minister's family and other countries. It was just that because the eldest son now controlled the magic sword and was fighting the Demon King, he did not attack for the time being. But when the minister's eldest son needed their treasure to save his life, the plot entered a period of wrangling. But that was the original work. This time, the treasure was obtained in advance to prevent the one-eyed elder from causing trouble. After dispersing the demons, Chizuru did not send Thunder Ray to deal with the one-eyed elder in order to prevent accidents. But now the accident has indeed happened. On the other side, after the body of the flame hero was cursed with the death eye, a purple mist appeared on his body, which was an external phenomenon. Even with the blessing of the magic sword, the effect of the item will sooner or later kill him. He will also be in great pain during this process. However, a passive item on his body began to trigger after sensing the death effect. In Zama's arms, a small doll slowly spread purple mist, then dissipated. Death Doll was activated, and the lethal effect was transferred. At this time, the activation of the props made Zama's abnormality disappear, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Bang! At this time, Beck 0.7 Man suddenly held the magic sword and drew his gun at the same time. A bullet burst out with a strong armed color. Such a close distance and unexpected, made Zama hold his breath. Swish! Bang! The bullet was cut off. Zama retreated, he looked at the man in front of him looking down at him, and breathed slightly. Suddenly his face changed, he felt his body stiffened, he didn't know his body, even his magic power was slowed down. At the moment when Zama felt uncomfortable, Beckman moved. In just a moment, the magic sword passed Zama's right hand. A broken arm holding the magic sword flew out directly, and Zama was horrified. It's over. Zama's defense power was greatly reduced without the magic sword. In an instant, Beckman wrapped him in water and froze him. Crack! Bang! The frozen ice sculpture turned into ice crystals and flew, and Zama was gone. Chapter 730 End, The Legend of Yakumo Yukari's Creation. How is it possible? On the other side, Chizuru saw Zama's death through the Earth Dragon, and he was also incredible. He was fine just now, how could he suddenly lose? And he lost so badly that he died in an instant. Chizuru didn't have time to think too much. His attention quickly shifted to the magic sword Yunyu. Although the death of the flame hero was very disadvantageous to him, the magic sword was the most important. As long as the magic sword was in hand, it was not impossible to find the next magic sword that matched him in this world. Boom! As Tezaro's mind moved, on Beckman's side of the battlefield, several black stone walls rushed out from the ground and ran as fast as a locomotive. The black stone was obviously very heavy, but it was as fast as a car. While attacking Beckman, the broken arm of Zama fell to the ground, and the magic sword he held was swallowed by the earth like waves. I can't let you swallow my spoils. A smile appeared on Beckman's face at this time, and sharp water blades cut out from the magic sword in his hand. Suddenly, all the black stone walls close to him were broken. The earth that swallowed the magic sword was also cut out like a large piece of tofu. Swish, swish, swish. Like cutting a cake, the water blade reappeared and completely cut the huge black stone into pieces, revealing the magic sword inside. Crack, crack. Bang. The broken arm was frozen and shattered, and the magic sword Yunyu directly reached Beckman's left hand. It's going well. The corners of Beckman's mouth rose. Countless sea currents swept out from him, swirling the surrounding atmosphere back and forth and submerging it several times. When the surge of the sea currents stopped, a layer of water that refracted light fell off Beckman's body. This time, the reason why Zama suddenly became stiff was because of Beckman. He took a compound poison gas developed by Hongo from Hongo. This is a mixture of two poison gases. The effect is very simple, just paralyzing people's nerves and slowing down their magic power. A single poison gas is colorless and tasteless, and has no effect. Only a mixture of two gases can work. The attack effect is fierce, coming and going quickly, and the upper limit of the effect is also quite high. At least Zama didn't hold on. He had a deliberate plan, and at the moment when his body was stiff and his magic power was slowed down, Beckman took the lead in removing the magic sword. Then, the magic sword left his body and his defense was greatly reduced. Zama, who was only a hero level, was killed in seconds. Swish! Beckman jumped up and set his sights on a battle wave in the distance. Then a wave of water burst over. Then, Beckman stepped on the wave to freeze it, and slid along the slanted ice track quickly like skating. Not good. Feeling Beckman moving towards Bashan, Tezoro knew he had to make a choice. On the other side, the battlefield of Enelu and Shanks. Boom! Surrounded by smoke and dust, the giant-sized Gundam attacked again. Then, Enelu looked at the red-haired man who dodged his attack again and decided to go all out. The Gundam raised the Thunder Sword, and the sky, which had already been covered with dark clouds, responded one after another. Die for me! Heavenly Thunder Pestle! As the Thunder Sword swung towards Shanks, a huge demon-subduing pestle composed of lightning was directly drawn out from the dark clouds. Then it fell like lightning in an instant. Boom! When the demon-subduing pestle fell into the valley, a deafening roar continued to sound. Pa pa pa! A huge thunder ball swelled up where the demon-subduing pestle fell, with dazzling blue light and countless thunders raging around. The black stone wall that looked like a maze encountered this raging thunder. It broke apart all at once, leaving only a charred ruin. It's not over yet. In front of the thunder ball, Enel looked at the red-haired man who was resisting his attack in the center of the thunder ball. Directly using the ultimate skill, which is also the strongest skill of the Gundam lightning system. Sizzle sizzle. Thor, Judgment. The thunder ball spreading around the red-haired man turned into a restrained thunder field dot in the dark clouds in the sky. Thor, with wildly long hair and a bit abstract, poked his head out of the dark clouds. Damn, this is too powerful. At this time, Hongo on the other side of the valley looked at Thor poking out of the sky and felt that he was not feeling well. He couldn't help but swear like a character in a comic. Looking at the huge monster in the sky, Hongo realized the power of Gundam. Why is Gundam so powerful in the comics promoting the demon sword? Isn't it a bit too much? Hongo recalled the ending of the comics, and his eyes flickered. In the ending of the demon sword, the demon king Leikai died. But he unexpectedly did not self-destruct like the second-generation demon king. In the end, his power core and the demon sword Dark fell into the hands of a mysterious person. This ending plus the fact that the holes about other countries in the Hidden Night continent have not been filled, Hongo believes. If reality can really reproduce the Gundam, it is understandable to release the second part of the demon sword to promote the Gundam. In other words, Gundam is the answer to the next version. After a lot of associations, Hongo came up with this result. I won't mention how he thought about it. In front of him, a huge thunder god condensed by thunder quickly condensed in the dark clouds. Its size became smaller and smaller until it became about 10 meters. Then, boom! Accompanied by a flash of lightning and a huge roar. The thunder god fell from the sky and smashed down directly. Bang! Zilla! Zilla! Countless thunders spread out. Even Hongo was affected by thunder. What a terrible impact, boss, are you okay? Feeling the huge aftermath of thunder, Hongo's face was inevitably filled with worry. Don't worry, that guy won't die so easily. At this time, Beckman had come to Hongo's side. And Bashan had been swallowed by the black stone and ran away. Next, just wait for Shank's victory. Beckman is still quite confident about Shanks. After all, he had personally experienced the power of the magic sword and knew how terrible the power of the magic sword was. The magic sword that Shanks possessed was still the strongest magic sword, and with Shank's own strength. Enelu wanted to defeat Shanks by getting a Gundam. The probability of this was still relatively small. The facts did indeed progress in the direction of Beckman's prediction. Although the last move of Enelu was very strong, Shanks took it at the cost of minor injuries. After another fierce battle, Enelu, who was at his wit's end, was defeated. He fell on the pile of broken black stones, and the Gundam disappeared. This time, he did not run away. Enelu, who had truly felt the power of the King of the Sky, no longer had that kind of spirit. Alone, he didn't even have the arrogance. He actually couldn't stand himself like this. If he couldn't even defeat a target like Red Hair, how could he move forward? In short, the young Enelu was a little autistic. Become my companion. Enelu. Shanks stood beside Enelu and held out his hand. Enelu, who looked a little dazed, saw Shanks's hand and his dazed expression disappeared. He stood up and held out his hand to the red-haired man. Pa! The sound of a slap was heard. The red-haired man's palm was slapped away fiercely. Do you fucking think I will be whitewashed like those villains in comics? Dream on! Zilla! Zilla! Enelu's figure turned into lightning and passed through the sky, leaving only a swirling sound. Wash your neck for me and wait, it's not over this time. Da-da-da! As Enelu left, dense footsteps sounded. Ha ha ha, the boss was rejected, how embarrassing. The rest of the red-haired pirates came over. Among them, Loki laughed at Shanks while gnawing on the treasured monster meat. Ha ha ha, it seems that I really failed. Facing Loki's complaints, Shanks touched the back of his head and laughed. Although the recruitment failed, Shanks was not disappointed. 857, at least his companions were fine this time. In the real world, Yakumo Yukari watched the battle of the demon flame dragon's nest end. She also began to control the realm of movement and stillness. Soon, the comics directly hung the words "one day later." Then she began to read the next more interesting branch plot. Time passed. As the comics turned pages quickly, it didn't take long before the comics were finished. Yakumo Yukari closed the comics and rode away on the little fox. And Red Hair and others also left the comic world and reappeared in the original place. Red Hair and others who left the comics still felt a little dazed, and their sensory time had exceeded a month. But in reality, not even an hour had passed. Beckman, who came out of this, noticed something strange as soon as he came out. Because there was a snail on the boulder next to them, which he had noticed before entering the magic sword. Now it is still crawling a short distance along the previous track. The height of the grass is also the same. We are not dead. At this time, some people who entered the comics looked incredulous. In the comic world, the final winner was the red-haired gang. Some people died in this process after all. Red Hair and the others were not really good men and women. But now, they are all alive. Looking at them, Red Hair and Beckman looked at each other. The episode here is meaningless to Yakumo Yukari who left. It's just that after a while, her reputation became more terrifying. It is rumored that she has the ability to turn the comic world into a physical entity and can send people to the comic world. Some people simply say that she controls the portal to the other world and can send people to the other world. There are also rumors that she can resurrect the dead or control time. The most exaggerated is that some people say that she is the creator god of the other world, and even this world was created by her. Although exaggerated, but the widespread of various calibers makes Yakumo Yukari more mysterious and her reputation even greater. Chapter 731 New Clone Gerald and Him, 88 Star Falls. 5 days later. In the calm belt, in the alien space of Ruskana Island. A huge waterfall, clear water swept. There is a small pond under the waterfall, which is full of smooth pebbles and surrounded by green forests. A peaceful scene. Mower stood on the pond and opened the clone mall. Celestial magic, 12,000. Forbidden magic, 13,000. Dual mind body, 10,000. Overlord haki, 10,000. Observation haki, 2,000. Copy magic, 12,000. Looking at the abilities refreshed in the mall, Mower finally fixed his eyes on the dual mind body. This ability is actually nothing. This ability can be simply used. You can really split into two bodies, and each has its own personality, and the two bodies are not separated from the main body. Such an ability is actually useless to Mower. He doesn't need to say anything. Even the two-faced Sukuna, Hisoka, Orochimaru, and others now. They can do it if they want. The reason why this ability caught Mel's attention now is because he wanted to try it. According to the rules, no matter what ability it is. When the system creates a clone, there can only be one consciousness. Even if it is a dual consciousness body, the effect can only be achieved when the clone is created and actively used by the clone. Just now, Mel is already very familiar with the system. He is ready to try it, using the ability of the dual consciousness body as an anchor. When creating consciousness, use dual consciousness. Then this clone will be used as two clones. Of course, this is just an effect, but it is not a matter of convenience in essence. In short, Mel is ready to try to modify the underlying logic of the system. Although it is just an attempt to change some minor details. But this attempt will lay a solid foundation for his research on the system. He pondered for a while, and after calculating the modification plan, he began to try it. The creation process is very slow, much slower than before. The entire creation process is completely stuck in the time specified by the system. I don't know how long it will take. Mel reappeared on the pond. A blue-haired man appeared in front of him. It seems that he succeeded. Mare looked at the man in front of him and smiled, and stretched out his hand. Welcome to this world, Jalal, Zikrane. Of course. Jalal stretched out his hand and shook it. His face looked very strange. Half of it was gentle, while the other half was wantonly evil, and his voice was also double tone. A few days later. In a bare stone valley full of rocks. Two figures quickly surrounded a figure and attacked here. It was Jalal, Zikrane and the besieged mare. Swish, swish, swish. Jalal's figure moved as fast as a meteor. Soon, he moved to the blind spot behind mare. 7-star sword. 7 golden magic circles appeared in the sky, and then 7 magic light beams slid down directly and bombarded mare. When Jalal launched the attack, Zikrane was not idle either. His body also moved in the form of a meteor, moving in front of Mel. Then he cast magic at the same time as Jalal cast magic. 5-layer magic array Mikage. A purple light enveloped Mel. 5 layers of magic arrays of different colors rotated upward in circles. 5 overlapping magic arrays produced a beam of light to seal the opponent. The final beam of light produced a powerful laser to put the opponent to sleep. This was the effect of this magic. Facing the double attack of the two, Mel did not move, but a golden magic array shone under his feet. Then the magic array on the ground rotated, and the 2 vertical magic arrays in front and behind began to rotate. Celestial Magic Gemini. Soon, the magic power contained in the 2 magics that Jalal and Zikrane used on Mel was directly offset by the Gemini. Still not working? In that case. Seeing that his magic had no effect, Jalal murmured. He exchanged glances with Zikrane in the distance. Then the two began to cast the forbidden magic of celestial magic. Of course, taboos are relative. For the weak, it is a taboo, but for the strong, it may be a flat attack. However, for Jalal and Zikrane now, it is indeed a taboo. The power is high and the consumption is high, so they need to cooperate. Swish, swish, swish. A huge magic array of several meters in length appeared and rotated, circling the sky. Soon, the 2 people's 44 magic arrays in the sky were connected. The golden magic array emitted a fierce golden light, which was very dazzling. If ordinary people looked at the sky, they would have the illusion that 88 golden suns appeared in the sky. Celestial Magic 88 Sky Starfall. Boom! 88 huge golden light columns shot down at Mel on the ground. It's really dazzling. Looking at the shining light column from the sky, Mel stretched out his hand to block the dazzling light. There was also a magic array rotating under his feet. Crack! Crack! As the magic array rotated, the ground suddenly became extremely smooth. It seemed to have turned into a lake, and it seemed to have turned into a mirror, reflecting the starfall in the sky. Boom! Until the light column approached, Mel stretched out a finger towards the sky. A blue magic array of several meters in size suddenly appeared, covering his head obliquely. Copy magic reflection. Boom! The light pillars in the sky fell completely. All the light pillars fell on the blue magic circle, but they disappeared without even a splash. How is it possible? That kind of magic. At this time, Zicrane's face was a little dazed. He who possessed the copy magic understood the terribleness of the magic that Melzin had cast, and fully demonstrated the essence of copying. You can't lose your mind at this time. As Mel's voice came to Zicrane's ears, he realized that the forbidden magic had not ended, and the ground was still reflecting 88 dazzling stars like a mirror. However, the magic in the sky had clearly dissipated. Swish, swish, swish. Until 88 golden light pillars rushed out of the mirror-like ground. Both Jalal and Zicrane's faces changed drastically, and then they either defended or dodged. Boom! 88 golden light pillars crossed the sky, 44 for each person, no more, no less. Soon, the two of them were lying on the ground with smoke coming out of their eyes. Chapter 732 Aizen, who is a billion points stronger than you, and Kikyo's cooperation. Time passed. At sunset. Under the waterfall. Mare looked at the two people in front of him, Jalal and Zicrane. The two had the same appearance, the only difference was the temperament of their eyes, and of course the red tattoos on their eyes. For symmetry, the two were on one side each. Jalal's tattoo was on the right, while Zicrane's was on the left. In the future, they will be twin brothers to the outside world. Congratulations, you have graduated. You can go out to see them off. At this time, when the two heard what Mel said, black lines appeared on their foreheads. What do you mean by going out to see them off? They are very strong. At this time, the two who have not been exposed to the outside world due to closed training are still a little confident. Mare did not provide them with information. With the abilities of the two people in front of them, they can quickly find out most of the information about the sea. Mr. Mel, we will come back to see you. At this time, Zicrane's face was very gentle and looked very kind. However, Mel knew that this guy's character was definitely not to come back to visit him, but to return to 310 for further study. So he smiled slightly. Okay. But before you come back, you need to verify your growth results. Give you a goal. You know Aizen, right? Hearing Mel's words, Zicrane nodded. In his memory, the names of all the predecessors are there, and Aizen's name is naturally known. That guy's ability is actually similar to yours, well, he is a little stronger than you now. He went out not long ago, it was a few months ago. Wait until you beat him or don't lose too badly, then I welcome you to come back for the postgraduate entrance examination. Postgraduate entrance examination. Hearing the postgraduate entrance examination, Zicrane was a little confused, but he still smiled politely. No problem, Senior Aizen is a few months ahead of me. But with my ability, I should be able to catch up soon. At this time, Zicrane began to set a flag. Zicrane is still quite confident now. Because his forbidden magic is really powerful. After Jalal and Zicrane separated their dual bodies. Just talking about magic. Jalal inherited celestial magic, while Zicrane inherited forbidden magic and copy magic. Let's not talk about celestial magic. It must have at least one of the characteristics of high danger, excessive power, and strong side effects to be called forbidden magic. Zicrane's forbidden magic makes him have a strong affinity for the taboos of magic. In short, he can easily study the taboos of various magic systems. In a popular sense, he is a natural genius of all magic systems. Even Jalal's celestial magic. Zicrane also began to understand the secrets of studying celestial magic after copying celestial magic with copy magic. With his copy magic, as long as Gerard has new magic, he can steal it, and then study and deepen the foundation. When the foundation reaches a certain level, he can create the forbidden magic of celestial magic. And not only celestial magic, but other types of magic can also be done in this way. Of course, this is the future development direction of Zicrane. Now he is still at the stage of honest learning. The forbidden magic that he and Jalal performed just now was not studied by him, but learned directly from Mel. Such as this kind of feeding style rapid strengthening. Zikrane is not opposed at all, and even said that he is quite enthusiastic. When Mel explained magic, he felt that he had witnessed the abyss of the magic. That kind of splendor made him want to learn more from Mel. It was just Mel's feeling. Employees should learn to work hard on their own, and don't always think about letting the boss feed them. Go. The teleportation array is there. With your talent for forbidden magic, I am very optimistic about you. And you, Jalal, are also very strong in celestial magic, and the prospects for specialized development are also very good. Maybe Zikrane will be too knowledgeable and can't beat you in the future. Hearing Mel's words, Jalal nodded. The two said goodbye one after another, looking at their disappearing figures. His eyes passed through the space, and then saw them go their separate ways. Mel shook his head. The two of them actually have different personalities, but they are restrained in front of him. Jalal has always felt that Zikrane is too extreme, while Zikrane feels that Jalal is equally extreme. There are two truths in the world, you just hold one side. At night. In the dreamy valley of Ruskana Island. Next to the pink flower tree. The small lake is rippling with blue waves, and a wooden boat is rowing in the center of the lake. The lake is full of tender pink lotus flowers. The wind blows gently, bringing cool water vapor and flower fragrance. The pink lotus around the small wooden boat also sways. Kiyomi, look at this moon, it's big and round. On the boat, Kiyomi, who was lying in Mel's arms, heard Mel pause. She looked at the moon in the sky and cooperated helplessly. Just like my red lips are red and sweet. Hearing Kiyomi's cooperation, Mel lifted her delicate chin with his fingers. Kikyo, your lips do look very red. Are you sick? Just right. My magic can heal well. Seeing that Moer was still playing a joke, Kikyo couldn't help rolling her eyes. Then she hesitated for a moment and put her arms around his neck, leaning her head directly over. Feeling the sweetness stirring slightly in her mouth and the girl's eyelids trembling slightly in front of her. The blush on her pink cheeks looked particularly attractive on her face. So, Moer hugged the soft figure in his arms tightly and tasted her taste. The moon and lotus were reflected in the lake, as well as the floating and flickering fireflies. I don't know how long it took. He let go of Kikyo, who seemed to be suffocating, and watched her lower her head slightly. Moer held her face with both hands. I didn't know you would roll your eyes, Kikyo. Seeing her blurred eyes begin to sharpen, Moer pinched Kikyo's face. Soft and elastic, rich in collagen. You look cute when you roll your eyes. You can roll them more. Woo. Kikyo pulled down Mel's hands with both hands and said unhappily. And then get cataracts. If it's really cataracts, I think it's pretty too. Hearing Mel's words, Kikyo didn't argue and came forward again. Mare watched Kikyo score twice, reached out and gently stroked her flowing hair, without saying anything more. Not long after. Only the small wooden boat was left floating quietly in the center of the lake. The night is long, the moon is full and the flowers are beautiful. Chapter 733 I deserve to die for not letting Lord King have enough fun. 2 days later. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. In a building that looks like a small villa. A room. King, the man known as the sun god by the world, is in this room. At this time, his face is serious, and those who don't know would think he is doing something big. After a while, the light reflected on his solemn face disappeared. You lost again. Beside King, a man said with a face full of shame. Sorry, Lord King, I can't let you enjoy it. I'm really damned. Lord King, I will work hard to practice and will definitely work hard next time. Hearing the man in front of him say this with a passionate face, King felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, he wanted the guy in front of him not to stay here. It made him embarrassed to play love games and could only play action games. But King couldn't just drive him away. After all, Megado in front of him was his designated adjutant after Ethan. He usually helped him deal with affairs, and Megado's credit was indispensable for his comfort here. King still owed Megado a favor for this. Although Esteth, who was also an honorary admiral, was rarely seen throughout the year. But he was begging for food in the Navy after all. King felt that he was too bad. In fact, here he eats well and drinks well, and he doesn't have to do any work. This already makes King feel a little guilty. Megado, if you have nothing to do, please go get me some food. Xiaowu is hungry. In the room, a tortoise shell 6 meters long occupies little Wu, who was half of the room, suddenly heard King mention it. It raised its head in confusion, its big green eyes full of doubts. Little Wu felt its stomach, it seemed not hungry. Okay, Lord King, I'll get it right away. Hearing King's words, Megado was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately stood up, patted his strong chest and said seriously. Soon, Megado went to a special cafeteria in the navy. There were chefs who studied the diet of King and his pets. Vice Admiral Gang Yang, are you here to help Lord King get food again? Seeing Megado's arrival, the chefs here began to tease him. Although the chefs respected Megado, they were also afraid of him. Because this man acted in accordance with the fiery and equal justice of Admiral King, he could get along with everyone. And his strength matched his actions. As one of the 4 heroes who participated in the navy at the same time as King, Iron Knight Megado's strength was not bad, comparable to that of a veteran vice admiral. After that, he accidentally got the steel fruit from the devil fruit. It can turn into steel, and at the same time, it is accompanied by a high temperature. Afterwards, with Ethan's departure, he served as the adjutant of Admiral King. Unlike Ethan who liked to tinker with King's biography when he was an adjutant. In addition to his affairs, Megado prefers to ask King about his practice. Therefore, his growth is not bad. At least now, Megado has been awarded the title of Admiral Candidate, Gang Yang. This title was named by the official hunter group Steel Liang formed by the warring states according to the world. Gang Yang Megado and Adiabatic Akano have always been the objects of comparison for the navy. Vice Admiral Gang Yang, the food is ready. Soon, the chefs were in full swing, and the fresh food was quickly ready. A huge lunch box with a length, width, and height of 2 meters was carried on Megado's shoulders, and a variety of meals were placed in layers. Such a large lunch box, Xiaowu ate more to the outside. But actually King ate more. However, this amount is not much. Even if ordinary monsters in the sea have fought fiercely, it is normal to eat more than 10 tons in one meal. That kind of stomach is simply a bottomless pit. It can digest as much as it eats. It can't be compared with ordinary people at all. When Mecha prepared food for King, King had already finished a relationship, well, a love affair with a game console. After playing the game, King picked up a newspaper. The headline on the newspaper read, Greedy Island Game, learn about it. Shocking, history. This newspaper reported that the most exciting game in history, Greedy Island, is about to be released. The game created by God is exciting, etc. It is written in an exciting way. It's just that many ordinary people who read this newspaper are somewhat reluctant to go. After all, the game created by God is exciting. But if that God is the God of extreme evil, it's another matter. However, ordinary people have concerns, but many forces and groups are indeed ready to move. Pirates, navy, hunters, magic pattern users, demons, various major forces, national forces, and even the death gods of Soul Society are all interested. After all, the game of God is not simple. Strictly speaking, the past Fantasy Beast Conference and Martial Arts Conference can actually be regarded as the game of God. As a result, the Greed Island game naturally attracted much attention. Of course, these are actually only a little attractive to King. He prefers to play action games and love games, although other games are also good. But he would feel uncomfortable if it is too lively. However, the reason why he is staring at the newspaper now, it is entirely because the newspaper says that Greed Island can get the first generation of the Ultimate Edition of the Miracle Game console. The so-called Miracle Game is a branch of the Miracle Chamber of Commerce, specializing in the study of games. It is rumored that the root cause is that the God of Holy Light loves to play games. Of course, many people laugh at this rumor. But no matter what, the Miracle Game has studied a lot of games, mainly adapted through comics and comics. Among them, the Miracle Game has sold 5 sets of the first generation of the Ultimate Edition game console. There are only 5 sets, and there won't be more in the future. When King went to buy them, he found that they were all sold out. He didn't get a single penny. But now things have turned around. This Greedy Island game can actually be obtained. Now he has to play this Greedy Island game. The game developed by that guy, you can tell with your ass that it is impossible to sit at home and play it peacefully, but that is the first generation of the Ultimate Edition game console. King sighed and then became optimistic. Don't stay at home all the time, it's also good to go out and walk more. Chapter 734 King feels helpless, the upgrade of the Emperor engine. Today. There was a knock on the door. Excuse me, Lord King, I've brought lunch. Come in. With King's response, the folding sliding door was opened by Mekadu. The big lunch box on his shoulder could easily pass through this door. After all, since Xiaohu's huge body usually has to go in and out of this building, it's normal for everything to be bigger and wider. King sometimes watches Xiaohu grow up day by day. He wants to dig a pond outside the building and raise it directly. But whenever he looks at Xiaohu's pitiful emerald pupils, he can't speak. Day. The big lunch box was gently put down by Mekadu. Then, with the lingering fragrance, the lunch box was opened. One by one, square small lunch boxes were densely packed together, filled with various dishes and rice. This is just one layer, there are 10 layers in total. Looking at these dishes, King quietly swallowed his saliva. Although he doesn't need to replenish energy by eating now. But he still cherishes the process of enjoying food very much because he was hungry because of his ability. Mekadu, let's eat together. Seeing that Mekadu put the lunch box away and was about to step aside, NG directly asked him to join. Sometimes Mekadu is too polite, which makes King feel embarrassed. Of course, on the surface, he looks like a strong man. It is difficult for others to tell what he is thinking, but they can only imagine it. Mekadu looked at the various delicacies in front of him, shook his head and began to refuse. According to the biography of King written by Ethan, one of them is that King took the initiative to endure the maximum hunger through extreme and repeated extremes, and reached a state of tranquility and peace under this hunger. This tempered a terrible will that was extremely strong and not startled by the sky falling. The instinct of life is to live. Under this premise, hunger is one of the most extreme senses that life can experience. And to cultivate a state of tranquility and peace under this sense. It is hard to imagine how terrifying that state would be. That's right. Mekadu, whose strength has reached a bottleneck, wants to imitate this approach. Of course, ordinary hunger is nothing to Mekadu. Because his spiritual will is not at the same level as ordinary people. So he needs to use the magic pattern of gluttony magic. Only that level can make him feel pressure, and when hungry, the induction effect of superimposing gluttony magic will be better. At that level, Mekadu felt like eating even stones. He could not imagine how to maintain a peaceful and calm state of mind under such circumstances. Thank you, Lord King, but I am practicing my will now and cannot eat. Hearing Mekadu's words, King was a little confused, and then he recalled. His former adjutant seemed to always give him some strange things. He was speechless when he read the rumors about hunger tempering will. If he could avoid hunger, would he still starve on his own initiative? Of course, in the eyes of King now, such a method is actually feasible to a certain extent. As long as you are not afraid of your body collapsing, then this kind of tempering your will with physical instincts is theoretically feasible. However, everything has two sides. Such a method is too dangerous. If the will is swallowed up by instinct, it will be difficult to deal with the future life, and the mentality may be overshadowed. Even if it is successful, it is not necessarily good. Because this act of endurance is based on the desire for progress. When the desire for progress grows stronger than instinct, then this desire will be too inflated and easily lead to extremes. Even if other desires can achieve a peaceful and tranquil state, then people may lack the emotion about delicious food. King felt that it would not be a very good thing. Even so, he did not persuade, but just said lightly. If you don't eat, you won't have the energy to practice. Hearing King's words, Mekadu immediately filled in his mind. Lord King actually said that, is it possible that my qualifications are so poor that there is no need for such practice? Is this asking me to give up? No, how could Lord King, who has a fervent sense of equality and justice, attack people? I understand. This is testing my determination 0. As Mekadu's mind filled in, he felt that he understood. Lord King, I will never let you down. After I go back, the difficulty of my will training will be directly increased by 1 level. No, I will double my training. I will never let you down. Seeing Mecha patting his chest to make a promise, King only felt 3 question marks popping up on his head. Sometimes, he felt quite confused and helpless, and felt that he was not a normal person. Because the brain circuits of the people around him were always incompatible with his. However, after so many experiences, he has become accustomed to it. Anyway, the road is chosen by himself, so it's almost enough. King took out the first layer of the lunchbox. Then he took out a whole layer of fried rice on a large plate from the second layer and placed it in front of Xiaohu. Seeing the rice coming, Xiaohu buried his head and ate it. Now it is really like an old turtle. Except for occasionally going to the cafeteria with King and the Navy Academy inviting King to go over for 2 classes. The rest of the time is eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, very leisurely. Eat more, can be used when food is scarce in the future. Hearing King telling a cold joke seriously, 3.5 Xiaohu shuddered. Looking at Xiaohu's horrified face, hesitating whether to eat. King shook his head. He found that he didn't seem to be very good at telling jokes. Looking at Megadu who was still waiting beside him, King directly picked up a box of rice and picked up a big chicken leg. When the chicken leg just entered his mouth and was about to show off, his face suddenly changed. It was not because the food was poisonous, but because he felt a great force descending. His own power and its terrifying speed were rising. His Emperor engine was upgraded. Instantly, he understood the problem. Oops! After swallowing the chicken leg directly, King couldn't help but utter 2 words. Chapter 735, Subtime and Space Battlefield, He is the Power. His eyes focused on the man and turtle next to him. I saw that Megadu and Xiaohu were all unconscious, and there was a dark red light flashing on their bodies. This time the power rise was too terrifying. King's power was not controlled well, so that the power of purgatory was not well grasped. Leaked a little beside. If he hadn't instinctively released the power in a gentle form, Megadu and Xiaohu would have been annihilated in an instant, and even their souls would not exist. It can be said that Megadu and Xiaohu had just experienced a real life and death crisis. Of course, their situation is not good now. If King doesn't take action, this ray of power will only permeate them for a while, and it will explode when there is an imbalance. Day. King put down the dishes in his hands immediately. He leveled the violent power hovering over them and made it much gentler. Then he extracted most of Megadu's power. The remaining part had already stained Megadu's soul, and it would take some time to expel it. At this time, King could feel his power rising. A malicious gaze was staring at him. That was the gaze of Ryomen Sukuna. The 2 big eyeballs that looked like black holes were across the entire planet, and it was hard for him not to notice them. Did that guy really improve first? But these is too troublesome. King couldn't help but complain at this time. It seems that it is not easy to help Mecha eliminate the remaining power. All along, King has never thought of spreading his power. Because this approach has a long-term impact and he is afraid of trouble. Once his power is dispersed, it is possible that villains will use the spread power or righteous people on both sides will kill each other, and serious ecological damage will cause many lives to be affected and killed. Will he care at that time? As long as the timeline is long enough, the situation he doesn't want to see will always happen. For King. Do more and make more mistakes, do less and make fewer mistakes, and do nothing and make no mistakes. Maintaining the balance of the world, there are so many people, one more or one less won't make a difference. As long as the world is peaceful as a whole, that's enough. Swoosh. Give all the power stripped from Megadu to Xiaohu. Then personalize Megadu's power. Although King doesn't want his power to flow out, Megadu got a strand of power by chance. He won't really strip it all, he's more casual about it. As long as this power is personalized and not spread out. King believes Megadu's character should last for a long time without becoming evil, probably. He thought a little uncertainly. Time always changes everything, under the scouring of time. Just people can also be evil, and evil people can also be just. Kinji couldn't explain it clearly and couldn't guarantee it. He could only guarantee one thing. That is, if the situation was not what he wanted to see, he would take action. Hoo-hoo. Watching the dark red light on the little crow fade away, and even begin to sleep soundly, King felt a little bit amused. However, this time the little crow really became a flaming crow. It will definitely be very happy to throw it into the magma to take a bath in the future. He thought so. Then King felt that his power had almost increased and that the gaze was impatient. He didn't delay. Just a moment. He entered a closed world, a subspace battlefield. It was a space opened up by Moer alone. It was like the universe. A constant. The star here quietly releases heat. There are 7 planets of different sizes around, some with satellites and some without. There is also a barren meteorite belt. At the boundary of space, there is also a subspace barrier, which is composed of multiple forces. Prevent the root consciousness from noticing this space. King stood on the side of the star in the void, and Ryomen Sukuna stood opposite him. The game cartridge of Greed Island will be released tomorrow. Although there are 100,000 sets, you may not be able to get it if you go too late. At this time, although King was confronting Ryomen Sukuna, he was not thinking about how to defeat his opponent, but about the game that would be released tomorrow. After all, if he couldn't get the game, he would miss the precious game console. This was a rare event for King. So, in order to avoid the worst, after just a moment of thought, he made up his mind. He didn't plan to waste time with Ryomen Sukuna here. For the first generation of the Ultimate Edition game console of the Miracle Game, he had to fight hard. After making up his mind, King's eyes were on the star in the center of the space. The burning star. It exuded an extremely magnificent light. Even the planets were like ants in front of it. It was so magnificent and dazzling that it made 300 lives feel awe. It can be done. I am now. Feeling the resonance of the Emperor engine in the void, King thought uncertainly. Then, let's try it. King does what he wants to do. He stretched his arm to the side. His palm was facing the magnificent star. Boom. In the void, the Emperor engine started suddenly. It sounded like a sound, but it was actually a series of extremely dense continuous sounds. As the sound rang out, the extremely magnificent star seemed to shake. Is it really possible? Is it so strong? At this time, King's face was dazed for a moment, and his expression was a little complicated. From the past, when he needed to find opportunities to use his abilities and usually had to pretend, to now, that infinite power. He seemed to be the power, and the power seemed to be him. The endless power seemed to dilute the emotions. This feeling was both indifferent and terrifying. He felt that the greater his power was, the thinner his emotions seemed to be. Keep in awe, use it carefully, and keep emotions in your heart. Just, let him get excited this time. King sighed in his heart, and then he never thought about it again. Chapter 736 Take my infinite stars, heaven shaking fist. Millions of stars can also sweep. Boom. 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 As the terrifying rhythm rises, the huge star begins to deviate from its trajectory and rushes towards King. This scene makes Ryomen Sukuna on the opposite side stunned for a moment. However, then his whole face is covered with exaggerated expression. That's right. That's it. That's it. Just use your full strength. King. His excitement was drowned by the gradually approaching star, and the terrifying star heat flow has arrived. But these are nothing for what King is going to do next. Boom. With a terrifying resonance, King's figure seems to be infinitely derived, turning into an indescribable void giant in the universe. And the star is his fist. Ryomen Sukuna. At this time, King's serious expression is gone, and his whole face begins to heat up. Matter is energy. He wanted to unlock the mass limit of stars, hold the energy of an entire star in his hand, and pour it out at once. In this way, even if millions of stars stood in front of him, he could sweep across. Just let him be passionate for once. King's heart echoed again. Take my infinite stars, heaven shaking fist. Accompanied by King's roar, he casually called out the name of a big move. An indescribable horror explosion broke out. It was like the creation of the world. The universe only had light that could not be seen directly and heat that could not be touched, extending rapidly and silently. Infinite light and infinite heat swept across the entire subspace battlefield. Whether it was a planet or a meteorite group, they were all annihilated. The world seemed to have returned to the period of the Big Bang again, and it was all white. At the border of subspace, Mare and other people who could enter the subspace battlefield came here. King is really messing around. The barrier will probably be destroyed. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Mel began to reinforce the barrier. At the same time, move this subspace battlefield. He needs to stay away from the galaxy that is gradually controlled by the root consciousness. Hide the location of this battlefield farther and deeper. Otherwise, the root consciousness can't attack. The outer barrier must slowly become its growth food. It can't grow too fast now. Okay, let's go back. Looking at the silence of everyone, Mel also knew that they were shocked by King's performance. But this is normal. The SSS level set by the system is a bit like the 4-digit number of a certain box garden anime in his previous life. The starting point is Star Explosion. No matter what ability it is, even the domineering flow of this pirate world. If you can reach SSS level, you can probably explode a star. It's just that the size of the exploded planet is different. In the eyes of these SS level clones, King's current performance is a bit unreasonable. However, his ability is like this. Being able to unlock the restrictions on energy, this ability is originally strong. In addition, his ability has reached the limit of the SS level limit before. At this time, the system has a compensation mechanism for upgrading. It can be upgraded to the position close to the limit of this ability SSS level at once. So King's power is in a way climbing in an unreasonable way. For him, power seems endless. How much power can be exerted in one attack? It all depends on how much energy his consciousness can control and whether there is enough material energy around. However, King is strong, but not invincible. Now he and Ryomen Sukuna are in the lead. But those who have mastered the same terrifying ability may not be able to scare them if their levels catch up. Of course, King is far ahead at present. Even Ryomen Sukuna can't beat him. After all, Ryomen Sukuna's ability lies in living beings, and living beings nowadays can't give him any blessing. He can naturally use his ability to radiate surrounding matter to obtain the power of use. However, compared to King who can use it right away, he also needs to radiate mutations and then control them, which is more than a little worse. Fortunately, his strength is not as good as King, but Ryomen Sukuna is immortal and durable. Because he uses King's negative emotions as an anchor to constantly regenerate. After all, King also has troubles and slacks off at ordinary times. When facing Ryomen Sukuna who is as sticky as a piece of taffy, King will also be irritable and speechless. The more he is like this, the more Ryomen Sukuna can gain strength. The two continued to fight in the endless light. Although Ryomen Sukuna is difficult to deal with, King still put all his strength into continuously blowing him up. With his current level of Emperor Engine, the destructive nature of the Purgatory Muzu heat wave cannon was amplified to a very terrifying level. The more destruction, the fewer times Ryomen Sukuna can be reborn. His power will eventually be affected by the destruction. Although he still can't die, he has to slow down. And what King needs is this buffer time. His enthusiasm has completely gone too far, so he feels that it's almost enough. Time passes. In the subspace battlefield, the battle is carried out with the theme of Ryomen Sukuna getting beaten. Soon a new day comes. King finally returns to the Navy headquarters full of fatigue. It's finally over. That guy should have to sleep for 10 days or half a month. King thought with some relief at this time. Lord King, you are back. Looking at King's arrival, Megadu said excitedly. He naturally wouldn't worry about King's safety. As the brain-filling master beside King after Ethan, Megadu always thought King was the strongest god in the world. Even the devil must not be as good as one finger of his. Megadu naturally wouldn't worry about such a king. The reason why he is excited now is that he woke up. He accidentally discovered that the power of his devil fruit had changed, and it became stronger as he kept using it. In just one afternoon and a whole night of practice, he has become much stronger. So, he has imagined that King has appointed him to take on the important task of the Navy flag. You know, so far, no one in the Navy has received direct power from Lord King. Although there is teaching domineering, it is limited to Fan Tao. So, he was so excited that he didn't sleep and kept practicing. Until the new day, he kept wandering in front of King's residence. As for Xiaohu, he woke up before him. It was very simple and ate the fried rice directly without any problem. After a while, it ate the food served to it when it saw that King had not come back. After a while, King had not come yet, so it stretched out its neck and head to search in the lunchbox. In this way, the whole lunchbox was eaten. Until now, Megadu didn't know that the turtle standing next to him had more terrifying power than him. Because the power given to it by King was directly filled in the soul and body, there was still a lot of power that could be used directly. Megadu only had a wisp in the soul, which needed to be excavated, and the upper limit was much worse than Xiaohu. Megadu, who didn't know the situation, was still making a passionate promise to King. Lord King, I have felt it. Don't worry about that power. In the future, I will definitely take the fiery justice as my responsibility, strengthen my own beliefs, and live up to. I heard Megadu talking a lot. King just said something casually and sent him away. Beating Ryomen Sukuna was really exhausting, and he felt he needed to rest for a while. After resting well, he could go buy the Greed Island game. Anyway, the game cartridge was not released until noon. There was a branch selling it in the nearby Sabayati archipelago, and he still had time. He didn't plan to let others buy it. You must do this kind of thing yourself to feel a sense of accomplishment. As for getting food, it doesn't count. Chapter 737 Greed Island Game, Start. Time passed. Noon. Long queues formed in front of the game windows of various branches of the Miracle Chamber of Commerce around the world. It was noon now. The cartridges of the Greed Island game will be sold by the Miracle Chamber of Commerce. 100,000 sets will be sold around the world, and each set of cartridges will be sold at a price of 100 million Baileys. If this price is compared with the previous game cartridges of the Miracle Chamber of Commerce, it is obviously a sky-high price. It directly forms a threshold, stopping most people outside. However, the more this happened, the more people went to buy it. After all, Morgans praised the game as the most exciting and addictive game in history. After he praised it like this, many people gritted their teeth and were willing to pay the money. Of course, they were not really for the game, but because of the gimmick of the game created by God. Therefore, there were really many people who bought it. The 100,000 sets of cartridges were sold out almost immediately after they were sold worldwide. It didn't take too long at all. There were even many people who didn't buy them and beat their chests and stamped their feet. Soon, many people who bought the cartridges returned to their respective residences. Take out the game console made by Miracle Game and insert the Greedy Island cartridge into it. Greedy Island Game, Start. With the activation of the cartridge, many people disappeared directly in reality. This scene made people who were in the same room with some players stunned. This game is really not simple. That's what they thought. 457 in a certain sea area. A huge island with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers is located here. There are 10 initial towns on this island called Greedy Island. Each initial town has a distinct layout and various buildings. There are shopping malls, clothing stores, restaurants, furniture stores, hospitals, etc. Of course, the most common one is a unified single-person wooden hut, some large and some small. This is to match some people or races with abnormal body shapes. The wooden hut seems a bit inconsistent in this modern town. But the sparse residents of the town are used to it. At this time, white light began to shine in those empty huts. Not long after. Many huts have an extra figure, who is the player of Greedy Island. These players pinched their bodies like children and looked at their rooms. Then they rushed out of the room. They came outside and looked at the bright weather, the modern town around them, and the figures walking out of the huts of the same style. A look of shock began to appear on their faces. Is this the Greedy Island game? Shouldn't it be played with a controller? How did we get here? Isn't this real? Many players were shocked. Idiot, can you have a panel in real life? Some people have discovered that they can summon a blue panel, and even a book called the card reading book. When the players who entered the Greedy Island game were curious, King at the Navy headquarters was a little troubled. He looked at the cartridge in his hand and inserted it again and again, but there was no response. Of course, he could also feel a weak force pulling him, but he followed it, but it still couldn't pull him at all. A bit troublesome. Can I still play this game like this? King looked at Xiaohu, who was no longer in a daze but reading comics next to him, and an idea flashed. Why not let Xiaohu help him play? Anyway, it was idle. Xiaohu, go in and play the game, and win back the first generation Ultimate Edition of the Miracle Game. Hearing King's words, Xiaohu was confused. The big emerald pupils were filled with great doubt. Come, insert this cartridge. Although it was confused, Xiaohu was still very obedient. Dang dang dang. With a few heavy sounds, it came to the game console. It picked up the game cartridge of Greedy Island and inserted it accurately into the card slot of the game console. With the flash of white light, Xiaohu's figure disappeared. Disappeared. King looked directly along the path where Xiaohu disappeared, and then he saw an island. Is it there? I can't get through with the game cartridge, so I should be able to go directly there. At this time, King felt a little hesitant. After all, it's not good not to go through the formal channels. But Xiaohu is stupid again, what if he gets cheated by someone? At least, he should take it to get familiar with the game environment. Thinking in this way, King convinced himself naturally. so, he broke through time and space directly. The next moment, King landed next to Xiaowu. This place seems to be called the underworld. After arriving next to Xiaowu, King looked around. He could see the ocean around the island that seemed to be no different from the real world. He could see that there was a forbidden barrier hundreds of kilometers away from the edge of the island, which surrounded the entire island and the surrounding sea area from the outside world. And outside the barrier was the vast and more gloomy underworld. Although King was not very familiar with the underworld, but he knew it after all. He didn't expect that Hisoka would build the game in the underworld. Without the intention of exploring, King set his eyes on Xiaowu next to him. Let's go. Take a look at this world. King, who was about to leave with Xiaowu, suddenly paused. Then he took out a sports cap, sunglasses and a mask from his clothes. These were props he specially asked Moer to make. If someone who knew him wore one, he would only feel familiar, but if he wore two, he would feel strange, even his mother wouldn't recognize him after wearing 3 of them. Although King doesn't have a mother. With these props, King feels that he can go out without being disturbed. Otherwise, he would be treated as a monkey when he goes out to buy things. Of course, these props can be set with exemptions. Otherwise, Xiaowu next to him might not recognize him. Xiaowu, change the color. Looking at his outfit, King still feels a little unsafe. Because Xiaowu has always been known by many people. Therefore, if it doesn't change color, it might be easily recognized. When Xiaowu heard King ask it to change color, he felt that his brain couldn't turn around. It's not a chameleon, how can it change? Seeing that Xiaowu still didn't understand, King felt that this guy was really slow, and he said helplessly. Feel the power of your body, and then control it to change. Boom. After a long time, King walked out of the initial hut with a dark face and Xiaowu, who had turned dark red. Just now Xiaowu almost blew up this house. If this house is not indestructible, the whole town will be destroyed, and I don't know how much money will be lost. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen after all. Chapter 738 He didn't steal anything. Shenzhen Hong Kong Fishing Competition. Brother, how did you do it? How did you get such a cool pet so quickly? At this time, someone nearby saw King coming out with a cool big turtle. Some players surrounded him and started asking questions in a familiar way. They didn't think that the turtle was the player, and King was a wall-hanging player who followed the network cable. After all, this kind of thing is still a bit beyond their scope. After a while, King and Xiaowu got rid of the enthusiastic people. Due to the cover of the props, his aura that is different from ordinary people is not revealed. Unless he takes the initiative to burst out his aura, others will only think he is an ordinary person. In this case, he was still strolling around with Xiaowu, who had changed into a dark red skin, and it was easy to be watched. Of course, there were too many new things here. People just started to feel novel about Xiaowu. Dang dang dang. At this time, King was sitting on Xiaowu's back. He looked at a panel in front of Xiaowu. The panel was flipping the game's precautions. This kind of panel is only available to players, and there are no players like King who came in through the network cable. But King was not worried. With a game master like him leading Xiaowu, even if he was just an assistant, he would definitely shine. Can't use your own strength here. At this time, NG saw this explanation in the precautions. According to the above statement, it is forbidden to seize resources by force. Most of the use of force here can only rely on reading cards. If you violate the rules, you will become a red-named violator, and some unfavorable buffs will be added. The game officials will also automatically send punishers of different levels to pursue according to the amount of resources obtained by the violation. The reading cards are the unique resources of Greedy Island, including skills, protection, props, buildings, etc. Almost everything here can exist in the form of reading cards. Of course, King is not very interested in the precautions for violators. Because he is a person who abides by the rules of the game. Well, although he came in illegally, he didn't steal anything. It seems that this place is pretty good. Swiping the precautions, King felt that the game atmosphere here was pretty good. At least, the advantages of people with military power in reality will be greatly reduced, thereby making it more playable to a certain extent. In this way, King's interest in this game has increased greatly. Bang! I don't know when the little crow stopped. It was seen that it stopped next to a huge billboard on a street. An entrance near here was crowded at this time. You can see that there is a large beach scenic area inside the entrance. And there are several 100-meter stone bridges from the beach to the sea. Combined with the advertisements here, it looks like a place for people to fish. Come on! Come on! The monthly Shenzhen Hong Kong fishing competition is about to begin. All kinds of strange marine creatures and all kinds of valuable prizes are available. Don't miss it if you pass by. An old man shouted at a gate surrounded by a large row of fences. Many players who were wandering around the town while reading the game instructions were indeed attracted. Soon there was a long line. King focused his eyes on the billboard. There were all kinds of strange or ferocious marine creatures and prizes painted on it, and Xiao was drooling at a barbecued squid on it. King felt a little speechless when he saw Xiao drooling. Then he said directly, "It's troublesome for you to fish like this." Hearing that King had the intention to refuse, Xiao immediately showed it. Its bulky body stood up instantly. Too short, the front limbs of the legs were bent, and they were posing as if fishing. Showing its flexibility. King was originally sitting on Xiao, and was thrown off by it as Xiao moved. But seeing how hard it worked, he didn't say anything. Then join. Soon, they went to line up. Soon they came to the entrance. At the entrance, a young man at the entrance scanned King with a machine similar to a code scanner, but there was no response. The other party didn't believe it and scanned it again, but there was still no response. Strange? Is it broken? Just when he was about to scan again, King pointed to Xiao next to him with some embarrassment. You scan it. It wants to participate. Ah! The young man opposite was surprised, but only surprised for a moment. Soon a message panel appeared in front of Xiao. Shengang Fishing Tackle Store invites you to participate in the Shengang Fishing Competition. Do you agree? Agree or reject? Seeing the options, Xiao directly chose to agree. In the past few years, it has been with King, and has been taken care of by a group of Navy officers. In addition to being in a daze, watching King play games, reading comics, and basking in the sun, it has actually learned human characters. Because King is reading newspapers and comics, it follows suit. But the characters are so dense that it can't understand them. Newspapers are okay, but it doesn't like to read them either. Comics have all kinds of pictures, which are more attractive to it, who can't read. So, it asked some Navy officers who like to read comics to help read them. In this way, Xiao, who can already understand human language. It took several months to learn the characters commonly used by humans in daily life just by comparison. You need to pay 100 reading points to participate in the Shenzhen Hong Kong fishing competition. When Xiao chose to agree, another message popped up in front of it. It is detected that you have a chance to get a free ticket. Do you want to use it? Yes or no? This time, Xiao agreed and chose to agree. Tickets have been deducted. Congratulations on your successful participation in the Baigong fishing competition. Please collect fishing gear from the guide. I wish you a happy game. King nodded to the little bird looking back at him. Then it followed another guide and left. After watching the little bird leave, King asked the young man in front of him. If you don't participate in the competition, can you come in and take a look? Of course, please go over there, there are free spectator seats. The young man pointed to the arc-shaped stone stands on the beach in the distance. Obviously, the residents here are quite savvy. If there are spectators in the competition, the players will be more enthusiastic and have a sense of accomplishment. Then the chance of coming again to participate will be greater. Thank you. King thanked politely and walked towards the audience. Here, in addition to him, there are other players and even some local residents. Most of the players who come here are curious about the gameplay of Greed Island. They want to observe first. After all, there is only one free opportunity. They need to compare and choose a cost-effective one. Most players have understood it through the instructions on the panel. In this game, whether it is consumption or participating in various activities here or even the map outside the town for fighting monsters, it is charged. And the only currency here is 10 mind points. Chapter 739 Mind Card Level, Fish Lighthouse. Newcomers definitely don't have mind points. They only have one chance to participate in various events for free. In addition, they actually have the fastest and most convenient way to obtain mind points. That is to use their own life or even soul to exchange directly with the system through the panel. Life can also be simply understood as the lifespan of the body, which can be exchanged for 100 points a year. Although many players have already understood this, they also believe that the evil god who created this game can do it. But they don't have a comprehensive understanding of the game Greedy Island. In this case, most people still don't rashly exchange. In fact, there is another way for ordinary people. That is to work, find a store in the town to work, and get single-digit to 10-digit mind points a month. Just spend time grinding. However, people who can afford 100 million Baileys to buy game cartridges are not ordinary people in the real world. They play this game to get benefits, instead of coming here to waste time as an online real worker. Since it is to get benefits, it is natural to know something about the game, and the fishing contest here is an opportunity. Time passed. Soon, the contestants basically found their positions on the stone bridges leading to the sea. Dear audience, our monthly fishing contest in Shenzhen and Hong Kong will begin. The competition system has been approved. This time, there are many card masters participating in the competition, and the competition must be very exciting. Let us wait and see. Next, I announce. The Baigong fishing contest officially begins. A middle-aged man with a stubble and dressed like a fisherman, the man announced with a microphone. Then he took a stick and struck the gong for the official competition. As a result, hundreds of contestants immediately took action. Many contestants sat down in their chosen positions and put bait on their fishing gear. Haha, it's our turn to show our skills next. Little ones, fish hard for me. At this time, a birdman stood on a stone bridge to cheer for the contestants around him. A large group of contestants next to him also responded in unison. The movement here also attracted many spectators in the stands to cast their eyes over. Isn't that guy Morgans? He actually came to fish too. Morgans, that guy is the most well-informed legendary journalist, and he is very close to the god of evil. After seeing clearly that it was Morgans at this time, some people have guessed what the mystery of the competition here is. Although there are other more terrifying bosses coming, they believe that they are just for fun. As for Morgans, people's impression of Morgans is that he likes to make trouble and is very shrewd, so he will definitely not come here for entertainment. But now no matter what they guess, it will be useless. The next fishing competition in White Harbor will have to wait until next month. At this time, Morgans can see many spectators in the distance looking at him. He also stretched out his bird hand as if he met a fan. That smug look made some people feel that he deserved a beating. In fact, Morgans was really proud at this time. When Hisoka was building this place, Morgans had carefully expressed his desire to visit it. And Hisoka did bring him here with a half-smile in his eyes. Even Morgans came more than once. At the same time, borrowing Hisoka's tiger skin. Morgans also pretended to be powerful, making many NPCs respect him very much. In this case, he also obtained a lot of information. Now, Greedy Island has opened. Of course, he is prepared. Although the game cartridge is sold as a miracle game. But in fact, it was delivered through Morgans. Nominally, 100,000 cartridges were sold to the public. But in fact, each major force was eligible to pre-order in advance, but the quantity was limited. The Evil Fleet, a direct force that surrendered to Hisoka, took 2,000 cartridges directly. Morgans took 1,000 privately. After that, another 2,000 were taken in the name of the official hunter group Big News and the Magic Pattern Guild Recorder. Other forces used similar methods. And through the names of the two forces to which Morgans belonged, you can know his position in the forces. It can be said that 3% of the 100,000 players in the entire game are his people. In this initial town alone, there are hundreds of people who are ostensibly obeying his orders. The Greedy Island game respects the mind card. Although the real strong have advantages here, they are no longer so irresistible. That's right. Morgans hired a large number of hunters in the guild to work hard for a large price zero. It's really working hard. When they come to this world, they will exchange 10 years of life for mind points as agreed. Then all these mind points will be traded to Morgans. In addition, they need to follow his arrangements. Some of the profits also need to be handed over to him in proportion. Of course, it is unknown how long this agreement can last after the hunters see the value of this world. Bang! After cheering up his men, Morgans threw out the fishing tackle in his hand. He stared at the sea in front of him with full confidence. I have very rare B-level fishing tackle and bait in my hand. What can those guys use to fight me? This time, Morgans left some mind points. He gave the rest of the mind points to his confidants who happened to come to this town. Others are still using D-level fishing tackle. And he spent thousands of mind points to rent B-level fishing tackle from the fishing shop and thousands of mind points to buy 10 B-level baits. The mind cards in this world are divided into EDC-BASSSSSX levels. B-level props are already very rare items. If Morgans didn't know the boss here, this kind of fishing gear would be difficult to rent. I need to catch the initial combat power, and then get the ticket. At this time, Morgans muttered to himself. He was not worried about not being able to catch strong combat power. Many things in this game 1.0 have special effects. For example, the stone bridge under his feet now. Fish light bridge B. At night, the bridge body will emit a faint blue light, which will attract fish to come, just like a lighthouse guiding a lost ship. It is because of the several fish light bridges here. With them as the center, many fish schools within 10 kilometers of the coast run to settle nearby. This situation even attracts some ferocious creatures farther away in the sea. Because there are many fish schools gathered here, it is simply a food paradise. You can also sleep comfortably under the light of the light bridge on the night, which is a very good place for those sea hunters. Beep beep. Here it comes. Morgans was so excited that he sat down for less than a minute and the float dropped. He could already feel the heavy touch. This is a big fish. Chapter 740. The fish that can cut is outrageous. The big guys participating in the competition. Eat my, the bait won't run away. He had no intention of pulling the rod in a hurry. Because his bait had a special effect. Mysic meat B, produced by the very rare mysic fish in the sea. Whenever danger comes, the mysic fish will spit out the mysic meat in its belly. It is very attractive to fish and has a coma effect after eating. After a while, Morgans felt that the struggle was getting smaller and smaller. There was an excited smile on his bird face. Come up to me. Morgans pulled the fishing rod. Swish. A 10-meter-long, white fish that looked like a swordfish was directly caught by him. When it came to midair, it was still conscious and did not accept its fate. Swish. A sharp water blade shot out from its long fish mouth as it twisted, turning into a slash and slashing towards Morgans. This scene surprised many anglers and spectators. A fish that can slash. It's outrageous. XXXX. Others were surprised, but Morgans was excited. He knew this kind of fish, and the fact that it could use this skill showed that its strength had reached a very good level. It seemed that he had won the jackpot this time. Day. With a leap, Morgans' water blade cut directly on the stone bridge. The fierce water flow caused a faint crack to appear at the cut place, and gravel splashed. This blow shattered not only the stone bridge, but also the heart of the host of the competition. Goo-ha-ha-ha, a good attack, but still not enough. As Morgans laughed in the air. The fishing tackle in his hand also gave rise to a long fishing line, and Morgans spun around. Take my fish feast. With a huge thump, the fishing tackle swung the big fish and smashed it firmly on the light bridge. Looking at the big fish on the ground with stars in its eyes, Morgans smiled with satisfaction. The fish feast just now was not his power. It was a skill that the fishing tackle came with. After using it, fish of level B will fall into coma with a small probability, and fish below level B will have a high probability. And depending on the negative buff that matches the fish in coma, there is a corresponding probability increase. Obviously, this big fish that ate the meat of the sack is directly in line with the coma buff, and it fell into coma all of a sudden. As the big fish was defeated and fell into coma, the Greed Island game system that was paying attention to this game made a judgment. Bang! Soon, the figure of the big fish disappeared with a burst of white smoke, and a card appeared in its place. This kind of a game supervised by the game system. As long as the requirements set in advance are met, the fish caught will become a card. Morgans rubbed his hands and walked over to pick up the card. Swordfish C, a very fierce and aggressive fish in the sea, good at stabbing and slashing. Seeing that the level was C, Morgans' smile paused for a moment. Originally, he thought it could be B level. After all, the skill of this swordfish just now was very powerful. It must be much stronger than ordinary swordfish, but I didn't expect it to be still not up to par. Da-da-da. Morgans walked to a small machine next to the fishing gear. There are densely packed card slots on it. Click. After inserting the card, Morgans patted his face to comfort himself. Now is just the beginning. As long as he follows the plan, his goal can always be achieved slowly. Ha 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 ha, it's amazing. We can see that Master Morgans has caught a huge swordfish. This fish is very ferocious. If a ship encounters it, it is easy for the ship to be destroyed and people to die. At this time, Morgans heard the host of the competition holding the microphone to praise him, and his expression was a little subtle. In the past, he was the one who praised others during the conference. Now being praised in public, this experience well, it feels quite good. Morgans took out a new bait. As big as an apple, like a huge ruby, this is the sack meat. Although the level is high, it is a consumable after all, and the price is 100 points. Swoosh! As the fishing rod was thrown, Morgans continued to fish while keeping his eyes on several players. Those players, they are all famous figures in reality. Legendary Navy Vice Admiral Garp, Navy Admiral Aokiji, Fighting Association High-Level Yun Zhao, Four Emperors Golden Lion, Holy Knight Poseidon, Dark Curtains Shadow Knight Envoy, and even the Desert King of the Extreme Evil Fleet. Crocodile also came to fish. Of course, the most terrifying one among them is the legendary Demon Apostle, the Deep Sea King. No one dared to approach the area where he was. Well, except for a big turtle that looked familiar. If he met an apostle in reality, Morgans would run as far as he could. As for now, everyone is fishing, and the apostle is not higher than him. And no matter how powerful the apostle is, you can't catch up with him with ordinary fishing gear and bait. At this time, Morgans was secretly happy. He was destined to be the most handsome guy with his preparations in advance. While Morgans was working hard, the king in the audience was looking at the place where Xiao was. He pulled the fishing rod and a large squid of several dozen centimeters was pulled out of the water. The big squid that came to the shore, the fish broke free from the hook. It started to slide on the ground and tried to run away. Then the little crow hit its head several times with its heavy forelimbs, which made it see stars. This scene made King feel a little embarrassed. Wouldn't it be judged as a foul if it just hit the fish like this? Bang! As the giant squid turned into a card, King's worry was confirmed. This game is supervised by the system. If there is a violation, the system will not take the initiative to seal the prey into a card. In this fishing competition, the restrictions on the players themselves are relatively loose. As long as the fish is caught, it is up to the players to keep it. Looking at the little crow holding the giant squid card and cheering, King felt like his own child had grown up. On another light bridge, the legendary Navy Garp was wearing large flower pants and a large flower shirt, which looked very casual. He looked at the cheering little crow on another bridge and said casually to the side, "Kuzan, look at that turtle, does it look like King's pet?" After hearing Garp's words, Aokiji, who was a little lazy, raised his head slightly. Then he glanced at it. Except for the color, the size, details, and temperament are very similar. If there is no accident, it should be that color. Without thinking too much, Aokiji made a conclusion. He didn't believe that there were such coincidences in the world. And the color of the turtle reminded him of Mr. King's power like purgatory. However, Aokiji didn't think too much about these things. He turned his eyes to the figure not far from Xiao, the Apostle Deep Sea King. The vicious apostle actually came to fish. This kind of thing still seemed very inconsistent to Aokiji. "Kuzan, you took the bait." "Mine too." Chapter 741. The Deep Sea King was angry. No one knew fishing better than him. Garp looked at the buoy in front of him, sinking quickly with excitement. For him, everything on Greed Island is very fresh, and this kind of fishing competition is quite interesting. After all, you can catch strange creatures that you may never see in reality. Especially since there are many strong people participating in this competition, he also wants to do his best to suppress others at this time. Can't let Morgans, the Birdman, steal the limelight. That's what Garp thought in his heart. Watch me. He took the lead in raising the rod without waiting for Aokiji to react. With a whoosh, under Garp's dull eyes, his fishing rod pulled out a line, only the line, without even a buoy. He set his eyes on the sea. I saw a crab as big as a person wearing steel armor slowly half floating out of the sea. It used its big claws like big scissors to click at Garp twice, as if mocking Garp. Then it sank again. Seeing it sink, Garp finally reacted. Asshole! What's going on? My hook is gone. How can I fish with this thing under the sea? Garp looked angry. Just now he wanted to show off, but he was gone as soon as he started. What does Kuzan next to him think of him? At this moment, Garp wanted to jump into the sea and fight the crab for 300 rounds. Your fishing gear is damaged, and the accumulated points are currently 0, which cannot reach the threshold for receiving the competition participation prize. Your competition is terminated early. According to the regulations, you can choose any 3 from the captured spoils. Please choose according to the instructions of the guide. Thank you for your participation. Seeing the panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, the message on it made Garp silent. So he didn't even get a participation prize, and he was thanking him for participating. And he didn't catch any fish, and he chose any 3, and chose nothing? The first contestant to finish our competition has appeared. He was very unlucky to encounter a steel-armored crab. This type of crab has very strong combat power and is extremely destructive to fishing tools. I wonder which other contestants will encounter it. At this time, feeling a lot of people looking in the direction of the host's hand, Garp felt ashamed. What was going on? And some people near Garp fished away from this area, avoiding Garp like a plague. Obviously, they were afraid that they would be as unlucky as Garp. Kuzan, it's up to you. I don't want to work hard. Helpless, Garp looked at Aokiji eagerly. Now his only free ticket has been used. Next, unless he goes to work, he can only work hard to exchange for reading points. But he still wants to see his 2 grandsons grow up. How could he work hard? So he can only rely on Kuzan. Well, borrow from Kuzan first, and pay him back when he makes a lot of money. Of course, the premise of all this is that Kuzan can get a good ranking and earn the currency here. At this time, Garp has completely forgotten about Xiao. After all, he is in a hurry and has no time to care about other things. Leave it to me. Mr. Garp. Kuzan took off the round sunglasses on his face with one hand. Next, he will seriously. Swoosh. Pull up the fishing rod in his hand, and a fish as big as a seaweed ball is pulled out. Seaweed fish D. Seaweed fish is covered with nutritious seaweed, which attracts small fish, and can control the seaweed on its body to wrap around prey. After a lot of trouble, Kuzan looked at the introduction of the card in his hand and fell silent. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. There is such a fish, I wonder if the seaweed on it can be made into seaweed soup. Garp, who came to Aokiji to read the introduction together, laughed. After reading the introduction, his mind was opened up. Since the seaweed is nutritious, can it be eaten like kelp? Mr. Garp, don't make fun of me. Aokiji inserted the card into the card slot, then put the bait on the fishing rod in his hand and cast the rod again. Garp, the big crab is here, you. Aokiji just smiled lightly at Garp's anxiety. His armament haki spread along the fishing rod to the fishing line. This game never said that you can't protect your fishing rod. Of course, even if it is really a violation, there will be 3 reminders before the violation. Aokiji has carefully read this. As long as the system doesn't remind you, it doesn't count as a violation. Garp also felt the armament haki released by Aokiji, and he found that he was indeed somewhat limited. It seems that he has to be bolder in this game. At this time, Garp couldn't think that he would suffer a loss due to his boldness in the future. Click. The extremely subtle vibration was noticed by Aokiji. After noticing the abnormality, he immediately pulled the rod with very fierce strength and exquisite skills. Clang! As the sea surface exploded, the steel-armored crab was exposed with one claw holding the fishing line and the other claw holding the fish hook. It was dragged out of the water by a powerful force with a confused look in its eyes. Ha ha ha, this is great. Kuzan, you are so awesome. Seeing Garp patting his arm and praising him, Aokiji felt a little embarrassed. Bang! Aokiji hammered the steel-armored crab that came ashore, but didn't knock it unconscious. He used more force. Bang! This time, the panicked steel-armored crab finally turned into a card. Steel-armored crab C, a crab with thick steel armor and sharp steel claws, with very good defense. The sharp steel claws can even break steel, but its movement is relatively slow. Okay, now this crab is in our hands. Kuzan, if you don't have a higher level trophy later, you must choose this crab. I am very interested in it, and I must train it well if I have the chance. Seeing Garp's impatient look, Aokiji had no choice but to nod helplessly. Time passed. The lonely apostle Deep Sea King was angry, he felt that his luck was very bad. Others had already started to make some gains, but he was the only one who didn't make any moves. looking at the dark red big turtle next to him catching another strange fish. The Deep Sea King began to get angry. He was a super expert in fishing in the magic mist sea, and even a whale was almost caught by him. No one could understand fishing better than him. So pulling up the fishing rod, the Deep Sea King felt that he understood. There must be something wrong with the bait. They definitely didn't want him, the demon apostle, to get a good result, so they gave him a bad bait. In this case, strands of terrifying magic power began to surge, and through the Deep Sea King's jelly-like elastic hands, they perfectly merged into the bait. Chapter 742 10 Demon Patterns Breaking Realm Method, Demon from God Realm. Swish! The fishing rod was thrown under the sea, as the Deep Sea King cast the rod. The surrounding underwater world began to go crazy. The fish that were afraid to move forward due to the Deep Sea King's suppressed fear began to surge forward. Because they felt it. As long as they ate the bait, they could completely transform into a more perfect and terrifying deep sea life. The bait that melted the magic of the Deep Sea King was like a deadly drug addiction, with an incurable attraction. Hoo-hoo! Giloo! Giloo! Undercurrents surged, countless bubbles floated up, and the sea surface seemed to be boiled. This scene also made many players cast their eyes over. Their eyes were almost all focused on the demon apostles. After all, fishing with the demon apostles was still very stressful. If it weren't for the gathering of big guys here, people would have a lot more sense of security. Many people might not dare to fish with them. Feeling that many humans were looking at him, the Deep Sea King felt happy at this time. That's how it should be, tiny humans. Look at me with awe and awe. The Deep Sea King was full of confidence and began to pull up the 107th fishing rod. His magic power had already permeated the fishing rod. After all, if the fishing rod broke in the middle, he would lose face. When it comes to his reputation in fishing, the Deep Sea King is still very serious. Splash! The sound of the huge sea current kept on sounding. A stream of more than 100 meters, the terrifying red fish was pulled up. There were countless fish in its huge mouth. In addition, many fearless fish bit the fish and refused to let go, so they were pulled up. How is it possible? At this time, this amazing scene was witnessed by everyone on the scene, and they were all stunned. Only the old man in the fishing tackle shop was quick to take a picture of this scene with a camera. This photo will definitely attract a lot of customers in the future. Bang bang bang! As the fish came ashore, its huge body directly made it lie horizontally on the bridge. The Deep Sea King didn't care so much, and directly extended countless tentacles like water streams from his body. Knocked it and the fish hanging on it unconscious and turned them into cards. As the fish turned into cards, many strange fish appeared, all of which were schools of fish held in the mouth of the fish. Bang bang bang! After another round of blows, these schools of fish also turned into cards. At this time, the host dressed as a fisherman finally reacted, and he shouted excitedly. It's Minkan, it's Minkan, it's an extremely mysterious and rare monster. I didn't expect there would be such a monster under the water, no wonder I've been hearing strange rooster crows recently. Looking at everyone looking over. The host also explained excitedly. Minkan has a voice like a rooster crow, and its body has a bright red color. It is rumored that every 2.5 years, it will dance on the sea, and it will also have strange music on its body. Of course, these are not the main points. After the host said a lot, he began to talk about the main points. Minkan is an A-level creature, although its combat power is relatively low among A-level creatures. But it is extremely rare, and it is rumored that there is only one in the whole world. Only when this one dies will a new one be born in the world. And it is rumored that when it dances, even the world's SSS-level beasts can't do anything to it. It is precisely because of this mysterious characteristic and its rarity that although it is only A, its value is close to SS level. Speaking of this, the host began to sigh with tears. I didn't expect I would be able to see such a magical species in the sea in my lifetime, so lucky. The host, who loves fishing very much, saw that someone could actually fish out Minkan. He really wanted to cry to death, not only because he was excited to see Minkan. At the same time, he also felt a regret for missing 10 billion. If he had thought of Minkan when he heard the rooster crowing at that time. If he had given up all the family property, maybe he could really catch this Minkan. This is the rarest creature in the world, there is only one. The value is too high, it hurts him so much. The host continued to host the game while crying. People who didn't know thought he was really crying with excitement. The host's performance made Deep Sea King raise his head slightly. He picked up Ming Kun's card. Ming Kun is a mysterious creature that only exists in the world. It is good at sonic attacks, bounce attacks, and mental attacks. It will be reborn somewhere in the world after death. Every 2.5 years, Ming Kun will practice and perform for 10 minutes. At this time, it will have the characteristic of idols will not die at the hands of vulgarity. Under this characteristic, violence cannot defeat it, and it can be immune to attacks from SSS level life at most. Immune to attacks from SSS level life. Deep Sea King murmured. Deep Sea King knew what this level meant. Because in this game, the panel positioned his level as SSS level. Adding the strength of this creature, it is not difficult to guess. S level should be comparable to lower level demon kings, and SS level is comparable to middle level demon kings. Of course. The Deep Sea King was surprised by this Ming Kun, but didn't take it seriously. It took 2.5 years to get 10 minutes of immunity, and it was only at a specific time. Although the effect seems powerful, it's just that. It's not a threat to him at all. SSS level? I won't stay there forever. Given the current environment of the Demon God Island, give me another 3 years. The Deep Sea King looked at the faintly visible incomplete black line on his body. This incomplete black line is the embodiment of his gradual breakthrough of the shackles of the Upper Demon King. The 10 Demon Lines Breaking Realm method was developed by Tianlong. It is the method used by the Upper Demon King to break through the realm. This method is a reference to the War King, the leader of the 9 Demon Kings, by the Apostle Tianlong. Based on the War King's method of condensing special magic lines, a large amount of knowledge is combined to study a method suitable for the Upper Demon King to break through. The principle is to condense 10 magic lines with terrifying magic power and cover the surface of the magic core. The combat power of the Apostle will increase a lot with each additional magic line. When the 10 patterns are complete, the last spell of the 10 patterns breaking the magic realm will be activated. The 10 patterns Demon King will completely transform in the last step, and will enter a new realm if successful. Although Tianlong has not yet reached that realm, he has already given it a name in advance. Its name, Demon's God Realm. This name also represents Tianlong's awe of the Demon God. Follow God, its meaning is to obey God's will. And this God is naturally the Demon God. Chapter 743 Xiao wants to learn from the Deep Sea King, an S-level monster. The Deep Sea King did not think much. There is only one in the world it is worthy of my identity as the Deep Sea King. Put away the thought card in his hand. Then he began to fish leisurely. Just now, he wasted a lot of original magic power because of his ruthlessness. That magic power was enough for the strange frog that first ate the bait to transform into a pure Demon King. Even he needed to save it for another 8 or 9 days, which had affected the time for him to break through the realm of magic from the gods. That is to say, the Demon God Island is getting more and more terrifying now. Just staying outside the Demon God Valley has a great benefit. Otherwise, he would not have been so crazy just now. Now that he has harvested so many prey, the points are far ahead. Naturally, he is not in a hurry, just add some magic power without the original source. When the Deep Sea King began to fish leisurely, the little crow not far away from him also had shining eyes, because it felt that it had learned it. It turned out that fishing can be done this way. At this time, as it pulled the fishing rod, a D-level fish bit the hook. Its luck is still very good. It was really good to attract D-level fish with this ordinary D-level bait. It was normal that most of the others were E-level fish. Because 99% of the fish in this sea area were E-level. Because of the riot caused by the Apostle just now. There were many D-level and even C-level fish near the place where the Apostle was fishing. Although it was lucky, Xiao himself did not feel anything. He just thought that he might learn from the slime man. So, he took the fresh bait. The terrifying power was poured into it. This scene made the face of King in the audience stand change. He quickly sent a message to Xiao to stop. Fortunately, Xiao was obedient, otherwise it would have sent power into it without any respect, and it might explode. King didn't dare to imagine what would happen then. At this time, King didn't even think about using his own power to stop it. He was like this. Unless it was a special period or he was really interested, he would basically not use his own power. Because once he gets too used to the convenience of power, he can no longer be like an ordinary person. Although he is not an ordinary person in the eyes of others. Although Xiao was a little aggrieved after being scolded by King, he looked at the bait in his hand and his face became happy again. It thought about catching a big squid so that it could eat for a long time. Swoosh! As Xiaohu cast the rod. In the perception of many fish, the world under the sea seemed to have a dark red sun, as terrifying as the sun. For those who grow in the sea, they are more afraid of such power. This power does not attract fish like the bait thrown by the deep sea king. Because the power of the deep sea king is the sea. Although it makes the fish afraid, they also yearn for it. However, Xiaohu's power is different. The creatures on the seabed generally do not try to control the power of the sun. Xiaohu waited expectantly, and then his expression slowly became depressed. It is obviously the same operation, why is there no fish? It felt confused, but had no intention of changing bait, just staring at the sea. While it was in a daze. In the sea 100 miles away, a terrifying creature hunting on the seabed seemed to have sensed something. It gave up its prey and shot out of the sea. It moved towards the coast at supersonic speed close to the sea. Boom! The sound barrier was broken and a huge roar broke out. On the light bridge, the demon apostle Deep Sea King looked at the big turtle next to him with fear. Although the power condensed by Xiaohu was very secretive, the apostle who was too close and had terrifying power noticed something strange. He didn't expect. This strange-looking turtle actually controlled such a terrifying power. Through his keen perception, he vaguely realized. The scale of the monster's power even exceeded his. And it was not just a little bit, but a lot. If calculated by the magic pattern of the Upper Demon King transition realm, at least comparable to the 5-striped Demon King, this is what he can sense. It is impossible to really confirm what kind of Deep Sea King it is. However, this guy is too stupid. It just input so much power, which is several times the power he input. This power converted into magic power is enough to make the creature become an intermediate Demon King and advance to a higher level. Even if it is terrifyingly powerful, it can't waste power like this. Even the powerful Deep Sea King. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that Xiaohu was a spendthrift, because that power was close to half of his power. Originally, he thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that he was still a little naive. Does this guy have too much power to spend? The Deep Sea King sighed in his heart, and at the same time he was fortunate. Although that power is strong, the fish in the sea dare not devour this power that is completely opposite to the sea. It still wins this game. The flag was just set in his heart. After a while, the Deep Sea King's face changed. Because he sensed a powerful aura flying towards him from the direction of the sea. Is that a bird? Soon after, many people at the competition site did not react. A long red figure flashed by and pierced directly into the water. Crack! Xiaohu's face was also excited at this moment. Because this figure directly bit its bait. At this moment, it immediately concentrated its attention, and its strength involuntarily penetrated into the fishing rod for support. The heavy and somewhat clumsy forelimbs pulled the fishing rod. Step! With the figure of the fishing line being tightened, it did not pull it out. This situation made Xiaohu stunned for a moment. Then it exerted force again, using even more terrifying force. Splash! Accompanied by the surge of water. A red and slender shrimp more than 10 meters long was pulled out and smashed on the bridge. After it came out, it did not struggle too much. Because it was in the process of metamorphosis at this time, it could not exert too much force. So, it was knocked unconscious by Xiaohu when it came ashore. Bang! Holding this card, Xiaohu held it high and cheered to King in the audience. At this time, the stunned host gurgled his saliva and began to be shocked. It's a rocket shrimp. It's a rocket shrimp. That length, it's definitely an S-level monster. This lord actually caught such a terrifying monster. The shocked host looked at the eyes of each audience. He wiped the cold sweat from his head and began to popularize science. Rocket shrimp is an extremely rare marine beast with unimaginable speed. It is also a rare water beast that has mastered the fire attribute. The length of this rocket shrimp just now reached about 18 meters from my estimation. Its value is also at the top among S-level. I didn't expect that this Shenzhen Hong Kong fishing competition could actually catch an S-level beast, and the legendary Ming Kun. This competition will go down in fishing history. 7. Chapter 744 Announcement of Rankings, Flying King's Travels. The host looked at the big turtle, who looked very honest with a dry mouth. It's hard to imagine such a monster was defeated without any decent resistance. At this time, the host was really shocked. Although he had known it from Morgans in advance. There will be many monsters among the card readers who come to the world. But he never expected to see such a monster so soon. S-level combat power is already extremely terrifying in the entire Greedy Island. I didn't expect that the ship would sink here directly. This guy. The Deep Sea King next to Xiaowu looked at Xiaowu solemnly, and then continued fishing. He still didn't panic. Even if this guy caught that strange prawn, but no. If that prawn metamorphoses, then it's points. At this time, the Deep Sea King's face changed. He looked at a small display screen of his card slot machine. It was showing his points of 980434 and the points were still increasing automatically. Even if he didn't add new fish. This was not a card slot display error, but because the frog that swallowed his power essence was metamorphosing. Obviously, this transformation has really affected the points. In this case, the Deep Sea King took out Ming Kun's card. Suddenly, the points dropped by more than 910,000. It can be said that the value of this rare creature in the world is close to that of a top-level beast. Its value is really that much when the system calculates it. With such a value, the Deep Sea King thought that if he gave this fish a boost, its value would also soar. Buzz buzz buzz. A wisp of power spread from the Deep Sea King's hand into the card. Warning warning. The current behavior is an illegal operation, please stop immediately, please stop immediately. A panel with flashing red letters appeared directly in front of the Deep Sea King. Obviously. This behavior of catching a fish and then increasing the fish's power to increase points is considered cheating in the eyes of the system. Seeing this panel, the Deep Sea King stopped his actions neatly. He was not afraid of this panel. He just felt that, to win the game, he still had to rely on real strength, and he disdained such cheating. The Deep Sea King inserted the card back in with all his heart. He started fishing again, relaxed and at ease, without any intention of exerting any more effort. Because he had already noticed that the turtle's points had soared to more than 1.5 million, and were still rising rapidly. So, he no longer planned to struggle. Failure would only make him stronger. While the Deep Sea King was fishing in a Buddhist way, other fishing players were also using their own methods. Some were too unrestrained and were warned by the system, such as someone really wanted to jump into the water to catch fish or use their abilities to catch fish. And some were playing with the technique, sensing the approximate location of the strong aura, and then directly casting the rod to lure in sequence. Some directly put bait on the fishing line under the buoy, trying to attract the strong fish to take the bait with numbers. Others directly used the fishing rod as a weapon, and saw other people's big fish taking the bait. They directly threw the fishing line over to tie up other people's prey, and a throw made the big fish unhooked and intercepted it. This almost led to a fight between the players. Luckily, this behavior was ruled as a violation. The matter was left unresolved. Some contestants carried honey with them and directly coated the bait with a layer, thinking that the fish would like to eat it. Some relied on luck, and some just did not care. Time passed in the lively atmosphere of many contestants. 1 hour of the competition passed quickly, and the competition was over. Dang! A huge gong sounded. The competition time is over. As many contestants came to the beach one after another, the host also became excited. Dear contestants, the top 3 of the Shenzhen Hong Kong fishing competition will be announced next. The top 3 contestants will receive the prizes we have carefully prepared. The third place in points is... He glanced around and saw. The expressions of the contestants were different. Some were indifferent, some were cold, some were interested, some looked sad and angry, and all kinds of emotions were there. After glancing at the contestants, he shouted. The third-ranked player is Morgans, who has accumulated 3,456 points. He will receive 1,000 mind points sea-level item card water repellent beads, sea-level skill card water blade cutting, and sea-level Shenzhen Hong Kong brand premium fishing tackle. At this time, the host said loudly. Hearing the host's announcement, many people began to discuss. The reason for the discussion was not because of Morgans's performance, but one of the prizes. It's water repellent beads, it's really water repellent beads. If I had known there was this, I should have bought it. At this time, someone beat his chest and stamped his feet. Hearing him say this, someone next to him also took over. Brother, do you also read the Flow King's journey? Nonsense, do you see the sword on my waist? This is the sword of the Flow King. This seems to be a replica of the Miracle Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you cooperate with me? Forget it, the water repellent bead. In the comics, the Flow King's first prop for making a fortune after he was in trouble in the Magic Sea. With this prop, he saved the injured Fish King and made the Fish King make an engagement with him. Later, when the Fish Princess came to cancel the engagement, I was so excited to hear that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. 1.50? Actually, I don't feel anything about this part. I feel the plot of the later part where the Flow King fights the 13 guardians of the Jiaolong Palace and the Jiaolong King. The Jiaolong King's words, "Come here, kneel down, and be my dog," made my blood boil. I like this part too. Facing the terrifying scene of the Jiaolong Palace standing on all four sides, the Flow King's words, "Come with a sword," made my blood boil. Yes, when the Jiaolong King shouted, "Dragon King, save me," I wanted to laugh. The two of them started discussing the plot as if no one was around. Some people in the crowd also discussed separately. Obviously, there are many audiences for the Flow King's travels. Some others who have not seen the Flow King's travels are confused. The host looked at some people in the audience who were talking about something for some reason. He had to knock on the gong to signal everyone to be quiet. Chapter 745 Hidden Plot, the Sea King Festival is triggered, the East Sea King Messenger S. Then the second place will be announced. This sir is the Deep Sea King, with a terrifying score of 11435546. This will be a famous achievement in the history of fishing, and this sir will be recorded in the annals of fishing forever. At this time, the host's face flushed with excitement. Hearing the host's flattery, the Deep Sea King, who was standing alone with a large circle of empty space around him, did not react. Because compared to the other guy, his achievement was far from enough. This sir will receive 2000 reading points, sea level prop card water avoiding beads, sea level skill card iron cannon, sea level Shenzhen Hong Kong brand fine fishing gear and sea level prop card wave boat. At this time, the host read out the prizes. Compared to the third place, the second place prize not only has more reading points, but also a more valuable sea level skill card. There is also an additional sea level transportation prop card wave boat. This item even made some local residents exclaim. Among the various sea level cards, ship that can be lived in and moved like this is of relatively high value. 16 didn't react much to these foreign players, although they are very interested in all kinds of new things here. But it is obvious that the apostle came to fish and did not cause trouble, which made all kinds of players more amazed. At this time, some people began to think that the apostle was not so terrible. Then, the most shocking results will be announced. The first place is undoubtedly this Weavue player. Weavue is Xiao's name in the Greedy Island game. Because the panel here can customize your own game name once. King asked Xiao to name Weavue, because directly naming Xiao would be exposed. Of course, naming Weavue is not much better. Its score is as high as 532-0249, what a terrifying score. This score, I am afraid it will never be seen again in the history of fishing in the future. The host was so excited that his eyes were red. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this score. It was obviously an S-level rocket shrimp, although it was already 18 meters long. However, a beast of this strength should be around 800,000 in the evaluation of the system master. However, the reality is that the evaluation is as high as 5.31 million. Except for this beast, the rest of the scores are only over 2,000. In fact, the score of over 2,000 is also very good, and the third place player is only over 3,000. However, this very good score directly became a fraction of this terrifying score. The host gasped directly. Then, this Lord Weavue won the first place. It will receive 5,000 mind points, sea level prop card water avoiding beads, sea level skill card hot water waterfall, sea level Shengang brand fishing gear and B-level prop card blue wave boat. Let us congratulate the champion of the Shengang fishing competition. At this moment, wool. Because the host talked too much nonsense, some people began to yawn. But some people looked at Xiao with burning eyes. The reason is very simple, Xiao looks very innocent and easy to deceive. Although it is strong enough to knock out the monster, it looks too easy to fool. Some people have noticed that this big turtle seems to like food. Because it will drool when it catches some prey when fishing. So, some people have been looking for food-related cards. Maybe it can be fooled, by exchanging that rocket shrimp. Okay. All players with more than 100 fishing points will receive a set of D-level fishing gear produced by Shenzhen and Hong Kong as a participation prize. There will be 121 people who meet this standard in this competition. Please bring your own card storage box and follow the guides to receive the prizes and choose any 3 of your fishing results. Time passed. The players lined up in front of multiple guides. The host rubbed the cards and handed them to Xiao Wu. He looked at Xiao Wu with a burning gaze. Master Wu Wu, please choose the 3 cards you like. At this time, the host was very nervous. If this seemingly innocent turtle is really innocent, is it possible that it will not choose rocket shrimp? Under the anxious and earnest eyes of the host, Xiaohu quickly selected 3. A D-level giant squid, a D-level snail, and the last one was undoubtedly a rocket shrimp. This scene also made the excited host's eyes lose their luster. At this time, Xiaohu didn't care so much. It began to gesture to the host with the squid's reading card. Obviously, it still couldn't forget the barbecued giant squid. Xiaohu, let's go first. However, it was pulled away by King before it gestured twice. Leaving the crowd, King took it to a more remote corner. Looking at Xiaohu, he was about to say something. Suddenly, a panel message popped up in front of Xiaohu. It is detected that you have finished the Shenzhen Hong Kong fishing competition, and the accumulated points have reached 532,0249, meeting the hidden condition of 100,000 points. You have triggered the plot of participating in the Sea King Festival. Please choose one of the 2 roll cards. East Sea King Messenger S or Sea King Festival Sacrifice A or Reject. Looking at the images of 2 cards with different images and a reject button, Xiao Wu subconsciously glanced at King 323. Is there a hidden condition? King touched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. He was also very interested in the hidden plot of this kind of game. Just choose one yourself. Although interested. But now it is Xiao Wu who is playing. Unless it is necessary, he will not interfere with Xiao Wu's choice. Of course, the reject button must not be selected. What's the point of not going through the level after finally meeting the hidden conditions? Soon, Xiao Wu chose East Sea King Messenger S. Because the image of the other card is tied up, and there is a very oppressive monster. An East Sea King Messenger S is a strange creature with blue skin and a smile. Choose one of the 2. Xiao Wu, who has a simpler personality, instinctively prefers East Sea Emperor Messenger S. You have chosen East Sea Emperor Messenger S. When you use this card, you will become the messenger of the East Sea Emperor and participate in the Sea King Festival. As the East Sea Emperor Messenger, your position will be biased towards the Sea King, and the Sea King's attitude towards you will tend to be friendly. The Sea King Festival will start in a week. Players are requested to log in time. As the messenger of the East Sea Emperor, if you do not go, it will affect the Sea King's attitude towards you and the subsequent plot. Please choose carefully. Chapter 746 Morgans becomes the chief priest, the mystery of Greedy Island. After Xiao Wu made his choice. On the other side, the Deep Sea King who took the prize and the spoils also left. A panel appeared directly in front of him. The hidden condition of 100,000 points was also completed. It's just that now there is no Sea King messenger for him to choose from, only a sacrifice. But this actually makes no difference to the Deep Sea King. Even if a card like the Sea King's messenger appeared, he would not choose it. The reason is very simple. He is an apostle, not only an apostle of the demon clan, but also an apostle of the demon god. An apostle of the demon god cannot possibly be the Sea King's messenger. Even if it is just a role play, the Deep Sea King himself will not agree. Warning! As a sacrifice to the Sea King, if you are swallowed by the Sea King, you will unknown threats to the player's identity. Please treat it with caution. Since you will be the core of the Sea King Festival plot, please go online in time to participate before the plot begins. If you do not participate in the plot, all the cards except the sacrifice will be cleared, and the card book will be deprived as a punishment. The sacrifice card is still automatically effective and is wanted by the Sea King. At this time, a card was turned over by the Deep Sea King in his hand. He didn't care about the system's warnings and the long punishment for not participating in the plot. Instead, he was more interested in the introduction of the sacrifice. Sacrifice A of the Sea King Festival, you are the sacrifice of the Sea King Festival. Possessing the passive aura Sacrifice Temptation, this aura will greatly attract the attention of the Sea King. Looking at the brief description of the card, the Deep Sea King grinned. A week later? It's really interesting. Sea King? It's really confusing. He wants to see. Facing him as a sacrifice of the Deep Sea King. Can this so-called Sea King still laugh? On the other side, Morgans was also invited by the system. It's just that the condition for him to trigger it is to have more than 1,000 points. The High Priest B of the Sea King Festival, you are the High Priest of the Sea King Festival, and have the power to choose the sacrifice. The sacrifice level must not be lower than Grade A. You have the skills Summoning Sea King Projection B, Priest Baptism B, Ocean Current Control B. Looking at the High Priest card he got, Morgans breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to get this card. You know, the reason why he participated in the competition here was to get this High Priest card. With this card, the strength he can use in this game is much stronger. As for the original sea-level beasts, they were incidental. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't catch the B-level, fortunately, the identity of the High Priest was finally obtained, and the next step was to find the sacrifice according to the above requirements. When the sacrifice is successful, the Sea King is satisfied. His status will be promoted to High Priest. Morgans heard that the High Priest can not only summon more powerful projections, but can even sacrifice a card to summon the real body of the Sea King. At this time, Morgans was full of beautiful fantasies about the future. Wait. Looking at the prompt on the panel in front of him, Morgans was stunned. He couldn't wait to use the High Priest's card. Now as the High Priest, he can go to find the sacrifice. However, there is a problem. The sacrifice seems to be ready. Morgans looked in the direction of the sacrifice. He saw the back of a fluid man directly. In Morgans' eyes, there was a big red mark on the head of the fluid man. Damn! Isn't this the demon apostle? When did he become a sacrifice? Seeing that figure, Morgans was directly scared. If the demon apostle is used as a sacrifice, the Sea King will be so hungry that he will die. What can he do as the High Priest? At this time, Morgans' expression collapsed. Wait, that scary view wouldn't be. Morgans thought of this. He hurriedly searched the surroundings and happened to see Xiaohu in a corner. Morgans was relieved after finding that there was no mark on Xiaohu's head. Sure enough, there was only one sacrifice. After a while, Morgans calmed down and thought about the feasibility of the Sea King Festival. Now he came to his senses, it seemed that he couldn't use his own strength in that plot. Unless he became a truly awakened mind in this world. However, how could that be possible? The demon apostles put aside their magic power and came to practice mind, which was a dream. So, Morgans ruled out this possibility. And this time, 10 players with more than 500 points will become priests. Thinking of this, Morgans looked at the ranking of the fishing competition. Looking at those big guys, tisk, they will be priests, and he will be the chief priest. This feeling is just one word. With them, even if something unexpected really happens, he just needs to hide behind the bosses. After Morgans completed a plan, he put the Sea King Festival behind him. There is still 1 week left. He still needs to rely on the fighting power of the chief priest to plan some powerful cards. No time can be wasted. Time passed. King and Xiaohu went to a hot barbecue restaurant for a big meal, then browsed around the town and exited the game directly. Well, King went back directly through the air. As for Xiaohu, he can go back through the card book brought by the player. Soon, the Navy headquarters. A man and a turtle appeared in the game room in King's residence. After Xiaohu came back, he was still holding the card book and looking at it curiously. As if wondering why it can be used in reality. And this is also the major event that the sea is boiling with now. The release of the Greed Island game has attracted much attention. Many people already know the secrets of Greed Island. Various types of cards in Greed Island, as well as the ability to summon card books in reality and use the cards on the card books. Although the distance of reading a card cannot exceed 1 kilometer from the reading card book. However, if you are willing to spend reading points, you can truly materialize the reading card, and this limitation will be eliminated. This will make other people can also have magical items such as mind cards. These news are not clear to the public yet. But Morgans has already made preparations in advance. As long as a few users are interviewed, they will be published. The sea will really boil by then. These are things for the future. Some insiders have already taken action. The most violent are the pirates. Many pirate groups actually play this game. It's just that most pirate groups only have captains playing, and the rest are just captains and cotters. After all, a set costs hundreds of millions of Baileys, which is too expensive. It's good to be able to buy a few sets to play, where else can there be more? It's just that it's not the lack of games that is worrying, but the inequality. Now that this opportunity has come out, many people are eyeing the game cartridges. Those more rational captains will also paint a rosy picture for the crew. As for those captains and even codders who only care about their own happiness and are not strong enough, they are easily killed by greedy people. It can be said. Because of the greedy island game, the chaos in the sea is gradually rising. Chapter 747 Buggy's Obsession, the world government wants to establish its authority. 5 days later. Grand Line, New World. On a sea. Quick. Get rid of those guys, the world government wants to catch up with us. What a fool. I saw a huge ship with a red-nosed pirate flag sailing fast. A rumbling sound continued. It can be seen that the power system of this pirate group is flying directly. Even though the ship is huge, the speed of sailing is still much faster than that of ordinary ships. Yes. Boss Buggy. At this time, Buggy was wearing a very loose red shirt. The hands and feet were separated in the clothes, making the whole clothes swell up, and it looked much more oppressive. There was also a pink seahorse sleeping on his head. This legendary fantasy beast also made everyone admire Buggy more. Bakey looked at his men with great momentum and nodded as if he was very satisfied. Then he returned to the captain's lounge under everyone's respectful gaze. Until he entered and the door closed, cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. What to do? What to do? At this time, Buggy's limbs had been folded, and he walked back and forth in the room. He looked a little at a loss. The reason for this? Because he saw it through the telescope. Among the people chasing them, there was a lazy face basking in the sun on the deck. How could Buggy not recognize that man? S-level magic pattern user, Evergreen Jane. The first terrible 323 magic pattern user to enter the S-level of the Magic Pattern Association. In addition, there is the Shadow Knight user of the Dark Curtain Shadow Demon, who is also an S-level magic pattern user. He didn't know what he had done to anger the heavens and the people. They actually sent these two guys out to catch him. Of course, in addition to these two guys, there was another murderous guy standing on the bow and looking very arrogant. That guy Buggy just felt a little familiar, but he must be very capable to be so arrogant. Today. With a knock on the door, Buggy was startled. After opening the door, he found it was Gardino. After pulling Gardino in, Buggy quickly closed the door. What are you doing here? Don't knock so suddenly. Bastard. Hearing Buggy's curse, Gardino felt helpless. Before, he was scared when he said he would come in without knocking, and now he was still scared when knocking. How dare you be so easily scared? I'm here to discuss countermeasures with you. The world government is chasing us closely, what should we do? Looking at Gardino's calm face, Buggy felt that he couldn't be outdone. So, his expression became calm. The world government is nothing to mention. Buggy's pretentious look immediately made Gardino speechless. It's okay to deceive others, but you're pretending in front of him? I have collected intelligence. The reason why the world government is dealing with us is because they want to take advantage of us. And for the Greed Island cartridges we have. Take advantage of what? Forget it, it's not important. We bought the Greed Island cartridges with real money. Those guys can't take it away. Speaking of Greed Island, Buggy was much more excited. Because he likes to play this game very much. The card reading book has 100 pages and 800 card slots in total. This game of collecting various expensive cards is very addictive for Buggy. It's like treasure hunting that makes him addicted. Seeing that Buggy's focus is so strange, Gardino is relieved. This guy is still so unreliable. He looked at the waves in the distance outside the window. I don't know if this guy's good luck can save them again this time. The back of Buggy's pirate group. A ship was chasing Buggy's pirate group. On the deck of the ship, there was a parasol. The Evergreen Jane was sitting on a lounge chair under the umbrella, looking very leisurely. There was also a table next to the lounge chair. Sipping all kinds of frozen drinks and wine. On the other side of the table, Shadow Knight Envoy was also sitting leisurely on another recliner. Gulp. Gulp. Haven't you caught up yet? After finishing the drink in his mouth, Shadow Knight Envoy Dorobetta asked casually. Sorry, sir. That pirate ship uses a lot of power engines, and the speed is a bit fast. An agent of the world government reported. So just chase it. Jane, aren't you going to take any measures? Dorobetta turned his eyes to Jane. Of course, he was not in a hurry. He was actually commissioned by the magician of Tarot Totem to watch the battle. It was mainly to watch the battle, and he would not take action under normal circumstances. But even if he didn't take action, there was still a lot of combat power here. The reason why the world government took action this time. It was mainly because the Holy Land of the world government was gone, and there were heavy casualties. They didn't even dare to get back at it. It can be said that the world government lost face. In this case, the new Holy Land that has just moved to the Red Soil continent in the East China Sea needs a guy of considerable weight to re-establish its prestige. After much deliberation, the buggy pirates entrenched in the East China Sea are naturally the most suitable. Originally, they were going to do it some time ago. It was just that the buggy pirates happened to leave the East China Sea, and there was news of the new Greed Island. This matter was delayed. However, now because of the Greed Island incident, the world government immediately stopped the pursuit. Whether it was to establish prestige or for the dozens of game tapes owned by the buggy pirates, the world government took it seriously. Don't ask me about this, ask him. In response to Dorobetta's question, Jane turned his eyes to the bow. On the bow, a figure stood on it. Feeling that he was being watched, he turned around. Wearing a suit, his serious expression carried a hint of immaturity. It was Lucci. Now Lucci's thoughts have reached a new level. And after he entered Greed Island before going to find the orthodox root of the Mind Master, he was lucky enough to be appreciated by an SS-level Mind Master on Greedy Island. In just a few days, Lucci benefited a lot. For Lucci, who relied entirely on himself to explore the ability of mind, practicing beside the Mind Master was like opening a door. His strength increased a lot. It was no problem to be comparable to the 2-star gem level. Even if he faced the dragon again, Lucci felt that he was not afraid. In addition to Lucci, there was also the Angry Fist who had besieged the dragon on the Diagonal Island on the ship. In the martial arts competition, he was still a high-level A-level, and he was the trump card of the magic pattern like Evergreen. Now the Angry Fist has become an S-level magic pattern user, with anger magic. Its ability is to increase strength with the rise and fall of anger. This ability is actually not to be underestimated. Last time when he besieged the dragon, he had no emotions to be angry about, so he did not play his strongest strength at all. He will only feel angry when facing pirates or certain situations, because that is the source of his anger. From this perspective, the strength of the Angry Fist will increase a lot when facing pirates. The world government sent out 3 such combat forces, and did not use the hands of the navy. In addition, the Shadow Knight envoy Dorobetta of the Dark Curtain came to watch the battle, and the world government would pay a price to ask him to take action when necessary. These combat forces gathered. It can be said that the world government is determined to establish its prestige. Chapter 748 The Value of the 4 Emperors, the God-Blood Clan and the True King. If possible, the world government naturally hopes to choose a more powerful object to establish its prestige. For example, the 4 Emperors of Pirates today. However, let's not talk about the Golden Lion and the famous Kaido of the Beasts. Even Whitebeard. In addition to Whitebeard himself, the Whitebeard pirates also have the immortal Snake Marco who has become a demigod and the Flower Sword Bista who has achieved an S-level magic pattern user. There is even a fantasy beast named Roaring Sky Whale. The current world government is temporarily powerless. Even the Big Mom pirates have a lot of fighting power. It is rumored that Big Mom has cooperated with the Blue Demon King, one of the 9 Demon Kings, and has become a monster. Her strength has greatly increased, and her strength is at least comparable to that of a 3-star gem hunter, and she still maintains her original personality. In addition to her, there is also her son Katakuri. That man is now also called a demigod, and there is also a mythical beast in the pirate group. Of course, this pirate group is mainly related. The Terror Moon of Nanayayu in the Chaos Realm is Big Mom's daughter, plus the Blue Demon King cooperates with Big Mom. It can be said, the gold content of the 4 emperors today is too high, which makes the world government feel too difficult. Now they can only catch the soft persimmon of the buggy pirates. Leave it to me. He looked at Dorobetta below and said coldly. Lucci was fed up with the buggy pirates' practice of escaping instead of confronting head-on. He still had to go to Greed Island, so he had no time to mess around with this pirate group. Although he was a little annoyed, Lucci did not rush forward. With his ability, it would be no problem for him to chase after them alone. He would have done the same in the past. However, after the life and death crisis of the fighting tournament, he became much more cautious. That Ishi's strength increased a lot, but he didn't expand. Who knows how strong Buggy, who defeated the King of Power before, is now. Plus there is a seahorse phantom beast. So, Lucci was much more confident. SHH. Lucci summoned the card book, he turned a few pages, and took a card from it. Vein of the Sky can open a huge space portal like a curtain for space shuttle, and the shuttle distance can be customized, the farthest not exceeding hundreds of kilometers. Note, this card is a consumable card. After staring at this card is a strategically significant card. Compared to direct teleportation, it has more pre-swing time. But it can transfer large items. Even if it is a consumable card, it is still valuable and very rare. After hesitating for a while, Lucci used this card. Although this card is very valuable, he only has one. But it is worth it for this mission. Tell them not to make a fuss. Holding the card, Lucci said to some of his men on the deck. He didn't want anyone to do anything ugly because of the vision of the card. Yes. Hiss. Hiss. It was as if the sound of curtains was being pulled. Soon. A huge black door appeared in front of the ship where Lucci was. The people on the ship looked at the huge black door in front of them, and they were all shocked. Some people almost jumped into the sea when they saw the ship was about to enter. Fortunately, they were stopped in time. Rare card. You are willing to use such a card. The world government is really lucky to have a subordinate like you. Looking at the ship quickly entering the door in front, Dorobetta said to Lucci with a teasing look on her face. However, I think you can consider our dark curtain. I feel your ability is very suitable for becoming a member of the God-blood clan. With your potential, if you work hard, you may even become a true king in the future. Hearing Dorobetta's words, Lucci's eyes flashed with a hint of desire. The God-blood pool, that is a treasure created by the god of time himself. It is said that it can automatically absorb all the energy of heaven and earth and turn it into God-blood, and the God-blood turns into God-blood crystal. As long as the God-blood crystal inside it is used. It is said that it can be transformed into an immortal God-blood clan, and also control the power of blood and darkness. As for the true king, it is even more superior to the pinnacle of all God-blood clan. In the dark curtain, only one person has reached this level. That is the half of God, the king of time, Jitlin. It is not the God-blood crystal that uses energy conversion like the God-blood pool, but the ability and blood are directly granted by the god of time. The treatment is completely different from others. Dorobetta, stop joking. Lucci is now a key figure, it's not good for you to poach him like this. Jane, who was next to Dorobetta, interrupted the somewhat silent atmosphere lazily while drinking a drink. Jane already knew. Although Lucci looked to be in his 20s, his actual age seemed to be around 12 or 13. At such an age, he took on the heavy responsibility of the world government, and he was very proud of himself. Young people are impulsive and can't resist temptation. Maybe he will really run away after being tempted. For Jane, this is something he doesn't want to see. Although he himself is not really that loyal. But he still ate this bowl of rice after all. As long as the big tree of the world government doesn't collapse completely, he can make do with it. Who knows when the 5 elders will be chopped to death? It is not impossible for him to become a 5 elder after he survives. Then he will sit in the office and give orders, and then bask in the sun. It was a beautiful thing for Jane to think about. Before that, the pillar of the world government must not be abducted by others. I'm just joking, don't mind it. The corners of Dorobetta's mouth rose slightly. The world government's hundreds of years of holy land was destroyed without even a squeak. Even if they want to regain their prestige, they can only pick soft persimmons like the buggy pirates. In Dorobetta's eyes, this is the embodiment of the complete decline of the authority of the rulers who have dominated the sea for 800 years. However, Dorobetta also feels normal. Who made the world government so weak? That being said. But now everyone is still a partner, so he can't be too disrespectful. Whirl. During the conversation between the two, the ship has passed through the portal and reappeared in the sea. What is that? How is it possible? The world government's ship is catching up. At this time, many people on the buggy pirates exclaimed. Because the world government's ship came out of thin air and appeared in front of them. You can't run away now. Looking at the buggy pirates not far away. This time, Lucci rushed up without hesitation. Riding the blood light, Lucci's figure appeared directly on the huge ship of the buggy pirates. Be careful. Seeing Lucci suddenly appear, some powerful magic pattern users on the ship also immediately became alert. The rich blood-colored aura wrapped around Lucci, and then on his arms whirling. Blood chi breaks the body flowing tiger hunting. Two huge blood-colored chi several meters long raged on the deck like a storm, directly impacting from the bow to the stern. Boom! Almost all the rooms on the ship were blown into ruins. Chapter 749 Master, I understand, the powerful buggy. At this time, due to the joint defense of several B-level magic patterns on the ship, most people were not in big trouble. Only a part of the people were not included in the defense and were directly seriously injured or died. How is it possible? This guy is so strong. Some pirates hiding behind the captain said palely. They looked at the man who suddenly appeared, and the two huge blood chi several meters thick swirling behind him formed a Tai Chi shape. But if you look closely, the two blood chi are clearly two fluid blood tigers. It looks very scary. Just now, it was this move that directly turned the entire ship into ruins. If it weren't for the joint defense of several of the most powerful captains, they would probably lie down on the spot. Bang! Ahem! What the hell are you doing? My room almost exploded. At this time, there was a somewhat dilapidated room on the ship with its door opened. It's Boss Buggy, it's Boss Buggy. That's right. We still have Boss Buggy, you bastard, why don't you surrender quickly? Boss Buggy is a strong man with the strength of a demigod. In the current Buggy Pirates, Buggy has been mentally supplemented to the level of a demigod. After all, how can you subdue the powerful seahorse without the strength of a demigod? That's right, if you don't apologize. The last pirate who wanted to say something ruthless saw the ruthless man in front of him looking at him. He trembled and stopped talking, then looked for help at Buggy, who had just come out and was a little confused. At this time, Buggy looked at the ruthless man in front of his men. Look at the ruins around. He secretly gurgled his saliva and shouted wildly in his heart. Seahorse-sama, Seahorse-sama. Waste, don't shout. I'm not blind. At this time, the seahorse on Buggy's big hat looked at the man in front of him cautiously. Its real combat power is weak, but it can be very strong. It all depends on its ability to exert. The human in front of it has already given it a sense of threat. Add to that the powerful human on the ship in front. It is really worried that it can't resist. So, the seahorse is ready to try, and if it doesn't work, run away. But if it really happens, it will be a pity for Buggy. Before, the seahorse encountered the Emperor and Chariot of the Tarot Totem on the Fantasy Beast Island, so he recognized Buggy as his subordinate. After escaping from danger, he did not leave Buggy. The reason is also very simple. Because it found that the subordinates next to Buggy like to imagine Buggy's strength. It likes this kind of imaginary memory very much. The reason why it likes it is also due to the special ability of its ability. Its ability can materialize the object of memory into real power. It's just that this ability has limitations. The first rule is that it needs active memory at the current time, that is, it needs to collect real-time memory instead of past memory. Many of Buggy's subordinates like to imagine this, which is very convenient for Kaiba to collect. The second limitation is that the person who collects it cannot be too strong, otherwise it will be easily detected. And after it collects this memory, it disappears in the other party's mind, which makes it easier to be discovered. So it is very comfortable if Buggy's subordinates are not very strong. The third rule is that the person who collects it must sincerely believe in this power. The fourth rule is that the object of imagination cannot be too strong. Especially gods, which is an absolute prohibition for Kaiba. Once Kaiba relied on himself to constantly imagine the great power that Yaki Great God usually showed, and then collected the memory of his real-time imagination. After a period of collection, it was horrified to find that the collected memory actually came alive in its mind and was completely out of its control. What happened afterwards was also simple. The Yaki Great God who came alive in his mind did not do anything. It just said the power of memory is very dangerous and then dissipated. So far, Haima still doesn't know whether it is because the memory it has gathered is too powerful that it has lost control. Or is it because the object of imagination is God that it has lost control? But no matter what it is, Haima has included God in the list of people who are forbidden to imagine memories. You will say that you used your clone later, understand? At this time, Buggy heard the instructions of Buggy in his heart, and agreed repeatedly in his heart. Buggy, demigod strength. At this time, hearing the boasting of Buggy's men, Lucci had a cold face. You will know if it is so strong if you try it. Anyway, through this move just now, Lucci has found that this group of guys is just a mob. Except for the Phantom Beast and Buggy, no one else is worth worrying about. Blood Chi breaking body flow tiger hunting. The blood-colored mind Chi tiger spinning behind Lucci interweaves and travels again. Although he had only been in Greedy Island for a few days, he was highly regarded by Nian Jun. He was given Avery helpful for practice. Master, I have realized after using it, my understanding will increase greatly and last for a quarter of an hour. Note, this card is a consumption card. Although the name of the card is a bit strange. But the effect is awesome. After fully understanding the knowledge and skills of various mind skills, Lucci used this card. Then Nianjun demonstrated various skills himself. Soon, Lucci created the prototype of his own mind style, blood-breaking body style based on the skills he had explored in the past and the skills of the Greed Island Mind Masters. Lucci took the essence of the tiger from his current Mind Master Lihu Nianjun. Roar, roar, roar. The huge tiger roar shook the sky, and two intertwined blood and chi came violently, as if to overturn the world. This scene almost gave Buggy a myocardial infarction. He couldn't help shouting in his heart. Seahorse-sama, save me! Swoosh! Boom! Boom! A sound of ruins exploding was heard. Beiki stared blankly ahead with a somewhat out-of-control face. A man with the same appearance and outfit as him appeared. It was him who suddenly appeared and split the intertwined terrorist attacks. 0.7 It's Boss Buggy who made the move. Wait! Why are there two Boss Buggies? Hearing the noise around him, Buggy woke up as if from a dream. He remembered what Kaiba-sama had just told him and understood it all at once. Ha 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 ha! If you are an unknown kid from the world government and want to challenge me, you must defeat my clone first. If you can't even defeat my clone, then go back and suck your milk. After hearing what Buggy said, everyone understood. Sure enough, Boss Buggy is Boss Buggy. He can actually stop that terrifying guy with his clone. That's right. Boss Buggy just didn't want to settle with you before. Now Boss Buggy is finally angry. You deserve to die. Everyone reacted and started to brag. Only a very small number of people on the boat were a little doubtful. Chapter 750 The Deeds of Crossing Liu Guangzi Crane, Black Jade. That guy Buggy he can't be. Gardino murmured a little. On the other side, Lucci attacked again after hearing Buggy's arrogant words. Just blocking one move doesn't mean anything. Blood Chi breaking body flowing tiger roar. Boom. As Lucci attacked again, a huge blood-colored tiger more than 10 meters long appeared behind him. A thunderous roar exploded. The blood-colored air wave burst forward from the giant tiger's mouth, layer upon layer, and roared directly towards Buggy like a tornado. Facing this move, Memory Buggy opened his hands. He actually broke the entire blood-colored tornado that was sweeping towards him into pieces. This is what Buggy's subordinates imagined about Buggy. They think Buggy's ability is actually very powerful. Both visible and invisible forces can be broken into pieces. This has always been the focus of imagination. So it leads to the imagination that Buggy is really terrible in breaking into pieces. So strong. Boss Buggy has been hiding his strength. It's so scary. At this time, the people who dodged to the sides of the ship saw Memory Buggy breaking the enemy's move with one move, and they all exclaimed. 16. Some of them are fans of the Flying King's journey and even directly said it was so scary. Lucci also looked solemn when he saw the so-called Buggy clone in front of him. Although his attack just now was not huge, his explosive power was definitely good. But it was actually broken by the opponent's ability. Is the power of the devil fruit to break into pieces really that strong? After 2 moves, Lucci did not attack again, but set his sights on the sky. Because he saw a meteor. A golden stream of light quickly streaked across the sky. Soon, the meteor fell towards this side. Swoosh! Until the stream of light fell on the Buggy pirates. Lucci's face became a little more serious. Isn't this Zeke Lean from the Streamer Brothers? He actually appeared here. At this time, Evergreen lazily came to the Buggy pirates' ship, followed by Shadow Knight Envoy, Angry Fist, and other magic pattern envoys and agents. It was because of the arrival of the stream of light in the sky that Jane started to act. After all, the man in front of him was not easy to deal with. Zeke Lean, the man who defeated the Golden Demon King. This man, could it be that Boss Buggy called for support? I heard a pirate say uncertainly. Gardino next to him was speechless. The man in front of him did not show much mercy to pirates after his debut. I don't know how many pirates died or entered impelled down because of him. How could it be Buggy's support? At this time, Gardino complained in his heart. Then he looked at the figure not far away with a serious expression. The tattoo on his left eye, it was undoubtedly that man. Zeke Lean, a man who has risen like a meteor in the past week. From the beginning, he defeated a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. There are news about him every day. Defeated powerful pirates when the Greedy Island game was released. He also waited in a branch of the release and attacked many powerful pirates who bought the game. Then he challenged some powerful hunters or magic pattern users, took down an island where pirates gathered, and helped a small island defeat the raging pirates.ac monsters, defeated the North Sea Hegemony Alliance, etc. This man seemed to need to make some news every day. Wherever he went. As long as there was a big event nearby or a powerful pirate was entrenched, he would appear. Even in the morning newspaper, you can see that he defeated the greedy Demon King named Golden Demon King yesterday. Greedy Demon King. That was a greedy pure Demon King, with terrifying strength, at least starting at the 2-star gem level. However, such a Demon King was defeated by the man in front of him. If Gardino were asked to evaluate at this moment, he would borrow a line from a comic book to say that this man is so terrifying. Xing Liu Guang Zikrane, what are you doing here? Let me make it clear first, the BA pirates are already the prey of the world government. At this time, Jane stepped forward and asked Zikrane. His expression was lazy, but there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Xing Liu Guang, Zikrane's nickname. After becoming famous, Zikrane was given the title of Flowing Light because he moved like flowing light. Later, with the appearance of Jalal, the title became the Flowing Light brother shared by the two brothers. It was surprising to the world that Zikrane had another brother. Because they looked almost exactly the same. However, compared with Zikrane's activeness, his brother Jalal was very low-key. Or it could not be said to be low-key, but not as active as Zikrane. That's why Zikrane got the nickname Flowing Light. And his brother Jalal's nickname was Hidden Flowing Light. Zikrane smiled when he heard Jane's question, but did not answer. Then, he glanced around the people on the ship. Finally, his eyes fixed on a thin young man. Was it Yust? Looking at the young man, Zikrane felt a little regretful. He came here not to cause trouble for the buggy pirates. But he accidentally got a piece of news from a pirate. One of the legendary phantom demon gems was swallowed by a demon bird. This was what the pirate claimed to have witnessed with his own eyes. Under his magic, the pirate naturally could not lie, but the pirate himself was not sure. He just thought that the black gem was very similar to the legendary strongest divine gem, so he quickly used this news to survive. It was because of this news that Zikrane tracked the whereabouts of the demon bird all the way. After traveling to 2 islands, he found that the demon bird that met the corresponding characteristics was dead. The pirate group that landed on the island at that time was the buggy pirates, so he came in the direction of the buggy pirates sailing. Discovered. At this time, the young man who was stared at by Zikrane had cold sweat on his back. He was the intern of the buggy pirates, CLO. On the last island, he saw a captain kill a magic bird and prepare to take the corresponding magic core to sell. This was not a big deal. But CLO saw. The guy took out a familiar black gem from the magic bird. Then things were very simple. CLO attacked the man directly. The key to the legendary strongest god-killing tool. However, CLO did not expect that someone would catch up with him. And the other party was also a gem holder. When the distance is too close, the gems can sense each other. At this distance, the famous Zikrane came to look for him. This man rarely shows mercy to pirates. What to do? CLO thought quickly. While CLO was thinking, Zikrane did not continue to pay attention to him. He set his eyes on the sky above his head. There was a new change there.